What is up, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Limited Resources. This is episode number 276. I am Marshall. I'm one of your Limited Resources, and joining me on the line, it's LSV, Luis Scott-Vargas. Luis, what's up, buddy?
Thanks a lot, Marshall.
Yeah, I was trying to preempt that.
Yeah, good luck with that. Not a whole lot is up. I'm here. I'm ready. We're going to do some set reviewing. We're going to do a lot of set reviewing, actually. So this is my first big set here since Fate Reforged. Still a set. We still went pretty in depth on it, but this is the first time that we're really going to go through what is a larger set. So
yeah, this is going to be a fun one too. This is a large set that is taking up a large part of the format that it's going to be in 2/3 of the packs. We'll talk about that in a second, but this is a really important one. People are going to be drafting this for quite a while, and I'm really, really stoked for it because it looks like a pretty powerful set too. And we are going to be diving in momentarily. Before we do, I'd like to mention our sponsor, ChannelFireball.com. Now, there's a lot of great things to say about CFB. They have a couple of great professional teams under them, as well as free content, right? That's what, really the thing that jumps out to me. It's always been my favorite thing about CFB is that you can go there and man, they have so much great stuff that you can consume there. Videos, articles, that kind of stuff from some of the best players in the world. And it's for free, all of it. You can just go there and read it and watch it, and you don't have to worry about anything you're going to improve at Magic. It's right in line with what we do here on Limited Resources. We're trying to get you better at Magic, and they do that too. Beyond that, CFB is pretty wide-reaching these days, Luis, and they even run the occasional Grand Prix.
Yeah, and the next one coming up is on pace to be the biggest Magic tournament of all time, Grand Prix Vegas. If you go to grandprixvegas.com, you can take a look at the details, but we've got a lot of stuff going on. First of all, I agreed to sign 10,000 tokens, so
you are crazy, by the way.
I've got that going for me. But more relevant, if you sign up and if you pre-register now, you're eligible to win a ton of awesome prizes because what we're doing is these pre-registration raffles where every time we hit a certain benchmark, 2,900, 3,000, 3,100, etc., we raffle off another card. And as the pre-reg numbers keep going, we're going to go through the whole Power 9. We're giving away boxes, foil promos, all sorts of stuff. And as long as you're signed up for the tournament, you're eligible to win one of those things. So the sooner the better. If you know you're going to go, then you should sign up. And if you didn't know you're going to go, well, you should make that decision, sign up, and then you can win some sweet stuff.
That's awesome. Also, for the show, it's sponsored in part by you via Patreon. It's a great little website that allows people to give back to the things that they care about. And if Limited Resources is one of those things, I encourage you to go check out the Patreon, and you can see some of the nice bonuses you get. And it's completely optional. You can go as low or as high as you want with your monetary amount, and it happens whenever the show comes out. It's a really nice, clean, easy setup for people that are interested in that. You can find it, of course, on lrcast.com. I've got a couple of little things I'd like to get out of the way here before we dive into the Dragons of Tarkir set review here. The first is I have to say thank you to Chip Carey. He, if for those of you that follow us on YouTube or subscribe to the YouTube channel for Limited Resources, I put every show up on YouTube. Mostly they're just, an audio version of the show on there for people that find it easier to find the show or listen to the show via YouTube. But for the set reviews, and I have to say this is thanks to the Patreon, I now do a full video with card images for every one of these set reviews that we do. And Chip is a video guy. That's what he does for a living. And he came in and helped me redesign the process and also do a bunch of the graphics and stuff. So those are going to be much improved, and you can see them from the last set and this set as well. And I wanted to say thank you to Chip for that. Very cool of him to take the time to help out the show like that. And the other thing is, I've got another podcast. Now, it's called Constructed Resources. It's for people that are fans of 60 card decks. And of course, it's all about constructed, primarily standard, but it goes into the other constructed formats as well. It's been on hiatus for a little while here while I've been sorting out who is going to come on as a new co-host. John left the show, and so I've been trying to kind of sort out, well, where is the show going to go now? How is this going to work? And there's good news. I have picked my new co-host, and I am really excited to have gotten this guy. It's Eric Froelich. So Eric is going to be the new co-host of Constructed Resources. We're going to be doing a set review show for Dragons of Tarkir next week, early in the week. And so keep your eye open for that. Constructed Resources is back. I'm really excited. I missed doing the show, and I certainly got all the emails and tweets from you guys saying that you were looking forward to it coming back. So great, exciting news for that, and I'm really excited to work with Eric as well.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty awesome choice. I'm not going to say I lobbied for Eric, but I may have a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I came to you for unbiased information, and I took the information I got, but not as unbiased.
Yeah, and I never claimed to be unbiased, but I also think that realistically, Eric might be the best player right now, and if he's not, he's easily in the top 5. And not only that, because, tactical play skill is one thing, being able to do a podcast is another. Eric is really, really good at doing coverage, commentary. If you see him on the Vintage Super League, or maybe he's done some Grand Prix coverage, he's good at speaking, and he thinks a lot about Constructed. He's one of, the main Constructed minds on our team. So getting his insight, I think, is a really good idea. Yeah,
it's going to be awesome. I'm super looking forward to it. I had him on Limited Resources. He got rave reviews on there, and I thought, I got to find a way to work this guy into the system. And then, a way appeared. And so now we've got Eric. So looking forward to that. Now let's get down to business here, Luis. We've got a lot of work to do ahead of us. So I want to set the stage. We're talking about Dragons of Tarkir. We're going to do all of the commons and uncommons in the set. Of course, those are the most important cards for us limited players. They're going to define the format. They're going to point us in the direction that the colors themselves will go. And I know there's a lot of cool dragons floating around in this set, and we'll talk about those next week on the rares.
Mostly flying around, yeah.
Flying, yeah. But we'll talk about those next week on the Rare and Mythic Rare show. And they are going to matter. They're important. But of course, the commons and uncommons are the most important thing. Now, the thing to keep in mind before we jump in is the format is different. They did things a little differently this time. And the thing that you need to know is there's no more cons. That's it. Cons is gone. And now we've got Dragons of Tarkir, and Fate Reforged in that order for when you go to do your booster draft. If you do a sealed, you'll get equal parts Dragons of Tarkir and Fate Reforged packs. So for those of you that are familiar with Fate Reforged from the last set, that's still here. And then everything else is new. Everything else is new. And the other thing that you really need to keep in mind when it comes to Dragons of Tarkir, it's a 2-color set. We're no longer in these, wedges, as we called them, the clans from cons. Those are gone. They're just gone. You're not going to see gold cards flying all around all over the place at common and uncommon. It's a 2-color set, an air quotes normal draft set. So keep that in mind as well as we start to dive into the cards. One last thing before we start, the grading scale. Luis and I like to put a grade on each card. Now, this grade is not meant to be the end-all be-all for the card. It's meant to be a punctuation point, because the discussion that Luis and I have about each card is the thing that you should pay the most attention to. It's the most important thing. That is where you're going to learn the niche cases, the ups, the downs, the ins and outs about a card, the quadrant theory, where it goes on the vanilla test, all that kind of stuff. But these discussions can get kind of granular, and they can get a little confusing for newer players. So we like to put a grade on the end of it just to say, well, this is about where I put this card. And that helps us sort of frame it. We had an issue before where people thought we were arguing about a card because we disagreed about one little thing, but ultimately we felt very similarly about the card. This was back in the day with Brian. And, and so we thought, well, why don't we give it a number or a grade? And so what we've decided on is the sort of traditional A, B, C, D, F grading system. And I'll go over it really quickly here. An A is a bomb. It's a card that will usually win you the game if it's resolved, and if you're at any type of parity, it will push you over the top. The other category that makes it into the A range are hyper efficient spells, usually in the removal realm, but occasionally a creature that's a little bit less than a bomb will make its way in if it really fits in the format well and has the right kind of stats.
Yeah, Murderous Cut, I think, is one of the best examples.
Yes, that's a perfect example.
Because it's frequently going to be 1 mana kill a creature, and even if that's not, knock your socks off bomb, it's so efficient that you're never really looking to pass that card.
Exactly. And so those are the cards that will make the cut in A. To be a B, you have to be a card that makes you want to play your colors. So if you're, if it's a B style card, it's a very powerful, perhaps not bombish game ender, but it's a card that when I look at it in a booster pack, it says, I want to pick that and I want to be green so that I can play it. And that's the key with Bs.
And another example of a B, I think Lightning Strike is example of like a solid B. It's, it's a great card, 1 in a red to deal 3 damage at instant speed. It's not something that will make you never move off the color. You're not going to windmill slam first pick it, but you do want to take the card and you do want to be red.
Right, exactly. And so that's it. Now, C's are going to be your playables. These are the cards that are going to make up the majority of your deck. You know, that's just how Limited works. And so for C's, these are cards that are going to go in your deck and you're going to be like, sure, I'll play that guy. And, you know, maybe it's a C plus, maybe it's a C minus, but any C is just sort of a playable card that you're fine with playing in your deck and will usually make the cut. Do you have an example?
Are we still doing examples?
I don't know, just if you happen to have one, but I don't know, something like, you know, from the last set we had like Dragon Bell Monk or Abzan Sky Captain, something in that range where it's just like, sure, this guy's going to make the cut, but it's not a reason to go into white.
Basically, any playable creature that's got decent stats, any combat trick, these are the cards that you know is a C. A C is something you're not particularly unhappy or happy to include in your deck, that you just are satisfied.
Yeah, another card I think that would fall into this category are the more expensive conditional removal spells, a card like Throttle, where you're going to play it most of the time, but again, it isn't one of those cards that just pulls you in a direction. Your Ds are the cards, and this is an important category as well. The Ds are the cards that you will sometimes play, but you're not really happy about it. So the perfect deck doesn't actually have any Ds in it at all. But since Limited, you know, is one of those things that kind of goes on the fly and you don't get to plan out everything perfectly, your Ds are going to be your cards that will sometimes make the cut and you're like, yeah, sure, I got to run this card. But it's not the end of the world. It's just not really your first choice.
An interesting example actually is Great Horn Cruciak, the 4 and a white for a 3/5. I think that card was a D in the last format. It'll be interesting, but because it's in Fate Reforged, it's still in this format. It'll be interesting to see if the grades change. And of course, I anticipate in a future show we will be looking at the kind of the deltas in Fate Reforged. What changed in terms of valuations for cards from Fate Reforged once we have a little better handle on what Dragons does to the format.
Yeah, totally. Now your Fs, those are the bad ones. Those are the unplayables. Those are the ones that you don't envision yourself ever playing with during the duration of the format. Now, that doesn't mean that literally will never happen. Maybe some weird, unique set of circumstances presents itself and you find yourself playing one of these cards. But for the most part, you're very happy to just say, nope, I would just rather never play that and move on with my life. And so the Fs are really just the unplayables, or the ones that are so hyper conditional that you can't ever see it actually coming together.
These are the altars of the brood, if you will. And
yeah,
you actually see a lot more Fs at rare than you do at other rarities, just percentage-wise, because rare is where you put these like really weird, bizarre cards, the Rally the Ancestors, that just really never make it into your deck, but they do something weird and interesting, which is why they end up being not playable in Limited, whereas almost anything is playable in Limited.
Right. Okay, so that's going to do it. Why don't we dive into the cards, Luis? We have a lot to cover here, so if you're at home, put on your seatbelt, kiddos, because this is going to be a long one. Ancient Carp. We're starting with blue. We're going to go through the commons and uncommons together so that you can follow along. And the first one is Ancient Carp. It's a very simple card, Luis. It's a common. It's 4 and a blue for a fish, and it's a 2/5.
It's important that you noted it was a fish, but
I did, yes.
We actually just saw this card at 2/8 in Rotting Mastodon, and Rotting Mastodon ended up being better than it looked.
It did.
So Ancient Carp, even if it is better than it looks a reasonable amount worse. My initial thought is to give this probably like a C-, where you're going to play it in some decks. You're not super happy to play it, but you know, it does gum up the ground. It is strangely good at blocking despite being a fish.
That is weird. You know, my initial is to give it a D. Like, to me, like I look at a card like Ancient Carp and I'm like, you know, this isn't a card that I want to play. Maybe I do occasionally when things don't really come together, but I have a hard time imagining that this is going to be a sort of, you know, deck in and deck out type playable.
Yeah, I think it's just really going to depend on what the kind of average creature looks like. There are less big things that unmorph, unlike you know, the Cons of Tarkir format. So I'm interested to see if this sort of stats can hang. But yeah, it's not a card you really want to play. So I guess D+ is probably even closer to where it actually ends up landing. All
right, so I go D, you go D+. Next one, Anticipate. This card has a lot of hype around it for Constructed. I'm not sure how good it is for Limited. It's 1 and a blue for an instant. At common, it says look at the top 3 cards of your library, put one of them in your hand, and the rest on the bottom of your library in any order.
This card's interesting because if I'm base blue, I don't think I'm ever cutting this card unless my deck is
so low impact, right?
Well, yeah. Well, it's low impact, but it's low cost.
Low cost, yeah. It just has the downside is so low on this thing.
Yeah, the opportunity cost on this is that you have to spend 2 mana, but unless you're like some kind of deck that has 10 2-drops, your turn 2 is usually pretty open, and even then, even if it's not later, you can cast it. What this does is it smooths out your draws. You're less likely to miss your 3rd land drop or hit your 8th land drop, those are both bad things. And Anticipate digs you to your better cards, but it also doesn't do anything itself. It doesn't make your deck like hugely better by having Anticipate. So I think it is a pretty classic C. It's just one of those Cs that you're always going to play, which is, why you have to listen to the discussion of the card, not just look at the grade.
Right. Yeah. I think cards like this are also often the ones that end up being your 23rd, 24th type card, where it's like sometimes it makes it, sometimes it doesn't, just because it doesn't actually do anything. But remember, 3 cards is, by the time the game actually gets rolling, is at almost 10% of your actual remaining library. Like you're digging pretty deep with this thing. The one question I have, Luis, is I've never played Impulse Unlimited before, which this is a sort of a different version of. If I have Island, Land, Anticipate, and a bunch of 3-drops, like, is that just an insta keep?
Oh yeah, I mean it's like keeping a 2-land hand on the draw.
Yeah.
I mean, I that's part of the reason this card is so good, is that in those hands it's very close to a 3rd land, and if you miss in the Anticipate, you still get your draw step. You just put 3 non-lands on the bottom, well, 2 on the bottom, 1 in your hand. Mm-hmm. But in a 5-land hand or 4-land hand, you have Anticipate as another spell. So. And this card is very strong. Multiples do start to cost you, though. At some point when you have like 3 in your deck, you are spending too much time anticipating and not enough time, actually acting.
Right. So
don't fill your deck with too much of this kind of stuff. This is air. It doesn't really do anything intrinsically, but I mean, it's a good card.
Yeah, I like it too. We always try to warn on the show about, playing cards that don't affect the board in a meaningful way, and this doesn't, but I think this makes up for it. I like C for Anticipate.
Yeah, I think it's a very solid C.
Yeah, I think so too. And it could even creep up if the format's slow enough.
It's the kind of card, before we go, that is slightly above replacement level on like your worst cards. So like if you have a deck full of good cards, Anticipate does get better. Like the more good cards you have.
The more bombs. Mm-hmm.
And if you have a deck that has a lot of efficient cards, like efficient removal or maybe some sweepers, Anticipate starts getting better than your average 22nd, 23rd card.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, that's a great point. Next is an uncommon called Bell Toll Dragon. So here's a dragon already in blue. It's 5 and a blue for a 3/3 flying hexproof. But it's also got Megamorph. Now, we talked about the new mechanics in the previous episode of Limited Resources, so if you need a primer on those, you're going to have to go there, though I will read Megamorph the first time here. Just as a refresher. So it says you can cast this card face down as a 2/2 creature for 3 colorless. Same thing as Morph. You can turn it face up anytime for its Megamorph cost, and you get to put a +1/+1 counter on it when you do that. Now, its Megamorph cost is 5 blue for Bell Toll Dragon. So you're either paying 6 mana or 3 mana to put it face down and then 7 mana to turn it face up. But then it's a 4/4 flying hexproof because of that counter. Now it's got another ability. When it's turned face up, you put a +1/+1 counter on each other dragon creature you control, which, seems like a pretty narrow upside without having played the set.
Put a +1/+1 counter on each other dragon you control is the most win more line of text I've ever heard my entire life. Each other dragon. Yeah. You already have one dragon, and you're making your other dragon slightly bigger.
After you pay 7 mana, right. Just in case like you weren't that far ahead. Yeah. So Bell Toll Dragon, though, for me, reads as 6 mana for a 3/3 flying hexproof, or morph it, and then you can turn it up for 7 later and make a 4/4 flying hexproof. So the question is, what kind of rate are we getting there? How do we look at this on the vanilla test, or maybe even the French vanilla test here of 6 mana for a 3/3 flying hexproof? I'm not super stoked about that.
Well, 6 mana 3/3 flying hexproof's behind. You would not play that card in most draft decks, just because it's just not good efficiency. But as we saw drafting these last couple months, the bar for cards you can play face down on turn 3 is pretty low.
Very low.
Just because you get to play it on turn 3 as a 2/2, and that'll often trade for a card, and then later it's better. And that kind of flexibility does make up for this card, which has kind of unimpressive stats on either side. I think this card is a C. I think this whole cycle is a C to C plus.
Okay.
Because we're, very clearly going to see 4 more of these. And Hexproof, one of the better abilities on the cycle. A 4/4 flying Hexproof is no joke. And a 4/4 flying Hexproof that you get to play on 3 if you don't have a 3-drop, and then you get to kind of pay in installments for. I don't know, that I have trouble imagining cutting this card, even if I'm not super excited about it.
Okay. Yeah, and I'll get on my soapbox for just a moment about Morph, and then in this case, Megamorph as well, which is that I think that Morph is one of the most powerful abilities that we have in Limited. And I remember getting into discussions during Cons of Tarkir where people were saying, well, this card's better than this one, or this one's better than that one. And I was always just ended up saying, I'd rather just have the Glacial Stalker. Like, that flexibility that you get is huge. It lets you play Magic in games that sometimes you don't get to play Magic in, and we all know how frustrating and terrible that can be when you just lose a game because you got stuck on three mana. And a card like Bell-Toll Dragon we're talking about here, you have to make sure that you give it credit where credit's due as far as flexibility goes. And like you said, Luis, I kind of don't care, too much about the rest unless it's just completely absurd, which it's not here. And I agree. While this one isn't particularly exciting, the flexibility of Megamorph speaks very loudly to me, and I give this one a C as well.
Yeah, I think flexibility is often underrated. And when you look at a card like Fire Ice, right? One in a red, deal 2 damage, split any way you want. One in a blue, tap a permanent, draw a card. It can be cast as either of those, a split card. Mm-hmm. That card's a vintage playable.
Right.
That card is played in the most powerful format in Magic, but it doesn't look that impressive. It doesn't even look like it would be a great standard card. But the fact is, when you get 2 different effects on the same card, that flexibility is really, really strong. And Bell-Toll Dragon is, it's the Fire Ice of Limited, essentially.
Yeah, sure. So we'll keep that in mind as we head forward into more Megamorph cards. Our next card is a common called Contradict, and it is 3 blue for an instant, and it's very simple. It says counter target spell, draw a card.
What would be very flavorful is if we had vastly different ratings and one of us had to contradict the other, but I suspect neither of us are going to be hugely in love with this card.
I'm not.
I like the text. Counter target spell, draw a card is kind of what I'm looking for, but 5 mana is so much mana, and if your opponent ever reads you for this, they can really, really punish you. They can just not play something when you have 5 mana up.
That's exactly right. The thing that jumps to mind for me for this type of card is that it goes well in a deck where you're trying to get ahead and then stay ahead. If you can get out a quick, aggressive board state that's ahead of your opponent's, Contradict looks great in your hand because you're forcing your opponent to play a spell. And if they don't, then they lose. And now you can tempo them out where you get to draw a card and counter their spell on their turn and then play another thing on your turn and you're way ahead. The downside, though, and this is true of all counter spells, especially unlimited, but especially 5 mana counter spells, is that if you do find yourself behind, and this is limited, it's going to happen. You can't make a deck that's just always ahead at some given point in the game. Contradict looks pretty bad. Even if your best case scenario is go, your opponent casts a spell, you contradict it, but you're still behind on board, you still didn't do anything to actively get yourself out from being behind on board during that turn. And that means that they're going to attack you or do whatever they're going to do. And now it's still back on you to do it. You've kept parity and you've even gotten ahead a card. But there's a lot of time where the cards in your hand and keeping ahead on that isn't as important as keeping ahead on the board. And that's why I don't like Contradict very much for Limited. I'm not saying it's unplayable, but this is not the kind of card that I would like to see. It's too conditional.
Yeah, I think another way to approach this card is in a control deck that has a lot of instants. I like drafting this deck when it was Cons and Fate Reforged, when you had cards like Smite the Monstrous and Kill Shot and Unmorph Costs, or Unmegamorph Costs in this case. So I think Contract probably has room as like a one of in some of those decks. But in general, I think the card is not going to make the cut. And I think if you do want this card, very few other people at the table will. So my inclination is to give this card like a D+, where there are some decks which want the card, but it's so situational that a lot of decks are never going to be sad if they don't get it, even if they would have played it.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I like giving Contradict a D here, but the thing that would unlock it is something you touched on a second ago, which is if the Megamorph costs are something that we're seeing consistently where it's very acceptable to pass the turn with a couple of Megamorphs down, assuming that you're going to use your mana on that, and you can leave Contradict up, then I can see it going up. I just don't have a good enough feel yet for that. So I'm going to give it a D to start off with. Dance of the Skywise is next. It's 1 and a blue for an instant at uncommon. It says, until end of turn, target creature you control becomes a blue dragon illusion with base power and toughness 4/4, loses all abilities, and gains flying. What the heck is going on here?
Yeah, well, this is a kind of a reprint of Wings of Velis Vel, which is a card in Lorwyn, which does the exact same thing, except it makes it a shapeshifter that has all creature types. But,
okay, and this one becomes a dragon instead.
Right. And this card is doing a couple interesting things. One is that it gives you a dragon for the cards in the set that care about you controlling a dragon.
Okay.
But that's not a great use because most of the kickers on those cards, you wouldn't pay 2 mana on a card to activate. So
yeah,
I'm counting that as like a minor bonus. The other is that, well, it makes you have a 4/4 flying creature. The thing is, if your creatures are big, this doesn't make them bigger. It can make them smaller or the same size. And if your creatures are small, it gives you a small bonus. It doesn't give you ever a huge bonus. Like, you're capping out at +4/+3, and realistically, it's going to be +2/+2 a lot of the time.
Right.
So even though it's giving evasion, I think this is on the low end of combat tricks. It's just kind of limited in what it can do. It can only ever trade for 4/4s. It can't ever kill 5/5s. These are not things I'm super excited about. So I think I have to give it a D.
Yeah, I'm on D on Dance of the Skywise as well. I'm not a big fan of the card. It's a little too conditional, and it's hard to imagine a scenario where it's great. It's hard to really pick up a spot where it's like, this card won me the game. It's fantastic. I can't really, come up with anything that I can repeat.
Deal the last 4 damage, but
yeah, and even then, though, I just wonder if this card would be great over maybe just another creature or a better combat trick that would help you do the same.
Right.
Let's take a look at our next card. It is Dirger Nemesis. It's a common. It's 5 and a blue for a 6/5 serpent with, well, it's got Defender. It's also got Megamorph for 6 and a blue. These Megamorph costs are not cheap. We've seen 2 and they're both 7 converted, so quite big.
Yeah, the Megamorph costs have ticked up. This is actually the reverse Wooly Loxodon.
It kind of is.
When you flip it up, it's a 7/6 instead of a 6/7. It costs 6 to cast and 7 to flip instead of the reverse.
Uh-huh.
And it can't attack your opponent.
Which is the best thing to do with a Woolly Loxodon.
Right. I mean, the joke with this card is that you attack with it and then Megamorph it. Because then you get at least 1 attack with it. That does cut into the power level a lot, having Defender. Because when we talk about flexible cards, part of the reason we're talking about it is that in the late game, this can act as your finisher. This card gets 1 hit in, and then it doesn't get any more hits in. And, that means you're not really finishing people with this all that often. It can do the last 7, but you can't, block flip this untap attack. You can't flip this end of turn attack. If you attack and they block with, a 3/3, and then you flip it, you killed their creature, but then they don't have to attack into this, and it's a Defender. So
right.
It is a Megamorph, and it is big enough that it will eat things, so I have trouble giving it much less than a C, I think. But I think C- is there. I feel like I would cut this in favor of the Megamorphs that can actually kill my opponent most of the time.
I think so, too. I think this is going to be on the low end, but still captures that Megamorph thing that we talked about before. I'd give it a C- for Dirger and Nemesis. Next card. Dirger. Elusive Spellfist is 1 and a blue for a 1/3 human monk at common. Quick vanilla test snapshot on that. How do we feel about a 1/3 for 2?
I did not like it in the cons format. I don't think I'm going to love it in this format. In a world full of Megamorphs, these just get outclassed.
Sure.
Because a lot of your opponent's 2/2s that it will stop, it just stops stopping at some point.
Right.
And that's not true in a normal format. So
and it can't trade.
Yeah, I've been unimpressed with the 1/3s and other such vanilla stats.
Okay, so it's got an ability. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Elusive Spellfist gets +1/+0 until end of turn and can't be blocked this turn. So it becomes a 2/3 that can't be blocked if you cast a non-creature spell. If you cast another one, it can even become a 3/3 for a turn. It's kind of playing both sides of the court here, right? It's looks like a defensive spell when you cast it, but then you can start chipping away for damage whenever you play a non-creature spell as well.
Yeah, this card is interesting. It's like cards, like this that require a certain deck to be built around them. I tend to give them around a D to D+ rating because most decks won't want them. And in fact, even in the deck that wants them, this card is not, insane. It's just fine. So I don't know how much work you want to put into this. I think if you're playing a deck with a lot of, say 10 spells, a couple of which have rebound, you'd probably play this card because a 2-mana 2/3 unblockable would be a fantastic card.
That'd be great.
This card is a lot less than that. So I think that it's going to be kind of elusive trying to find the deck that is actually wanting to play multiple of these.
Yeah, I gave it a D. I just again, I feel like there's going to be times when you want to play it, but I think for the most part, you're probably not.
Yep.
Next is Encase in Ice. It's a removal spell, actually. It's an uncommon. You're not going to see them all over the place, but they will be around. 1 and a blue for an enchantment aura. Now, it's a little bit narrow. It's got enchant red or green creature. So the creatures have to be red or green. And remember, we're not dealing with a 3-color format anymore. So it's not like you can just incidentally hit, some random 3-color card. It's got flash. You could play it anytime. You could play an instant. When it enters the battlefield, you tap the creature and it doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. So it really locks down a creature very effectively, does Encase in Ice. It's just that it's only red or green creatures. So probably can't get away with main decking this, right?
No, I mean, the rule of thumb is that if most people are 2 colors, that you're 40% to see them be one of these 2 colors, assuming like an even distribution. That's not good enough to main deck, certainly.
No, because, I mean, if you ever have Encase in Ice stuck in your hand and you literally don't have a target for it in your opponent's deck, it's a disaster. I mean, that is horrible. So, sideboard card, right?
Yeah, in this whole cycle, because there's 1 in each color of a removal spell that only hits 2 specific colors, they are sideboard cards, but they're such good sideboard cards that I would take Encase in Ice over most Cs. I think I would rather have a card that's going to be like, these cards are all kind of in the B range, which is good when you bring them in. And given that, I think you want to take it above the average filler card.
Yeah, I mean, I would give Encase in Ice an even higher grade than B, given that it's blue, cheap, instant speed.
I guess blue never gets this sort of effect, really.
Yeah, not like this. But as it stands, we're going to give it a sideboard rating just because that's where it belongs. And that was one rating I didn't mention at the top. For cards that are sideboard cards, we tend to not give them a letter grade because they're either an A or an F, depending on what you're playing against. Next is called Glint. It's 1 and a blue for an instant at common. It says target creature you control gets +0/+3 and gains hexproof until end of turn. Now that's an interesting one, Luis. I'm not normally a big fan of cards like this that only protect my creatures. But this one's actually a little bit interesting. It really protects it. Like, it gives it hexproof. So if it gets targeted by something, it's going to fizzle it. But also it buffs its toughness by a full 3 until end of turn, meaning that, for most combat scenarios, it's going to be able to survive. Now, the downside here, of course, though, is that it doesn't proactively help you win the game. We've seen effects like this out of white that will give the creature protection from a color until end of turn. And that takes care of a lot of what Glint is doing here, except for that it also allows you to be offensive. If your opponent only has a couple of black creatures that are blockers, you can give your creature protection from black and attack. And Glint doesn't have anything of the sort. It can save your creature in the event that maybe you attack with a 2/2 and they block with a 2/2. Now you can use Glint as a combat trick, / removal spell. But that's pretty, that's not exactly something that I would plan on having happen too often.
Yeah, this card gets a lot better the more high quality creatures you have, because it's relatively cheap and you can play, like let's say you have a monastery mentor in your deck, or not even something that's like that obviously good with this card, but let's say you just have like a good dragon that costs 4 mana, like one of the regents, like the red regent, for example. Playing that and, Glint protecting it is not a bad deal. The fact that it doesn't boost the power at all and doesn't, like you said, get your creatures through in any way means that I don't think most blue decks are going to want this. It's not like their creatures are that great. And in general, this strikes me as more of a sideboard card. I wouldn't give it a sideboard rating because you very much can main deck this card, but I think you're going to end up not playing this more than you're going to play it. I think it's a D because it's just below most of the other combat tricks that help you actually win combats. Yeah,
I'm not a big fan of Glint overall. I don't plan on playing it often. I don't like purely reactive spells like this with there's a small slice where we could get in with it, but I'm giving it like a D-. I'd be surprised if we played it a lot. This next one is called Gudul Lurker, and it's pretty cool. It's one I actually did the preview card for on the column. It's blue for a 1/1 that can't be blocked. It's an uncommon. And it's funny because that's kind of the poster child for the type of card that I always tell people that wouldn't actually see much play unless there was an additional incentive. But on its own, 1/1 unblockable for 1 just isn't good enough. It'll get in for a few damage, but late in the game, it's a real stinker. And even early in the game, oftentimes it gets outclassed so quickly just from your opponent playing a 2/2 or something like that all of a sudden Gudul Lurker doesn't look very good. So you'd need some type of other incentive. We saw cards like this be good with like Bloodthirst and a few things like that. But outside of that, this isn't the deal. Now, it's got an interesting twist, though. It's got Megamorph. So now you can pay it, instead of blue for a 1/1 unblockable, you can pay it face down for 3. And to flip it up, it only costs blue. And now you're getting the +1/+1 counter on it as well. So you turn 3, you play your Gudul Lurker, and then turn 4, you can play something else, like maybe another Megamorph, and then pay the blue to flip this up. And now you've got a 2/2 unblockable, and that's a different ballgame altogether. That one actually can put a decent little clock on your opponent.
Yeah, I like this card, I think, a little bit better than Mystic of the Hidden Way, which was a solid card. That was a 3/2 unblockable, but it costs 3 to flip up instead of 1. And I think Gudul Lurker is going to be a card you're always going to play, you're going to be happy about playing, and you really should not cast on a 1 mana. I said this in my earlier set review too. If this card didn't have the option of casting it for 1 mana, I think more people would win games.
It would be better, right? Isn't that funny?
It clearly would not be strictly better, because sometimes you do want to cast it for 1, but in general, if you get anything out of us talking about this specific card, it's that don't cast it for 1 mana unless you need it to block that turn to win the game or something along those lines.
Right. I gave Gudul Lurker a C+. I am willing to go to B- if it shows me that it's really consistently doing something that needs to be done. But I give it a C+ to start with.
Yeah, that sounds exactly like what I would give it. It's slightly above the average card. You're happy to play it. You're always going to play it. It's not doing anything super, super efficient, but it is just a nice little card.
Yeah. Gurmag Drowner is next. It's got to be good. I don't even know what it does. It's 3 and a blue for a 2/4 Naga Wizard at common. So not an exciting vanilla test here. I would say it passes, but not in a way that, you're like, yeah. You kind of really want to have a need for something with high toughness on the ground. But it's got a new ability that, again, we talked about last week on the show. If you want to find out more about it, you can check out last week's show, but I'll read it here. It's called Exploit. It says, when this creature enters the battlefield, you may sacrifice a creature. And of course, that means that you'll get a bonus. It says, when Gurmag Drowner exploits a creature, look at the top 4 cards of your library, put one of them in your hand and the rest into your graveyard. Ooh.
Cast a little Forbidden Alchemy here.
I like this.
Lives up to the name. I like the exploit cards in general because they're interesting modal cards. On the one hand, you have this as you can always cast as a 4 mana 2/4. So that's like one end of the spectrum. On the other end, you can always sacrifice them to themselves unless your opponent kills them in response to the trigger. So this is at the very worst also a 4 mana Forbidden Alchemy. Look at your top 4 cards, put one in your hand, the rest in the graveyard. So you have the option of those 2 cards without factoring any other cards in. This is just completely self-contained within the Drowner. But then you also have the option of sacrificing a worse creature than a 2/4 to get this ability. So I think when you factor in all those different options, this is a solid playable. It's nothing super spectacular, but if you can get enough good fodder, of which there are many cards in the set that provide this, then Gurmag Drowner is a good card.
Yeah, I think so too. The one thing I want to make sure that people don't overlook is that when you exploit, you're sacrificing a real creature that you cast, and even if it's not your best creature, that is a significant downside. But you're going to find yourself in games that have stalled out where you have redundant creatures that don't matter. You're going to have creatures that are locked up under some type of, aura or something like that. Or if you're desperate, you need to find something else. And like you said, you can sacrifice the Drowner or the other creature, but let's not overlook the cost here. Exploit does cost you, even if it's a token. Every card in limited matters. And that is an effect, but geez, I do love what this thing does. Looking at the top 4 cards and getting one of them no matter what, doesn't matter if it's a land or whatever. That's pretty darn good. I like the Gurmag Drowner actually quite a bit. I give it a B-.
Oh, wow. I think you're real high on that one.
Okay.
I would give it a C.
Okay, you're just going to play it every once in a while, or you're just going to play it but not be excited about it?
I think you're going to play it, and I don't think you're generally going to be excited about it. It does get better the better your deck is, like all card draw. Once you're digging for your awesome, Dragon Lords, it gets better. And there are decks where it definitely hits the grade you give it. If you can pick up multiple familiars or dragon fodders or other creatures that give you death triggers, then Gurmag Drowner does become one of the better cards in your deck. But I think when you see this in a pack, you're not going to be compelled to take it very early.
Okay, that's fair. I may be optimistic, but I'm a fan.
I like drawing cards too, so I can't blame you.
Next is Learn from the Past. It's 3 and a blue for an instant and uncommon. It says target player shuffles his or her graveyard into his or her library. Draw a card.
I'm one of the target audience for this card, and I still think it's basically unplayable in all normal scenarios. It's just not that often that your deck is the kind of deck that really needs you to reshuffle its graveyard. And given that you're paying 4 mana to draw a card and do this, I think this card's an F+.
I think it's terrible. I gave it an F. It's just too expensive for the effect. Next is Monastery Lore Master. This guy looks pretty cool. He's 3 and a blue for a 3/2 Djinn Wizard at common. And he's got Megamorph for 5 and a blue. So face down. As a 2/2 for 3, you can flip him up at the 6 mana slot to make him into a 4/3. If you want, you can just play him from your hand as a 3/2 for 4. When Monastery Lore Master is turned face up, return target non-creature, non-land card from your graveyard to your hand.
Yeah, I really like this card.
How close is that to draw a card for you?
It's better than draw a card.
Ooh, better than draw a card.
I think because it costs 6 mana to do this, by the time you're in a position where you can flip up Monastery Lore Master, I'd much rather draw a spell that I used earlier than draw a random card off my deck. Just because a random card off your deck is going to be a land 40% of the time.
Right, and this is going to be a spell almost all the time by that stage of the game.
Yeah, and yes, it is non-zero that you have this, you have the mana to flip it, and you've not played a spell, but that doesn't seem very likely, especially in a deck where you did take this card and put it in your deck.
Right.
Like, you're not playing this in a two spell deck very often. But yeah, this is a Megamorph with solid stats. Casting it is okay. Playing it face down is okay. Flipping it makes it a 4/3, which is, again, all these are just okay.
Yeah.
But it has draw a card in it. And like I just said, draw more than just a random card. So
I like it. Yeah, card seems cool.
I think this is one of the cards that will make these like spell heavy blue decks win the long game. Is just getting to play a couple of these and having them be good in your deck is just really good if the game is going long.
Kind of combos with the Gurmag Drowner as well. You can get more stuff in your yard.
The Drowner either finds spells or puts them directly into your graveyard. So
right. Yeah, I like it. What grade did you give the Lore Master?
I still think this is probably just like a C+. Mm-hmm. I think there are some decks that are going to be like pretty excited about this card when they have some good spells to get back, but it still costs 6 mana to flip it up. So I don't think it's that far above replacement.
Yeah, I would like to just see a little bit better on the stats at any one of the spots to give it up into the B range. So I give it a C+ as well. Mystic Meditation is next. It's a 3 and a blue for a sorcery at common. It starts off by saying draw 3 cards. I like the start. Trails a little from there. Then discard 2 cards unless you discard a creature card.
This card is significantly worse than a similar card that we've seen in the past, Compulsive Research. That was 2 and a blue, same text, except you had to discard a land instead of a creature.
Right.
Discarding that creature is tough because it means you're discarding a real spell, like an actual card. Also, some of the decks are not going to be super creature dense, so they're just not going to have as many creatures to discard. And when you're paying 4 mana, you can generally do better than draw 3, discard 2. You're not up cards there, you're just down time. Yeah,
like I think you'd rather have a Weave Fate type card than that. This is a sorcery for 4. I have pretty high expectations for what this thing does, and this is worse than Divination, right?
I believe this is worse than Divination, yes. And I think Divination is good, but this card is not amazing. You're going to play it a decent amount of the time in a deck that's like struggling to hit spells and has lots of creatures. Because if you have enough creatures to discard, this card is card advantage. But I don't think that you're going to go out of your way to pick this up. It's going to land somewhere close to Weave Fate, and ultimately Weave Fate, I think, despite my love for it, was in the D range. So I think I would call this card like a D.
I gave it a D as well. Next is Negate. It's 1 and a blue for an instant counter target non-creature spell. It is a common.
Negate's an interesting card because where it lands on the scale in Limited it varies wildly from format to format.
Yes.
One thing to note is that if you're playing sealed, say you're going to the pre-release this weekend, definitely main deck negate. You might even be almost always main decking two of them. Just in sealed, people always play the removal, and they always have good removal, so you can get away with main decking it. I think I'm going to main deck this card in draft. I'm going to start at least. I'm going to try doing that because when you cast this card, it's generally very good because your opponent sets up a combat where they need a combat trick to win, or they try to kill your best creature, and sometimes you counter cards like Mystic Meditation that they spend their turn on. That being said, I don't think you have to go out of your way to prioritize this just because it is a somewhat reactive card, and sometimes you play against a deck that has only a couple targets. But I would say the average deck is going to have enough cards that I'm happy playing this. So I would give it a C.
That's interesting. I actually come down on the other side. I don't generally start negate unless I feel like I have a good incentive to do so from the format, or if out of the sideboard, if I feel like there's some, if I've seen enough good targets for it. I am just hate getting stuck with cards like this in my hand and falling behind on the board, just hoping that they cast anything that I can negate. I mean, the thing that it's easy to get trapped on, I think, with cards like this is that you counter anything and you kind of feel almost relieved that you got it out of your hand. Sometimes you counter something great and you feel fantastic, but other times you counter something mediocre. And, there's a real cost to leaving up that mana sometimes. We'll see if Megamorph helps mitigate that cost a bit in this set, but I've got negate at D. It's the kind of card that I'll play occasionally, and if I see a good reason for it, and maybe this set is one of those sets where it ends up being very good, or at least playable. But I want to kind of wait it out, and I'm going to start off on the other side of the fence than you're at.
Yeah, and this is one of the ratings I'm the least sure about, just because how the format ends up playing and what people's decks look like is really hard to tell from just looking at the spoiler.
Yeah,
but I have liked how negate works in like core sets, for example, and I think this is more spell heavy than that. I tended to main deck at the last core set that negate was legal. So
I remember I did too, and near the end. I didn't at the beginning though, and that's kind of the same approach I'm taking here.
Yeah, I think it could land on either side, and either way, if I'm blue, I also really want like 1 to 2 negates in every draft because sometimes when you board them in, they're just the best card in your deck.
Yeah. Next is Ojutai Interceptor. I like the name. It's 3 and a blue for a common bird soldier with flying, and it's a 3/1, which is, it may be a little bit below rate, but perfectly playable, I think. And it's got Megamorph for 3 and a blue. Wow.
Yeah. First of all, I think 3/1 for flyer for 4 just is rate. I don't think it's above rate. I don't think it's below rate either. I think the difference is a 4-mana 2/2 and a 4-mana 3/1 are very different when they have flying. A 3-power flyer ends the game really quickly. So I think that this is already a playable starting out with, and giving it Megamorph so that you can play it on turn 3, and also it's a common 4-power flyer. Wow. I think this cracks the B range. I think this is a B- just because sometimes you just kill your opponent so easily with this card, and you can also just run it out for 3 and trade it with their 3-drop.
Now, that's really interesting. So the sequence being quite simply played as a face down morph on turn 3, turn 4, pay the Megamorph cost of 3 and a blue, and now you've got a 4/2 flyer, hit them for 4 in the air, and now you've got a game plan, right? Now you just protect the bird here, and as long as you're able to do that, you're going to finish off your opponent quickly. There's going to be a lot of games where your opponent curves out in a pretty reasonable way on the ground, but just loses to your Ojutai Interceptor in the air because you've spent mana in 2 consecutive turns to get it going, and then after that, you can kind of focus your game plan on keeping it alive and blocking on the ground. This card seems great.
Yeah, and I think that some of the games you'll flip it on turn 4 and try to ride it to victory. Others, you'll wait till a couple turns later, and then that'll happen, and it'll be awesome there too.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I'd go B- on Ojutai Interceptor.
Yep, completely agree.
Beater. Ojutai's Breath is an interesting one. It's also our first rebound spell. So it's 2 and a blue for an instant at common. It says tap target creature. It doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. This will remind people of Crippling Chill. But it's also got rebound. If you cast a spell from your hand, exile it as it resolves. At the beginning of your next upkeep, you may cast this card from exile without paying its mana cost. So basically all the rebound spells you get to do twice. Once when you cast it, and then at the beginning of your next upkeep, you get to do it again for free. So how good is Ojutai's Breath? It taps down a creature. I think that the normal sequence, Luis, would be something along the lines of your opponent's going to go to their attacks. You cast Ojutai's Breath to tap down their best attacker, and then After they pass the turn to you, it comes to your upkeep. You get to play it again. You tap down their best blocker, and the way is clear. And both of those creatures, neither of them are going to untap during their controller's next untap step. You can really lock down a lot for quite a while with this card.
Yeah, this card it's a crippling chill, but it always draws you another crippling chill that you get to cast for 0 mana.
Yeah, a free crippling chill. That's
on balance, I actually think it's a little bit worse than crippling chill in the sense that it doesn't fit into as many decks. Crippling chill you can always play because it's cycled.
Because you drew a card when you cast it.
Right. Ojutai's Breath is more powerful in the decks that want this effect, but less good in the decks that don't. And what that means is that you're not going to see every deck playing this card. If you're not aggressive, I don't think you want this card. I don't think that this is a good defensive option because you're just going to end up in the same spot a couple turns later if you're not advancing the board. On the other hand, if you're racing, if you're aggressive, this card, is fairly powerful. Whether it's the kind of card you're going to main deck more often than not, I can't say. My guess is that this comes in somewhere close to D+, just because a lot of decks just aren't interested in this effect.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said. I gave it a C-. I just think that the upside is so high when it does come in that I bumped it up a little bit. But I agree, especially about the part about being the aggressive deck for Ojutai's Breath. Ojutai's Summons is next. It's 3 blue for a sorcery at common, and you get a 2/2 blue Djinn monk creature with flying, and it's got rebound. So basically you pay 5 mana for a 2/2 flying token, and then on your upkeep you get another one. This is a tough card to evaluate.
It is. It's tickets to the Blue Djinn monk show. It's
what the heck?
It's 2/2 flyers, but over the course of 2 turns, and it's not super efficient mana-wise, but I think this card is good. I think this card is going to end up being pretty powerful. This is another blue common that gives you 4 points of flying power.
Now, why don't you think this is efficient mana-wise? The card that comes to mind that I think of is a card like Air Elemental, a 4/4 flying for the same converted mana cost. Now, I don't think that Ojutai Summons is quite as good as that, but over the course of the turn and then back to your upkeep, you do end up with an Air Elemental worth of flyers. And, there's some scenarios where having them broken up into 2/2/2s is actually better. And then there's also, of course, some that aren't as good.
Yeah, it's like 80-20 though. I would rather have a 4/4 flyer if I could pick the two.
Yeah.
But the problem is the first time you cast it, you're paying 5 for a 2/2, which is not necessarily enough to get you where you need to be on board, especially if you're on the defensive. And against cards like Negate, it is quite weak. That being said, I think this is one of the better blue commons.
Okay, so you do think it's pretty good.
Oh yeah, I do think the card is good.
Because what you said about the defense is huge, right? If you played an Air Elemental 4/4 flyer for 5, now all your creatures 2/2s and 3/3s just don't get to attack you unless they have some type of trick or removal spell. With Ojutai Summons, if you're under a lot of heat and you play it, you've got a 2/2 flyer. Your opponent's like, sure, attack with everything. Like, they don't care. Your 3/3, their 3/3s just get to go right by it, and their 2/2s trade for the monk anyway. And that's, of course, much better than a scenario for your opponent than it would have been if you had a 4/4 flyer. So, yeah, I think this is a bit worse. How good is it, though?
My initial thought is that this card is like a B-.
Oh, you think it's that good?
Yeah, I think it could end up being a C+ depending on the speed of the format. I don't know what the average board state is on turn 5 when you want to cast this. If you have the time for this card is, one of the most powerful commons. It's, again, 4 points of flying power and toughness.
Right.
So I want to give this a high grade to start with, though I think it could be range in between, C+ to B- pretty easily.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to give it a C+, just because of what we talked about with the blocking stuff. Oh, you're back. It's Palace Familiar. Isn't this a reprint? It is.
Surveilling Sprites. So Palace Familiar and Surveilling Sprites is a 1 and a blue for a 1/1 flyer. And then when it dies, draw a card.
Yeah.
So I like this card even back in Ravnica when the Sprite was first printed just as a value card. It's a 2-mana 1/1 that, can always chump block and get you the card back. It can really, really make your opponent's life miserable if they have a 2/1 in play. And it's a flyer, so sometimes you peck them for 4 or 5 points of damage over the course of the game. It's got additional implications in this set because it's not only in the set with Exploit, it's in one of the 2 colors with Exploit. So Palace Familiar is the kind of card you're looking for when you've got your Gurmak Drowners ready and raring to go.
Now the question is, where do you take them, right? They become part of a cohesive whole, but you're going to take the Drowner over the Familiar, right? Like these aren't the priority type cards, but they are the cards that you're really happy to have in your deck.
Right now, I think I'd take Palace Familiar over Drowner. I think I would rather end up with Palace Familiar and no Drowner than the other way around.
Okay, so you're going to prioritize this as the foundation for a deck like that, and then hope to fill in the holes with the cool exploit cards a little bit further down the line.
Yeah, I think that the reason for that is that I like Palace Familiar in a deck without exploit. I think it's a playable card. I think what it does is good enough by itself that I would rather end up in the spot where I had, one or two of these and no ways to really, really abuse them than the other way around where I have some 4 or 5 mana exploit cards and not really good fodder.
Okay.
Because I think you end up in a much worse spot if you're Silumgar Butcher and Gurmag Drowner with no really good ways to use them. Whereas Palace Familiar is just a nice little efficient card. It gets your card back. It can soak up 3 to 4 points of damage. It can again really punish your opponent for playing X1s. So
yeah, I love cards like this.
I think Palace Familiar is a C+, and I think you're happy to play this card always.
I gave it a C+ as well, and for that reason, I think this card is super sweet. Very, very low downside, easy to cast. That's a huge thing too. Oh, yeah. Like, even if you get stuck on mana, you have your Palace Familiar, like, sure, block, try to draw a card, try to find lands, do whatever you need to do. And then, as you mentioned before, these games pop up a lot more often than it seems, where this thing gets in for 4 or 5 and is actually just very annoying for your opponent. Next is Carsey Deceiver. We talked about this because it was one of our preview cards, Luis. And so we'll go over it again here real quick, but I think people have probably got our feel for it. It's 1 and a blue for an 0/4 Naga Wizard at Uncommon. And you can tap it to add 1 colorless mana to your mana pool. But you can only spend that mana to cast face-down creatures or pay the mana cost of a manifested creature or to pay a morph cost, which of course includes Megamorph.
This card is not super exciting just because of how infrequently you're going to get to use the mana and because of how much it relies on other cards. By itself, a 2 mana 0/4 is not really what I'm looking to play.
Right.
So you really want to be drawn by the ability to put this in your deck. And unless you have, I think, 5 to 7 or more good ways to use that mana, it doesn't seem like it's really going to be worth the entire card. So I think this card is a pretty classic D.
Yeah, I do too. I don't even know if the upside is super amazing anyway. Getting to flip up your Megamorph 1 turn early doesn't seem... It's powerful, but you're paying an entire card for it that doesn't do a whole lot on its own, and that's a steep cost. Yep. Go ahead.
No, I was just agreeing with you. I think that a card that the downside is that it's not worth a card, and the upside is sometimes you get to do something a turn earlier that you probably get to do anyway. That's not really what I'm looking for in a build around.
Exactly. Reduce in Stature is 2 and a blue for an enchantment aura at common. It enchants a creature, and the creature has base power and toughness of 0/2. So that's the way that they word things now. But reduce in Stature just basically makes any creature that you enchant with it an 0/2 instead of whatever it was. Now, it's going to keep its other abilities. So
it's going to keep its +1/+1 counters from Megamorph too.
That's a good point. Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, this feels like kind of traditional blue removal to me, where you're kind of like, well, I mean, if you're getting beaten down by a dragon, you would be quite happy to have Reduce in Stature in your hand and to turn that 5/5 into an 0/2 with flying or whatever. I don't know. How close does this hit as far as, actual removal goes for you?
This is blue removal in the sense that it still gives the creatures the ability. It keeps any counters, so it's not always really dealing with the creature. It also lets them chump block with it at least once still. And it's also sticking around for exploit purposes. So yeah. It's got all these drawbacks, but also it's a 3 mana spell that can turn their 6/6 into an 0/2.
Yeah,
and
their
that
best
does
card.
Effectively deal with it. Yeah. I don't think blue gets much better than this, especially at common.
Right.
And I think you're going to play this, at least the first copy, probably the second, every time you draft it. So it sounds like a C+ to me, where it's like, it's not super efficient and it's not insanely powerful, but it does the thing it says. It does kill a creature. It does a very good job of that.
Yeah, I really like cards like this in a control deck. This can take out their best threat, and as long as you're the one that has inevitability, you don't care if they chump block once with it. Sure, chump block, no problem. Next turn, I'm going to come back again, and I've got these card draw spells and these big bombs, and I'm going to finish you off in the long game. It does get to be a bit annoying when you're trying to beat them down really quickly, and you reduce in stature and attack with your creature, and they get to block with it anyway, or maybe they get to augment the creature or whatever. There's some downside there, but I think I like it. I give it a C+.
Yeah, I do believe
blue does what blue's got to do, right?
Yeah. One thing to note with this card, and really any card, is that cards like this are very impacted by what you see out of your opponent's deck. Even though this card is a C+, even though it's a good main deck card that you're happy to play, if you play against someone with like 3 exploit creatures, just take this card out of your deck. It's not where sideboarding is a tool, you have to use it, and having cards like Reduce in Stature in your deck against someone who can really punish you for doing that is just not a good plan.
Right. And speaking of punishing people for doing that, we've got Sidisi's Faithful next. I think this card's pretty cool. It's blue for an 0/4 Naga Wizard at common, which sadly does not pass the vanilla test. That's a lot of toughness for only 1 mana, but
it is.
You really do want something that can block and at least potentially trade with some creatures, and Sidisi's Faithful just doesn't do that. But it's got exploit. So when Sidisi's Faithful exploits a creature, return target creature to its owner's hand, which is, well, that's one of my favorite lines of text that you could put on a Magic card. So, if we look at this sort of under a different lens, we could see it as a sorcery for blue that returns a creature to its owner's hand, which is kind of interesting. And I don't think that card would be unplayable. I don't think it would be great. A sorcery speed unsummon, as we call it, is a thing. But it's when you get, to keep the creature on the battlefield and sacrifice something that you weren't using or that was locked up under one of these auras that we talked about or whatever, and return it to your hand. It can actually get pretty good. I wish this was a little better. It just feels like it's missing a little something to make me really excited about it, even though it's ostensibly kind of one of the mana wars for the set.
Yeah, if you look at this as a mana war and even Surveyor, you're going to be disappointed because this is not that card. This doesn't increase your board presence in really any meaningful way. Thing is, I wouldn't play 1 blue sorcery return a creature, and I wouldn't play a 1 blue 0/4. So having the option between them isn't that exciting, and it's unlikely that you're sacrificing a creature that's worse than this because this card is not very good. So I think this is a D. I think I would only play this in certain circumstances. It's a good sideboard card against cards like Pacifism and Reduce in Stature or against a bunch of auras, but on its own merits, I don't think this card makes it.
Interestingly, I could see the case for playing Sidisi's Faithful against people that are playing Reduce in Stature, but just returning, sacrificing the Faithful and then returning your creature so you can recast it.
In both cases, yeah, when I was talking about Pacifism and Reduce in Stature, I don't mean sacrificing the creature that's enchanted. I mean sacrificing the Faithful.
Yeah, so that makes me very sad. I'm going to give it a D+ because I like cards like this.
You're faithful.
Yeah, I am faithful. Sight Beyond Sight is 3 and a blue for a sorcery at uncommon. And it says, look at the top 2 cards of your library. Put one of them in your hand and the other on the bottom of your library. Now, that card used to cost a blue mana. Now it costs 4 blue mana. But if you're willing to work with me, I can get you a 2-for-1 here. I can get you Rebound and buy one, get one free. So you get to do this twice. So you spend your entire turn 4 to look at the top 2 cards of your library. You get one. The other one goes on the bottom. And then on your upkeep, you get to do it again. This feels very expensive to me.
Yeah, I actually think it's good enough. Really? Slight beyond slight here.
Yeah.
You're paying 4 mana, which is expensive, but it's much better than a divination. It's like a divination, except draw 2, look at 1, draw 2, look at 1. Or draw 2, choose 1, draw 2, choose 1. Mm-hmm. That's a good amount of card selection, and it is a 2-for-1. I think those two things combined make me happy enough paying 4 mana for this card.
Man, it's close for me. I love what it does. I hate the cost and that it's a sorcery. Like, I am just loath to imagine a board state where I can just be like, guys, you keep playing. I'm going to spend 4 mana and just do nothing here for my turn. Like, when do you anticipate being able to actually carve out the time to cast this thing?
I don't think I'm in love with casting on turn 4. I agree with you there. It's not a card that adds to your board in any way, shape, or form. What I do think it's good at doing, though, is on turn 6 or 7, just making it so you pull ahead. And if you have a curve that involves a prowess creature or one of the creatures in this set that has like, pseudo prowess where it triggers, even though it doesn't have the little word prowess, it's a good card with that too.
Okay. Man, I really want to like this card, man. I just feel like that 4 is just oppressive. I don't really know where they could go with it. Like if they made it 3, that would be kind of silly.
Yeah, it'd be way too good at 3.
Right. So it's weird because like since there's nothing in between 3 and 4, it's kind of like, to me, it kind of fell off of a cliff a little bit here at 4. I'm going to give it a D+.
I think it's a solid C. I think most blue decks are going to play this card and be happy to play it.
God, if you're right, I'm going to be so happy. I want to play this card. I want to play Sight Beyond Sight, but I'm just hoping that I'll actually get the chance to. What's the next card?
It's a Silumgar Sorcerer.
Mm-hmm.
It's 1 and 2 blue for a 2/1 flash flying, which is already kind of aggressive stats. I mean, 3 mana for a 2/1 flyer is good. Giving it flash just gives it extra utility.
Yeah.
But it also has exploit, and when it exploits, you counter target creature spell.
What?
Yeah, this card is very good.
Holy smokes, this card is sweet.
It's a 3 mana counter target creature spell, which, not exciting, but not unplayable by any stretch. And it's a 3 mana 2/1 flyer. And if you have bad creatures to sacrifice, which, you're going to have creatures worse than this most of the time just because a 2/1 flyer is not bad.
Right.
This card does a lot of different things that are all good. This is the exact kind of exploit card I like, where both sides are good and the combination is good. So
I'm really impressed.
I think this is a B-. I don't think it's a quite a B because you do have to do a little bit of work to make it work, but I think it is a B-.
All right. Well, I'm giving it a B. I'm going for it. Silumgar Sorcerer. I'm in. That is a kind of uncommon. I want to open. It makes me want to play blue. The reason why I did bump up to B is just because of that flexibility. I just like that no matter what direction I go with this card, I feel like I'm at least getting a 1-for-1 and sometimes even a little bit better.
Yeah.
Ooh, this next one looks cool too. At least with the artwork. What is that one?
We've got a Silumgar Spell Eater. It's
Wait, that is not the one that we just talked about?
Yeah, it is not.
How is that not the Spell Eater anyway?
No, that was the Creature Eater.
Oh, okay, sure.
So what the Spell Eater does, it's 2 and a blue for a 2/3, a Naga Wizard.
Okay.
And it has
that's
Mega.
Okay.
Yeah, 3 mana 2/3 is
it's okay.
Slightly, I think below par in these last couple formats.
I don't know. Like it's felt good against matching up against morphs when you've played a 2/3 for 3.
Yeah. I think a 2/3 for 3 is slightly below what you want though. I think it's playable, but it's just not great. Okay. But this has Megamorph, so it's already ahead there. And the Megamorph is 4 and a blue, so yeah, you can flip this up, make it a 3/4. When you flip it face up, counter target spell unless its controller pays 3. This card's strong.
Wow, that's really good too.
It's no Keru Spell Snatcher, which I think ended up being actually just a solid rare. Silumgar Spell Eater, it's a mana leak, it actually just casts the card mana leak when you flip it up, but you get to pass with your mana up, and then if your opponent doesn't do anything, hopefully you have other instants to play, or you can just flip this into a 3/4 if it doesn't look like your opponent's biting, but often it's just going to be a 2-for-1.
Wow, this card seems great too.
Yeah, I like this card a lot.
Yeah, because in my mind, the 2/3 for 3 is right where I want to be as far as like sort of the middle ground for the vanilla test. The Megamorph gives it even more flexibility to become a bigger creature later. And then, of course, you get this random thing where sometimes you just nab a spell for free. This card seems great. I like Silumgar Spell Eater.
Yeah, this I'm comfortable giving a B. I think it just doesn't. It gives you enough value, and it's a 2-for-1 in and of itself.
Yeah.
That I don't think you're costing yourself much by putting this in your deck, and sometimes you'll pick up a pretty sizable advantage.
That's going to be so annoying when people play a Megamorph in blue, pay their 5th land, and just say go. You're just like, oh man,
yeah,
got a Spell Eater.
This is an uncommon, unlike the Spell Snatcher. So at least the Spell Snatcher was rare, so you don't have to worry about it all the time. Now, if you're in that position, you just have to be like, go.
Yes. All right, next one is Silumgar Scorn. Let's see if we can keep up the track record for Silumgar's cards here. It's blue.
We'll see.
It's blue for an instant at uncommon, and it says as an additional cost to cast Silumgar Scorn, you may reveal a dragon card from your hand.
Otherwise known as the brag clause. Hey, look at the sweet dragon I've got.
Counter target spell unless its controller pays a colorless. If you revealed a dragon card or controlled a dragon as you cast Silumgar Scorn, counter that spell instead.
So
yeah, this just has a lot going on, but I think the idea here, maybe you can build around this in some constructed deck that has a bunch of extra dragons or whatever, but like it feels like for limited, you're not going to be able to control how many dragons you have enough. But I think the good news is that if you want a Silumgar Scorn, you're probably going to be able to get one. It isn't uncommon actually, but still.
It's the kind of card that people I think are going to look at and be like, whoa, well, Force Spike's good enough a lot of the time, and this is a counterspell if I've got a dragon. It's somewhere in between those two things, just because sometimes you draw this on turn 5 and you don't have a dragon and the card's just dead.
Yeah.
And as a counterspell, you have to leave your mana up. Imagine leaving mana up on turn 4 for this, and your opponent plays a card off curve and has a mana left over.
Oh, no. And it's
disastrous.
also double blue, right? Which even though we're back to 2-color decks, presumably it's still, double blue. You need that at the right time. If you just happen to only draw one island for a while, your opponent curves out on you. Your Silumgar Scorn sits in hand until it's useless. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this one at all.
No, I think if you're lucky enough to have 4 good dragons in your deck, then I'm a little more inclined to play this, but I would start with this card being like an F+.
Yeah, I'm in the F range for Silumgar Scorn. I'll probably get gotten by it a few times from people randomly playing it, but I'm not that worried about it. Skywise Teachings is next. It's 3 and a blue for an enchantment at uncommon, and it says whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you may pay 1 and a blue. If you do, put a 2/2 blue Djinn monk creature token with flying onto the battlefield. Dude, you got upgraded.
I did. I'm happy, but I'm also unhappy. So what we're talking about, of course, is that I really liked Goblin Slide back in the previous 2 draft formats and drafted a lot of decks with Goblin Slide. But part of that was because people didn't think that card was good, and in fact took a little bit of work, let's just say, to make it good. I think Skywise Teachings is a enough higher power level that people are going to take this a little bit more often. The fact is, getting a 2/2 flyer for 2 whenever you play a spell is a very good deal. This card does set you behind on board. So you can't just put this in your average blue deck for multiple reasons. One, you need a lot of spells in your deck. If you don't have 10 plus spells, then this card is pretty borderline. Though rebound spells do count a little bit extra, so I could see getting away with it if you had like 8 spells, but 5 of them had rebound. But most importantly, this doesn't add to your board the turn you cast it. When you make 1 Djinn, you're still behind. When you make 2 Djinns, you're kind of at parity. You really have to make your 3rd and 4th Djinn before you really start seeing dividends. And that takes a very special kind of deck to really harness that power. And that's the kind of deck that has a lot of good ways to stabilize the board and go to the longer games and draw extra cards and all the things that I just really want to be doing. So
yeah. Skywise Teachings feels like one of those cards that gives you inevitability for the very late game. But if it's a spell that you're casting on curve or any time in the early to mid part of the game, like you're probably falling behind pretty significantly. Even if you just got the 4 mana for Teachings, and then if you untap, let's say you do or you don't have your 5th mana. Even if you do, your non-creature spell has to cost 3 or less so that you can even activate the Teachings. That in the case that you don't, and let's say that you untap, play a land, but your non-creature spell costs 4. Now you're waiting a whole extra turn just to cast it, and that can start to get out of hand pretty quickly. Now you can do this at instant speed, right? So that's kind of a thing.
Yeah, you have to have instance, of course, to trigger it, but right. you do get to do it whenever you play a spell.
So is rebound really the key for this, though? Is it, you play a rebound spell, you make a Djinn, you untap, you go to your upkeep. Are you still casting it on rebound? I should have looked this up, but
you are.
Okay.
This is a combo with rebound. I think it would be pretty horrendous game design to put this in a set.
I didn't want to get too, yeah. So is that the idea behind this card? Because I'm not really sold on this. This is clunky.
You need a way to trigger this a bunch of times, otherwise it's not good. And rebound is one of those ways. The other way is card draw. If you draw enough cards, then you're going to get enough spells. Rebound is the best though because it's not only 2 triggers, it's also mana efficient because you don't pay the mana the second time.
Right.
So
exactly.
you're only paying for Skywise Teachings. I could even see turn 4 Skywise Teachings, turn 5 Ojutai Summons, turn 6 rebound, make 2 Djinns. That sounds like a fine start to me. You end up behind on turn 4 and 5, but pretty far ahead on turn 6 under most circumstances.
I already know what you're thinking. You're just thinking can I trigger Skywise Teachings with my other Skywise Teachings and go off?
Yeah, I like this card. I'm not going to lie, but I am also someone might disagree. I also consider myself a realist, and I think this card is a D, but a D in the range where with the right deck behind it, this can actually drive a deck. It's, it is an engine. So sometimes engines do overperform their actual rating. So
that is true.
If you listen to all I'm saying about how to make this card work, you have a sense, but it is just a D in a random pack, and you probably shouldn't take it most of the time you see it.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a D-. I think you'll maybe find a spot for
Disrespectful.
it. I'm sorry. All right, next is Taigom's Strike. It's 3 and a blue for a sorcery at common. It says target creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn and can't be blocked this turn, and it's got rebound.
This is an aggressive card. It's
very aggressive.
This is like 8 damage if you target a 2-power creature over the course of 2 turns. That's a lot of damage.
It is.
Whether blue decks want to pay 4 mana to deal 8 damage, that's not as clear to me.
No, I mean, blue decks are the ones that are supposed to have the evasive creatures anyway. We've already seen Unblockable and Flying come up multiple times in the set review so far. I can't imagine that Taigom Strike as a sorcery, I mean, all it does is push through damage. Now that
this is not a combat trick of any sort.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything else in that. In fact, it actually just prevents you from getting into combat at all. I don't generally like cards like this that much, but they do tend to sneak in sometimes when you find that your opponent has a ridiculous ground game that you just can't ever get through, but they're not really going to punish you, for playing a spell like this. One thing I really dislike about it is that it costs 4 mana. That is a lot of mana. You tap out or use up, your turn's worth of mana for Taigom Strike. Your opponent kills your creature. You don't get to rebound, and you've done nothing for the turn. Like, that is a really risky play. I mean, if that happens and you win the game, I will, you deserve a trophy, because I don't think that that's going to happen very often. I think that this is one of those high risk, medium reward cards, maybe even low reward. Like, I'm not a big fan. I'm definitely low on Taigom Strike. I think it's going to be a card that we're not going to see too much play. But when you do bring it out of the board against the right opponent, it could definitely do its job.
I'm missing my Whirlwind Adepts now.
Yeah, no kidding. There you go.
I think this card fits the profile of a D. It's, like you said, high risk, low to medium reward. But some decks that want this, where they have 2 Taigom Strikes at the top of their curve when they're really aggressive, I mean, sometimes you just cast this card and your opponent's like, wow, now I can't win because I'm taking 5 this turn and 5 next turn. So
true.
It does a lot of damage, and I think that power level is there. You just have to know when to harness it, and don't get this in your deck and sealed. If whatever you do.
Yeah, I'm giving it a D-. I'm not a fan of the card.
All right, I like that.
Updraft Elemental is 2 and a blue for a 1/4 with Flying. It's a common. That's it.
What's Updraft?
That's. Oh no.
That's the best part about this card. No, the card itself is fine.
That is the best part about it. So it's not terrible, right? Like a 1/4 Flying, that's a lot of toughness, and it's only 3 mana. I don't know. It feels. If it was a 1/3 Flying for 3, I'd be pretty down on it, but that extra point of toughness might be important. In any case, this card's not exciting, right? Like, I don't think that there's any world where this is going to be a card that pulls you in any strong direction, but I could definitely see this making the cut a decent amount of the time.
I think this card's quite solid. The extra point of toughness is huge. Going from a 1/3 to a 1/4, we have a 1/3 flyer, Territorial Rock, that we're going to go over later. And I'm not a big fan of Territorial Rock. On the other hand, Updraft Elemental blocks just a larger portion of the field. I think you're going to end up playing this card, more often than not. I think this card is like a C-.
Yeah, I was thinking C- for it as well. Again, not a huge impact card in any case, but seems very playable. Void Squall is an uncommon sorcery that costs 4 and a blue, so 5 mana. Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Mostly a creature that you'll be targeting with this, but sometimes you'll hit other stuff. And it's got rebound. So you get to ultimately end up returning 2 cards to their owner's hands, or 2 permanents, I should say, to their owner's hands. Void Squall. How much tempo do we need to play a sorcery speed 5 mana bounce spell? Is this enough?
I'm leaning towards no, not quite enough. The problem I see is that when you pay 5 mana for this, often, especially in a format with Megamorphs where your opponent hasn't really invested in mana into flipping their creatures yet, they have like 2 3-drops and a 4-drop in play, and you're not really getting a ton of value there. Because remember, with bounce, you're always down a card.
Right.
Like, at the end of this, yes, you bounced 2 things, but that wasn't a 2-for-1 in your favor. There was a 2-for-1 in your opponent's favor because your Void Skull went to the graveyard and your opponent's creatures did not.
Right.
So I think I would need a pretty specific deck before I'd be happy about running Void Skull, or to know what was in my opponent's deck.
Yeah, I think the sorcery speed nature of this card, it really hurts it a lot too. Again, it harkens back to what you talked about earlier about wanting to be the aggressor. When you play cards like this, get something out of the way, get in there for a bunch. Even if they replay it, it's going to go back to their hand again. It can really make life complicated for your opponent if they're attempting to block you, especially if you've got, let's say, 2 or 3 flyers up in the air, and they play something with reach or a flyer of their own. That's where Void Squall can get it out of the way, get you in for a bunch of damage. They replay it, you get it out of the way, you get in for a bunch of damage again, and it can maybe be a finisher. But I have a hard time calling this card efficient, right? 5 mana is a heck of a lot, and all you get on the turn you cast it is just to bounce 1. Now, it is non-land permanent, so be creative. There's going to be some times when you can bounce some things that are kind of cool. But yeah, sometimes you bounce their exploit creature, and sometimes that's good for you, and sometimes it's not. Sometimes you let them exploit again. Other times, they have to forego the exploit the second time because they'll just fall too far behind on board or whatever. But yeah, I'm not super high on Void Squall. It's my kind of card, but I definitely think that you need to be in a deck where you're trying to be aggressive.
Yeah, the fact that you're paying 5 mana and you end up down a card, it's
a tough sell.
I think this card's a D.
Yeah, I'm on D as well. It's just, it doesn't replace removal. Youthful Scholar is 4 mana for a 2/2 human wizard at uncommon, and holy smokes, this card is cool. I cannot wait to play this. It's when it dies, you draw 2 cards.
That's a big game.
That's huge.
This is a self-contained 3-for-1, assuming you can trade it for a card. And it's not hard to trade it for a card. It's a 2/2, which brawls reasonably well, and there's exploit in the set.
Yes.
I think this card's awesome.
It's fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah, this card I think is a very solid B.
So somebody tweeted me and said they reprinted Mole Drifter, and I'm like, what? And they're like, well, not really. But then I read it and I'm like, this isn't as good as Mole Drifter, but like you said, it can be a self-contained 3-for-1. It is hard to describe how rarely they print those at the common and uncommon slots. Cards like this do not come around that often, where you can legitimately get a 3-for-1 out of the card. I'm a huge Youthful Scholar fan. I plan on taking it high, and I'm really excited to do it too. I give it a B.
Yeah, that's the same rating I've got.
Yeah, I give that guy a high 5. He's super chill too.
He's just hanging out.
Yeah, he's just chilling, reading. Zephyr Scribe is 2 and a blue for a 2/1 human monk at common. And it's got, one of my favorite abilities, blue, tap, draw a card, then discard a card. And we call that looting, of course. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, untap it.
When I first read this card, in fact, when I first reviewed it, I thought it was uncommon because cards like this have tended to be uncommon these days. So I actually put my top 5 commons list that didn't include this card. But, I think this is the best blue common.
This thing's insane.
It's a 3-mana 2/1, so it's still got stats. It can still trade for their 3-drop. Mm-hmm. When you've got a game where you don't need the looting right away or you're behind on board, you can just block their 3-drop with this, and that's perfectly fine. Also, paying a blue to loot is a pretty good deal. It's not free, but they're just not going to make free looters anymore, I don't think.
Right.
And blue is close enough that you can play slightly off curve and it's not costing you a whole lot. And it untaps when you cast non-creature spells, which means it's got a weird form of vigilance, but most importantly, in the late game, especially with rebound, you can just loot multiple times a turn. This card's really powerful.
Yeah, looting is one of the most powerful things you can do in Limited, drawing a card and discarding. It helps you find the lands and the things you need to develop your board. And then once you've done that, it helps you not find those things anymore and find the things that really affect the board. And if you ever get a chance to loot twice in one turn, it just feels unfair. Even just looting once every turn, like when you're in a parity board state, feels pretty unfair for your opponent. And if you get to start kind of going off by casting a removal spell, looting again, like you're gonna glock up that game quickly. I mean, you're just never drawing another land again. I'm a big fan of Zephyr Scribe. The 1 toughness is a little concerning. It would die to a lot of stuff. But, even in a real pinch, you can just trade it for a morph. I mean, that's not that bad either. I like this card a lot.
Yeah, I think this also hits the B mark.
Gosh, maybe it does.
I think it's just when you have this on the board, your opponent's going to feel like they have to deal with it because the card quality it implies is just too much.
Yep, you're totally right. Yeah, I'm giving it a B, Zephyr Scribe. All right, that's going to be it for blue. Blue has some pretty cool stuff. Youthful Scholar is definitely my favorite card out of that mess, but looked pretty solid. Why don't we move on to black?
Sounds good.
First card is Acid Spewer Dragon. It's it's part of that cycle that you alluded to earlier, Luis. It's 5 and a black for a 3/3 flying Death Touch Dragon at uncommon. The other one had hexproof. This one has Death Touch. Its Megamorph cost, you guessed it, 7 mana, 5 black. And when it's turn face up, it does the same thing as the other. You get a +1/+1 counter on it for each other dragon creature you control.
Well, +1/+1 counter on each other dragon.
Sorry, yeah, exactly. The counters go on the other dragons, not on the Acid Spewer Dragon, although it does get one itself from Megamorph. So, how do you like this one? Everything's the same on it, except for that it's got Death Touch instead of hexproof.
Yeah, this is the exact same card, but with Death Touch, which is much worse on this card than hexproof is.
Really?
The reason is, what exactly is your 4/4 flying fighting that you need Death Touch to kill?
Well, what if you find yourself behind?
I mean, you can play it as a 3/3, and the Death Touch is more relevant there.
Oh, I see. You're saying it's worse after Megamorphing.
It's worse after Megamorphing, and if you just cast it, I'd rather have Death Touch, but I think Megamorphing is going to be the most common case, because I don't know how many games you're going to have this and not have the time to play it face down, and because that's what keeps you from getting behind mostly, is playing it as a 3-mana 2/2.
See, because when I read it, I was like, I thought this was much better than the blue one. Yeah, I like hexproof and being able to protect my threat, but you know what I value a lot higher than that? The ability to play a creature on turn 6 that can trade for anything that they've done. It has flying and Death Touch, so sure, maybe it's not as good of an attacker, of course, but man, like if you're getting beaten down, if they've resolved their own big dragon or some other bomb or whatever, this thing is a removal spell. Sure, it's not a great one, but it's going to block and trade for almost anything, where the hexproof on a 3/3 or even a 4/4 doesn't change a whole lot. Like, it means that they can't reach out and kill it, which is huge, but in combat, it doesn't actually matter, right? For the most part. So I actually like Acid Spewer Dragon a bit better than the blue one.
Huh, interesting. I like the blue one as like the Bell Toll Dragon as a finisher, but this is better at stabilizing your board, so it might be that this ends up being the one that's slightly more effective, though. I think they both fill a similar role.
Yeah, they do, which is hopefully not I mean, I guess if there really are this many dragons around, we still got the ones from Fate Reforged that are uncommon, and we've already seen a couple of others. I mean, maybe you just go off and megamorph it and put a bunch of counters on your team, but I tend to agree with what you said before about the Winmore stuff. I don't know. I'd give Acid Spewer Dragon somewhere in the C range, probably a C+.
Yeah, I think it's just a solid C.
Okay, that's fair. Ambuscade Shaman?
That's a bizarre name.
What does that even mean?
I don't know what an ambuscade is. It doesn't sound real, but it's probably a real word.
It sounds bad. 2 and a black for an Orc Shaman at uncommon, and it's a 2/2. So we're talking about, we call that a Gray Ogre, a 2/2 for 3 mana. Whenever it or another creature enters the battlefield under your control, that creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Now, that might raise a little red flag for you about, well, why would I want to get +2/+2 when I play this thing? I can't even attack with it. Well, you actually can, because it has dash. You guys remember dash from Fate Reforged. You can cast a spell for its dash cost. If you do, it gains haste, and it's returned from the battlefield to its owner's hand at the beginning of the next end step. The dash cost is 3 and a black. So for 3 and a black, you actually end up with a 4/4 haste creature that gets to attack. Of course, comes back to your hand. And if you just play it for 3 mana from your hand, it'll just sit there, and whenever you play anything else, it gets +2/+2 until end of turn when it enters the battlefield. But again, if it doesn't have haste, it kind of goes to waste.
This card's interesting because on a surface level, you really don't want to cast it, because you're just paying 3 mana for a 2/2, which is, with no hope of it being better later, which isn't great.
No, it's bad.
But dashing it as a 4/4 is a good aggressive play. You don't want to do it on turn 4, but it's a good play on turn 6 or 7.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. And I mean, this card, Ambuscade Shaman, clearly goes in a dash deck, right? I mean, it's just got it written all over it.
That push this dash kind of deck. And this is certainly one of them. So if you can get a deck with 5 or 6 creatures with dash, this card can be effective. In that case, you don't mind playing this, and then next turn you dash out a heel cutter and you smash for 9 or 7.
Man. This card could totally get out of hand. I do feel like it's rather delicate and probably won't get out of hand often, but when it does, it's going to be really impressive.
Yeah, I think the card's probably closer to like a C-, just because some aggressive decks will play it just for the dash ability, and some decks will play it because they have a bunch of other dash cards too. But a deck that is not aggressive and doesn't have other dash cards just does not want this card.
Yeah, I like C- as well, though. I do see it just being played for its dash cost pretty consistently. Wow, this next guy's kind of nasty. Bloodchin Rager. Jeez, buddy. He's 1 and a black for a 2/2 human warrior at uncommon, and whenever he attacks, each warrior creature you control can't be blocked this turn except by 2 or more creatures.
Yeah, this card's aggressive. You play this on turn 2, it's not getting blocked till at least turn 3, and that's with your opponent potentially on the play, I guess. And they have to leave multiple cards back. It works with your other warriors, and there is kind of a warrior sub-theme going on too.
I didn't know that. That's interesting. I'm going to keep an eye on that. As a solid 2/2 with, a form of evasion, though, I like this card quite a bit. I'd put it in the C+ camp.
Yeah, I think this is a C+. It also makes your combat tricks a lot better because it forces double blocks. So if you have some, decent combat tricks and your opponent is forced to stack up 2 creatures on this, it can be quite the blowout.
Yeah, it does seem good. We'll keep an eye out for other warriors. Butcher's Glee is next with kind of hilarious artwork.
Yeah.
What is that?
It's a goblin just going ham, like.
Is that what that's? I like that artwork a lot, actually. 2 and a black for an instant at common. And it says target creature gets +3/+0 and gains lifelink until end of turn. Regenerate it.
That last part's really important because this is a 1-for-1. You trade Butcher's Glee for whatever it is your creature's fighting at the time.
Yeah.
It's a solid combat trick. It's a little expensive. I generally don't like my combat tricks to cost 3 because then they start taking your whole turn. But this is going to gain you 5, 6, 7 life a lot of the time.
Yeah, it really will. This reminds me, of course, of Necrobite, which is a card I started off not liking and was begrudgingly had to admit that it was actually quite good in the format that it was in. And, the reason I didn't like it was because it didn't bump the power. It didn't actually make the creature, win the game sooner. It just, if your opponent blocked, you could make a trade, but Butcher's Glee does, right? Like if they don't block, it's just, they get to just rumble right through for a bunch of extra damage, and the lifelink can really throw off a race as well. This card actually just seems quite solid to me.
Yeah, you
can also use it defensively, right?
Yep, works perfectly fine defensively. In fact, it can save you. This is one of the cards that your opponent thinks they're going to swing for the win, and you block with a 5/5 Butcher's Glee, gain 8 life, and even though they got 3 unblocked creatures through, you don't die.
Right, and you get to eat one of their creatures too.
Yeah, this is a very solid card. I think it's still just a C because
it's expensive.
It is an expensive combat trick, but it's a C that I'm really happy to see the first one.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually give it a C+. I'm going out on a limb here. I think this card's actually quite good. Coat with Venom. Yuck. It's a black mana for an instant at common, and it says target creature gets +1/+2 and gains death touch until end of turn.
Black got some really good combat tricks.
Yeah, that's actually quite good too, isn't it?
Coat with Venom is awesome. It's a 1-mana combat trick, so you're not spending your turn on it. You can play a creature on turn 3, turn 4 attack, spend 1 mana to play this to win the fight, play another 3-drop. It also kills anything, so if you've given up on having your creature survive, your 1/1 can get coated with Venom and then take down their 6/6. And +1/+2 is a pretty good jump. That makes your 3/3 survive hitting a 4/4.
Wow, that's really good.
Yeah, I think this is the one I'll give a C+ to. And the only reason that Butcher's Glee is not higher is that I would rather have Coat with Venom in my deck most of the time.
Oh, for sure. Geez, the 1 mana is such a huge difference.
Yeah, Coat with Venom
it'll have the regeneration effect a good percentage of the time as well, just because it'll simply make its toughness high enough to survive whatever it was either getting into combat with or getting burned by.
Yeah, sometimes you just play this out of combat when they, spend 4 mana to deal or to give your creature -4/-4 with a flatten, for example. You just save your 3/3 with this for 1 mana.
Wow, yeah, card's great. C+. Deadly Wanderings is 3 black for an enchantment and uncommon. As long as you control exactly 1 creature, that creature gets +2/+0 and has Death Touch and Lifelink. Holy smokes.
Yeah, I really like this card. I hope this is worth drafting around.
Yeah, this is a build around me here.
It is, but it's not a build around that I think requires too much from you. Because it's so powerful, if you draw this card, you can just play one creature at a time and I think be in pretty good shape because the lifelink means that your one creature can erase 2 or 3 of theirs. And all this really asks of you is don't have 18 creatures in your deck. Just don't put this in a deck that has millions of creatures, but you can play a 12, 13 creature deck with this card and just play your creatures one by one.
Right, and they just simply can't race you, and you get Death Touch, so you can attack into basically anything.
Yeah, this card is good. The lock or the part where this card is bad is when you have to leave your creature back. And at that point, you probably just need to start playing more creatures because you're not getting value out of this.
Right. Well, yeah, because then they just build out their board and eventually can go.
Yeah, they're just going to stop trading creatures with you.
Right. I don't love it, though, right? I mean, like, it's pretty conditional. There's going to be times where, if you don't have this in your opener, you play, 2 or 3 creatures out and then you draw your Deadly Wanderings. And now, you can make it work, right? Like, you can try to trade or, force some scenarios, exploit something or whatever. But, like, that's a little awkward. It's hard to justify spending a full 5 mana, to have to go through shenanigans like that. So I'm not in love with the card, but I was going to give it like a D. I think it's a card that sometimes you'll want to play. But I don't know, maybe it's a lot better than that. It's hard to say.
It's, again, one of these cards that I think is worth a D. That's the rating I'm giving it, is D. But it can really take over a game, and it can be an engine that drives the game. Yeah. You really don't want to get Ojuta's Breath cast on you when you have this card in play.
Oh, God. That's
or
amazing.
Passivism is a beating.
Oh, my God. Yeah, you better have exploit creatures floating around if that's going to be the case. Next is Deathwind. This is a reprint from Avacyn Restored. It's Black X instant at uncommon. Oh, it's an uncommon now. It used to be a common. It says target creature gets -X until end of turn. Very simple removal spell. Cool artwork on it too. This card's great. Deathwind is, good removal. Like, it will usually get what it's trying to kill.
Yeah, it's strictly better than Throttle, which is not the only card in this set that's true of, because you pay the same amount as Throttle, get the exact same effect, but of course you can scale this up or down as needed.
Yes. One thing to remember with Deathwind is that, a good trick to do, especially if you only have a few mana open, is to get into combat with a creature. You attack with your 4/4, and they block with their 5/5, and you can use Deathwind to shrink it down to a 3/3 so that you get to eat their creature. And that way you don't have to wait until you get the full, X = 5 just to kill their creature. So that there's some nice little tricks you can do with it. The fact that it's instant speed, I think, is excellent. That makes it just that much better. I mean, Deathwind, I think, is going to be a high pick played, all the time in black decks. I gave it a B.
I think it's closer to a B-, but, it's kind of same thing.
Yeah, you take what you can get these days, buddy.
Yeah. Well, another thing to note is don't be afraid to overspend on this. If you're not using the mana for something, just, go nuts because your opponent could have a combat trick.
Totally. Good point. Also gets around regeneration. Really good card. Defeat. How is this not a name that they've used before?
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
Holy smokes. It's 1 and a black. For a sorcery at common, it says destroy target creature with power 2 or less.
So, as low as I am to turn down removal, this card is not fantastic.
No, it's not.
It's a sorcery.
Yeah.
It only kills small creatures. It's kind of risky to play on Megamorphs. It's not like you're like, I can just defeat their Megamorph at any time, because sometimes they'll flip it up and you will get owned. It's not like Debilitating Injury where you targeted their morph, they flipped it up, and they ended up with a creature that had Debilitating Injury on it.
Right.
This just fizzles if their creature ends up having a higher power. So I think this card is a C-. I think you'll play the first one. You'll always start the first 1 or 2. You're just going to have to side it out a lot of the time, and sometimes you'll draw it late game and it's not spectacular.
Yeah, I think it's also going to be one of those cards that's really good against certain colors and really not as good against others. Thinking about the blue cards we saw, it kills quite a few of the evasive cards that you would really like to kill for 2 mana. But I suspect that as we move our way towards green, it's going to have a lot fewer great targets. I gave it a C. It's still removal that, does get the job done against Megamorphs, of which there's going to be a lot until the late game, because it does seem really expensive to flip up a lot of these Megamorphs. So you probably have a pretty wide window to get your defeat to kill one of them. Duress is back. This card's been printed a million times. It's black for a sorcery at common. Target opponent reveals his or her hand. You choose a non-creature, non-land card from it. That player discards that card. Duress in Limited is traditionally more of a sideboard / not played type card. Look, creatures are what rule the roost in Limited. They're the most important thing. And the fact that Duress doesn't interact with them in any meaningful way at all really is a big strike against it.
Yeah, unlike Negate, because these cards are pretty interchangeable and constructed. You'll frequently see decks play, one or the other or a mix of both if they're blue and black. Duress is much, much weaker than Negate in Limited. The main reason is you don't know if your opponent has a target when you cast this card, and you'll just miss too often.
Yes.
Whereas Negate, you at least get to hold until your opponent does play something, so you're never missing with Negate. Sometimes they don't play anything for a while, but you at least will get to use it when they draw a non-creature. So I would only sideboard Duress, and in general, it's not even that strong of a sideboard card.
No, it's really not. You'd need multiple really great targets. So I'm kind of out on Duress. I give it like a D- or maybe even just put it in the sideboard slot.
Yeah, I think it's strictly sideboard, and even then, it's not a card I would board in unless I saw a dedicated prowess deck.
Right. What does Dutiful Attendant do?
It's a 2 and a black for a 1/2, so it passes the vanilla test with flying colors.
That is sarcasm.
And it says when Dutiful Attendant dies, return another target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. So this is a raise dead when it dies, and this is very clearly a plant for exploit. This is exactly the card you want to sacrifice.
So you get to get a creature back. Yeah, this seems good. It does say another target creature. You can't just keep looping Dutiful Attendants over and over again. You are going to need to find a way to get one of these things in the yard. But there's cool ways to work it. You can sacrifice this to exploit and get back a creature that's already there. But you can also sacrifice another creature to exploit, put it in the yard, and then just assume that Dutiful Attendant's going to die via blocking or whatever at some point, and then you'll get back that creature. So, kind of plan it out accordingly based on what you have in your graveyard at any given time.
Yeah, and you can also set up a loop with 2 of these where you get to block their ground creature forever.
Oh, that's
because
nice.
This can pick back up other Dutiful Attendants.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, this is a solid card. I think you want a couple cards that work with it because it's by itself, it's not overwhelmingly great. It's like a C- where you'll play it even with no other combat or no combos, but you really want combos with it to make it something you're happy to play.
Yeah, I gave it a C. I feel like it's going to pull its weight often enough, and you're going to get a card often enough that it's okay. Flatten is next. It is 3 and a black for an instant at common, and it says target creature gets -4/-4 until end of turn. What does that remind you of?
A more efficient Throttle.
Yeah, just like strictly better Throttle, right?
It is strictly better than Throttle, and Flatten is actually that extra mana that takes it from being, C- D+ range to I think C+ range, potentially not B-. C+ is where
you don't think it's B- range?
It still costs a lot of mana.
Yeah, it does.
I don't know. Maybe it's a B-. It's very contextual, like how big are the creatures you're fighting against? What do things end up costing? I think if this was in cons, it would be a B-, but there's a lot of efficient removal in this set. I can name 6 or 7 removal spells at uncommon or common that are better than this, which makes me think that this might not be quite the highest pick. Though It's a card you're never going to cut from your deck. It's 4 mana to kill a 4 toughness creature or shrink mid combat. It does what you want it to do. Yeah,
I'm going to give it a B-. I don't know if it actually deserves it. You're probably more correct, and we'll see. It does feel like the removal in this set has had a bit of a resurgence from the trends of late. It feels like it's actually quite good, especially when you compare it to sets we've seen recently. But I can't imagine not. I think you're going to take Flatten somewhat highly, and you're always going to play it, and that puts it just into the B range for me. What about this next one?
Foul Tongue Invocation. It sounds like something you get a warning for.
You ever been called that? Yeah.
It's a 2 and a black instant, and first of all, it's target player sacrifices a creature. That's like the base of what the card does. So we call these edicts after Diabolic Edict. So you pay 3 mana, your opponent has to sacrifice their worst creature.
And instant speed.
All right, yeah, that's reasonable. Mm-hmm. But it also has the Dragon Clause where you can reveal a dragon or control a dragon. And if you do, you gain 4 life.
So when you cast it, you can show a dragon from your hand.
Or
if you have one on the battlefield, then you get a bonus, and in this case, it's 4 life. Also, did you say Dragon Claws? Wow, this is kind of sweet.
Yeah, it's decent.
Not amazing.
It's definitely not amazing because, first of all, we're in a set with exploit, so people are going to have cards like Dutiful Attendant or Palace Familiar in their deck.
Yeah.
Imagine playing against someone who has 3 of those cards combined. It's like, wow, this card's horrible.
And we haven't even gotten to the real token colors yet either.
Right. And the gaining 4 life may as well not be there because it's just not going to happen very often, and it's not going to impact a ton whether you put it in your deck. This gets slightly better once you have 3 dragons, but that's not really why you draft this card.
Right.
I think this card is going to end up being a C-, where I'm going to main deck it most of the time, but I'm going to side it out a lot too.
Yeah, it's gonna straddle that line between D+ and C- as we go through. We'll have a better feel. I'll give Foul Tongue Invocation a C- as well. It of course gets better the more removal you have. You can whittle down your opponent's board until you can fire off a Foul Tongue Invocation to really get their really great creature. But a lot of time they're going to go turn 3 morph, and you're going to go turn 3 Foul Tongue Invocation. Just get the morph, right? You want to get your value while you can.
If you don't know anything about their deck, just try to cash this in as soon as you can because they could just have a bunch of cards that make this card blank.
That's right. Next one, Foul Tongue Shriek.
It's 1 black mana, so 1 mana, instant. Right. Target opponent loses 1 life for each attacking creature you control. You gain that much life. No. This is one of the more controversial cards. When I said this card was unplayable earlier, and I'm going to repeat that.
Yeah, I was going to say that didn't change, did it? Because this card looks unplayable to me.
Yeah, if this card does, something worth a card, if this drains them for 4 or 5, you're attacking them with 4 or 5 creatures. Exactly what is the scenario where you're still losing there? I mean, yes, there are some games where that's true, but decks like that are way more likely to lose when they have 1 creature in play, and they haven't got their game plan working.
Totally.
This is just not worth a card.
No, it's just not.
I think this card is just a solid F.
I think it's a solid F too. Foul Tongue Shriek, get out of here. Grave Purge, another reprint here. This one's 2 and a black for an instant. Put any number of target creature cards from your graveyard on top of your library. Draw a card. What are your thoughts on Grave Purge? I don't think I've ever heard you talk about it.
I first saw this card when it was called Bone Harvest back in, Mirage? So that was a little while ago. Mm-hmm. And I don't love the card. It's not an unplayable card because at the very worst, it's 2 and a black, return target creature from your graveyard to your hand. And if you have 1 good creature, sometimes it's worth doing that. The upside, of course, is that sometimes in a late game when you have 7 or 8 lands in play and neither of you is doing anything, you can return 3 or 4 good creatures and then just completely take over the game.
Right. You get 1 back immediately, and then you're drawing great your best 3 or 4 creatures for the next 3 or 4 draw steps. Doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah. But the reason I don't end up playing this card very often is because it is a finisher card, but you can generally do better for finishers. So I actually think this card's a D. I don't think it's a card you're ever going to be thrilled to have in your deck. It is a card that can close out a game. So if you're lacking that, you can do worse than this, but you can't do much worse.
No, I think the thing that is easy to overlook is that sometimes you don't have creatures in your yard, or sometimes you have a couple of junkers in your yard that you maybe don't even want to draw, right? There's definitely scenarios where that happens. I think the time when you really want to look at Grave Purge as something to bring in is if you've played a game and you've gotten the idea that this game is going to go super grindy, super long. You're just going to be killing every creature they do and nobody can really get through. Grave Purge is a way that you can set up that sort of over-the-top end game where you just draw creature, and your opponent just can't keep up. But I don't start this card either. I give it a D.
Yeah, I think that's where it's going to land.
What about Hand of Silumgar?
Well, it's 1 and a black for a 2/1 death touch, so it's a pretty simple card.
I like cards like that.
It's a Typhoid Rats that you paid a colorless mana to give +1/+0. I think that upgrades the card. I think this is better than Typhoid Rats because, yes, it still kills everything. So in that sense, Typhoid Rats is better like on defense. But unlike Typhoid Rats, your opponent can't ignore this and just keep taking 1, which often happens with the Rats. You'll end up with the Rats in play. Your opponent's hitting you with a flyer, and you're like, well, I guess I better attack you with this. And they can just ignore it. And Hand of Silumgar will not be ignored, at least not as easily.
I think this card's really solid. I gave it a C.
Yeah, I think this is a classic example of a C.
Yeah. Kolagon Skirmisher is 1 and a black for a 2/2 human warrior at at common, and it's got dash for 2 and a black.
This is, well, a little worse than Hand of Silumgar, that's for sure. But
definitely.
It's a 2-drop, and it's got an ability that makes it land in decks that want 2-drops. So I kind of like what's going on here. Because
like you want to ignore dash and just say, okay, look, it's 2 mana for a 2/2. That's fine, right? And then you have this ability to dash it in, when it's appropriate, but like your baseline's okay here, right?
Yeah, it's not so much as that I'm ignoring dash. It's that decks that want 2-drops like having dash. Like the ability, the stats and the ability are synergistic here, because not every deck wants 2 mana 2/2. Some decks aren't that interested in that. Not every deck wants dash creatures, but those two things do tend to line up. So,
yeah, it's also a warrior. We mentioned that a minute ago. Card seems fine.
I think it's a C-. I don't think you're always going to play it, but some decks are going to actively want it, especially decks that have some dash synergies or warrior synergies.
Yeah, I like C- for that card. What was it called again?
Kolagon Skirmisher.
It's Kolagon Skirmisher. Meringue River Skeleton is next. It's Drudge Skeletons for those of you that were playing in 1994. It's 1 and a black for a 1/1 skeleton, and you can pay black to regenerate it. So it holds down the ground pretty well and quite cheaply. But they put a twist on it. It's actually got Megamorph. So you can play it on turn 2 or turn 3. And if you play it on turn 3, on turn 4 for 3 and a black, you can flip it up and make it into a 2/2 with regeneration.
Do you think they can really print a strictly better Drudge Skeletons?
Again?
I guess there's room for that.
Yeah, there's still room.
So I like Meringue River Skeleton.
I like it too.
This card is very similar in numbers to Kintree Warden from the last set, or from a last format actually, Cons, which was 1 green for a 1/1, but the regeneration cost 2 colorless, and it had Morph instead of Megamorph. This is, I think, much better, because I would rather pay an extra mana to cast it and have the regeneration be cheaper, because you're going to regenerate multiple times a game. You're only casting it once. And Megamorph making it a 2/2. A 2/2 regenerator is a very different ballgame than a 1/1.
Totally. That thing can double block something with another creature and actually have the blocked creature die. It can
kind of win fights with so this card is good. It holds up the ground. At 2/2 regenerator, it's a decent attacker. You can also, like you said, play it on turn 2 if you need to. I think this card's I would even say a C+.
Sure. I'll go C on it. I think it's fine. But yeah.
Sometimes you're going to flip this in response to removal, and your opponent's just going to be very sad.
Yeah. This next card is Mind Rot.
Well, you almost got away with it. And not even close, actually. Okay. So the next card we're going to be reviewing, it's 4 and 2 black for a 4/6. So you could say it's pretty fat. And it's a zombie ogre, and it's got Megamorph of 6 and a black. Of course, I'm talking about Marsh Hulk Sutcliffe here. So,
why did they do this to me? They made a card called Marsh Hulk.
I feel like my hands are tied here. Like, it's not that I go out of my way looking for things to mock you about.
It's not like that.
But Marsh Hulk, how can I pass that by? His name is literally Marsh Hulk. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, because you could find something to mock me about in, like an ad at the Pro Tour or anything else. But now they give this to you, and what are you supposed to do, right? Nobody blames you.
To be fair, I make fun of myself a pretty large percentage of the time, too.
That is true. That is true.
But Marsh Hulk, I mean, I thought they weren't supposed to do vanity cards anymore.
Yeah, this is my invitational, apparently.
Yeah.
Looking at the artwork, I don't know if I agree, but
graceful Marsh Hulk.
Zombie ogre.
The funny thing is, at the end of the day, the card is actually fine.
Yeah, is it good or what? 6 mana for a 4/6?
I think it's legitimately good. Paying 6 mana for a 4/6 is not a deal I'm sad about.
Okay.
I mean, this is big enough to brawl with almost anything. And most importantly, you can Megamorph it. So you can play it on turn 3, and if you want to flip it, it's a 5/7. That's pretty large, too. I think this card is a solid C. I don't see myself cutting Marsh Hulk Sutcliffe from my deck anytime soon.
I'm just, it also just happens to have the potential to be a 5/7, which is a real soft spot in your heart for,
That's true.
For big Hexy.
I do like Hexplate Golems.
Yeah.
So.
I like the card too.
I actually feel like this card was made for the two of us somehow. Like this moment right now, what we're talking about is why this card was made.
Yeah, I think so too. This is there's definitely some meta stuff with Marsh Hulk. C, sure. I think it's a sweet card. The flexibility, we talked about it earlier, and that's the thing that sticks around for this guy. So Mind Rot is actually the next card with particularly disturbing artwork this time. It's 2 and a black for a sorcery. At common, target player discards 2 cards.
This card is like Negate and Duress, cards we see in a lot of different sets that bounce between sideboard and main deck. My best guess is this is landed in the sideboard right now. I think that even though it is a 2-for-1, it's one that doesn't impact the board. It doesn't always get 2 good cards. In fact, it often doesn't get 2 good cards. I think that I would rather start with Mind Rot in my sideboard and board it in if necessary. It's kind of like Rashasta's Secret, but a little worse because at least Secret had Delve synergy. This doesn't.
Yeah. The thing that occurs to me about Mind Rot in this set is normally if you play Mind Rot, you can wait until your opponent plays out the majority of their hand, and then you can Mind Rot them to take away their big bomb or maybe the 2 spells that they were holding for the sort of the big finish. But in this set, a lot of those spells are already on the battlefield. They're just face down. They're megamorphs that they're going to be flipping up later on in the game. And so you're not getting as much value out of a Mind Rot because this set allows you to spend your mana in useful ways later in the game without any cards in your hand at all, which is, Megamorph really does that. And I love that about the set, but it also means that Mind Rot's probably a bit worse.
Yeah, sometimes when you Mind Rot their last 2 cards is, they actually had their Marsh Hulk in play already, so they're just going to flip it and attack you for 5.
Right. I would go D+ on Mind Rot. Like, you can main deck these sometimes and not feel embarrassed about it, but I think I'd generally prefer not to.
Yeah, I think D+ is right, reasonable, and again, because I want to mention Sealed, I feel like Sealed could use a little bit more love in general, just because.
Agree.
Sometimes there's a big difference between Draft and Sealed. Mind Rot, my assumption is that you want to start Mind Rot and Sealed. I always really like doing that. So
okay.
Until I'm proven otherwise, I like doing that in this format.
That's a good point. Minister of Pain is 2 and a black for a 2/3 human shaman. Now, you said that you thought that was a little below where you wanted the vanilla test to fall, but I said it was kind of right exactly where I think it should fall to just hit rate, For an uncommon, though, I do hope for a little more. And we do get a little more. It's got Exploit. And when it exploits a creature, creatures your opponents control get -1/-1 until end of turn. Whoa. Shrink down their whole team.
This card does, in fact, bring the pain. It happens once and at sorcery speed, so it isn't like you're locking them out, and it isn't exactly a combat trick, though you can attack your 3/3s into their 4/4s with the expectation of playing this post-combat. How good this effect is going to vary pretty wildly. One damage, 1 toughness effects do tend to do that because against some decks, this is a 3-for-1 on turn 3.
Yes.
And against other decks, they have literally 0 targets in their deck that die to this. Right. So,
yeah, what about using it like post-combat? Maybe you make not some trades, but, some bounces where they block, their 2/3 with your 2/3 or your 2/3 with their 2/3 or whatever. And then you Minister of Pain post-combat and kind of finish them off. Yeah,
that is very viable. One thing to think about is if your opponent attacks you, let's say you have a 4/4 and a 5/5 and they attack you with a 3/3 and a 4/4, don't immediately line up those 2 blocks and think, yeah, I'm getting them because they might have this card. And that would explain that attack. So.
Yeah, and you might want to do it anyway, but you should be aware of Minister of Pain as a way that you could lose that combat.
Yeah.
Or at least go even on it.
I think given that you can just play this as a 3-mana 2/3, I think it is a solid C, and in some matchups it's going to be one of your better cards, and in some matchups you're going to just take it out of your deck because it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I'd give it a C as well. Carsey Sadist is 1 and a black for a 1/3 with Exploit at common. And it says when it exploits a creature, target opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. So you drain for 2.
Yeah, this card does not impress me.
Me neither.
It's either a 2-mana 1/3 or a drain for 2. One of those is a bad defensive effect. The other's a bad aggressive effect.
Right.
Keyword, they're both bad and they don't really work together. So I don't really understand why you would want this card in your deck besides as a sideboard card against like 2/1s, but that's not really what I'm looking for when I'm picking a card in draft. So wow. I think this card's like an F. D- to F+.
Yeah, I'd give it a D-. Rakshasa Gravecaller is 4 and a black for a 3/6 cat demon at uncommon. So thoughts on 3/6 for 5 in black? That's pretty beefy.
Yeah, if I would play a vanilla 3/6 for 5 basically all the time.
Yeah, that's really solid. And it's got Exploit. When it exploits a creature, put 2/2 black zombie creature tokens on the battlefield. What the heck?
Yeah, this card is quite good.
Wow, this card's been pushed.
Yeah, it's 5 mana for a 3/6, which, as we already said, was good. Or if you need 2 blockers, 5 mana for 2 2/2s, which was passable, if not great. But it can upgrade your 1/1 into 2 2/2s, or upgrade even your 2/2 into 2 2/2s. And
wow.
I think all that put together makes a very solid card. I think this is a B. It's not, it's not quite mythic uncommon status, but this is one of the more solid cards.
God, this is pushing that mythic boundary. I mean, wow. Like, especially if you have the deck for it, where you're playing the 1/1s and the things that you sacrifice for value.
When you sacrifice a Palace Familiar to this, it will feel that good. So maybe it is.
Huh. Wow, Rakshasa Gravecrawler. I'm really impressed. Yeah, I'll go B+ on it. I'm pushing it here.
All right.
Like, you can sack something, like you said, even a 2/2, and you're still getting 5 power, you're netting 5 power and 8 toughness for 5 mana here. Like, this thing is really impressive. Also, one thing to keep in mind with a card like this is, you can attack with something in like a tight, racy type situation and, get in with it and then play your Gravecrawler, sack that tapped thing. And now you've got a 3/6 and 2 2/2s ready to block. And that's a pretty big swing for your opponent too. Reckless Imp. You cray. He's 2 and a black for a 2/2 flying that can't block. And he's got dash for 1 and a black.
Reckless Imp is aggressive. Most creatures that say can't block tend to be that.
Yeah.
It's a powerful card. It's really, really good in an aggressive deck and really, really bad in a control deck. But it's good enough in the decks that want it that I'm leaning towards just giving it a C+. Maybe now probably just a C. It's one of your better cards when you're beating down, and because it's a 2-power evasion creature for 3 that also is a very good top deck.
Yeah, I was going to give it like a C-, I guess, but maybe it is really just good enough for the aggro decks. I'll give it a C.
Yeah, let's just meet in the middle.
Yeah. Self-Inflicted Wound is 1 and a black for a sorcery at uncommon, and it says target opponent sacrifices a green or white creature. If that player does, he or she loses 2 life.
So besides...
Did we just go straight to the sideboard with this thing?
Yeah, I think that it is definitely a sideboard card. It's in that cycle. It's quite good when it's coming out of the board, but it's not a card you can ever main deck. So that's basically where these all end up. And again, I want to repeat myself. Take this over your random C to C cards because it is better than I'd rather play. You're just going to play a different C as your 23rd card, so you might as well take a card that's going to be a B or even an A over that.
Totally, in certain matchups, yeah. So sideboard for Self-Inflicted Wound. Shambling Goblin is a black mana for a 1/1 zombie goblin at common, and it says when it dies, target creature an opponent controls gets -1/-1 until end of turn.
I'm going to miss Festering Goblin, which is exactly this, except it doesn't have the opponent controls clause. And when your opponent went turn 1 Festering Goblin, turn 2 2/1, and you killed Festering Goblin,
that's kind of a blowout. Yeah,
there's a reason they don't do that. But Shambling Goblin is decent. It can trade in combat for a 2/2, so it's kind of like a really bad Typhoid Rats in that regard. But it gets you value when you exploit, and sometimes they have a 2/1 flyer, and then now they can't attack with their ground creatures because it's going to pick off their 2/1 flyer. I think it's kind of situational. It's the kind of card that I would give probably a D+, where you're going to board it in sometimes. It's going to be good. You might main deck it if you just need another cheap creature to exploit, but it's not so powerful that it's worth the risk of it being a dead card.
Yeah, I was going to give it a D. Like, it just feels like to me one of those cards that you'll know when you want it against the decks, but there's going to be some decks that it does so little. It's just minimal impact. It's really hard to actually kill a creature. The fact that it can't reach over and kill a Megamorph is pretty bad. I'm going to give Shambling Goblin a D. Sib-Sig Icebreakers is 2 and a black for a 2/3 zombie. We see the stats yet again at common. When it enters the battlefield, each player discards a card.
I love the art on this card. So I'm going to start with saying that.
Yeah.
I think the art is awesome. The card itself is a little less impressive because I'm still on the train of thought that a 3-mana 2/3 is not really where I want to be. And given that, this card doesn't really do much because each player discarding a card, it's a slight advantage for you because you know when it's going to happen. Mm-hmm. So you can either play this as your last card and get them, or play it when there's a card you want to discard and that sort of thing. But it's still, this is still card parity, and you ultimately are paying 3 mana for a 2/3, which, again, not really what I'm interested in. So I think this card's a D.
Yeah, I was going to give it a D plus just because of that ability. I feel like you should be able to leverage a little bit, but ultimately a 2/3 for 3 mana, even if it does kind of meet my minimum requirements for passing the vanilla test, is certainly unexciting. I need a little bit more for my cards than that. So
yeah, it's not the end of the world if you end up having to play this card, but it's not really a card you should be excited to play.
Right. Silumgar Butcher is 4 and a black. Oh, Luis, this is a good one. For a zombie djinn, I wonder if they've ever made one of those. It's a common. You're going to see these around all over the place, and it's a 3/3 for the 5 mana, which is definitely below the curve as far as vanilla test goes. But it's got exploit, and when it exploits a creature, target creature gets -3/-3 until end of turn. It'll often just straight up kill something the turn you play it.
Yeah, and as a sorcery speed 5 mana for a -3/-3, you could do worse. Paying 5 mana for a 3/3 creature is not very exciting.
No.
But this is the kind of card that heavily pays you if you build a deck around exploiting it.
Yes, exactly. That's the thing. It really, really wants to be in a dedicated exploit deck, including creatures that you wouldn't play outside of an exploit deck. Like maybe that goblin we just talked about or something like that really try to set up Silumgar Butcher to get full value. Assuming that you are playing a deck that is reasonable at doing that. Where do you put Silumgar Butcher? How good is this card?
I still think it's just a C+. I think you can get it to a B- with some work. Like if you have 5 or 6 creatures that you want to sacrifice to this, it is a B-. But I think the most common case is this is going to be slightly above your average card. Not incredibly above, because when you sack a card that costs you 3 mana on a card to this, you didn't really get a huge advantage.
Right, so, and you're left with a 3/3 for 5, which is also not a huge advantage.
Yeah, so I like C+ on this.
Okay, C+ seems good. I was going to say B-, but you've convinced me. Nothing's really adding up to be like a home run here. It just seems solid. Yeah. What does Ukud Cobra do?
It does everything. It's
Oh my god, this does do everything.
Yeah, it's a 3 mana, or 3 and a black, so 4 mana, 2/5 Death Touch Snake.
God, this card's the best. That's all I ever want to do.
It's actually absurd. It's only got 1 line of rules, or one word of rules text, but 2/5 Death Touch is so hard to fight.
That's unreal.
When you play this on turn 4, it's going to be the most unstoppable creature for many turns, and even when they eventually do, get to a point where they can attack it, you're often going to get 2 cards out of this just naturally. They just have to block it with a 3/3 and a 2/2. The worst comes to worst, it takes down a 5/5 or a 6/6 that they undoubtedly spent more mana on. And most of the common removal spells don't hit it, though Defeat does. This is actually weak to Defeat.
Ah, good point.
Which is kind of weird, because how do you defeat a snake? It doesn't even have feet, so...
We'll have to ask Ben about that one.
Yeah, I am going to ask him. He's going to be very angry.
Oh, he's going to know. He's going to know the answer right away.
Yeah.
So, Ukud Cobra. I'm kind of in love with this card all of a sudden. 2/5 Death Touch for only 4 mana.
I think this card is just a solid B+. It's just... there's no opportunity cost, because paying 4 mana is just such a low cost, and it always works. The only time this is like even anything less than great is when your opponent's just on all flyers. But even then, it still attacks for 2. It's not like it's a Typhoid Rats.
Right. Yeah, I'm going to give it a B-, just because still it's only a 2-power creature, but man, especially if maybe I'll even just give it a B. I'm going to give it a B. Ukud Cobra, I am a fan. If it had arms, I would high-five it. Ultimate price is 1 and a black, a reprint from Return to Ravnica not that long ago. Instant, uncommon. Destroy target monocolored creature. Now, in this set, remember, we're dealing with 2 colors here. There's not as many gold cards running around, which, of course, are the multicolored cards that this can't hit. So, ultimate price is ultimately going to be one of those cards that hits most, a good percentage of the cards that you care about. Now, we will note that a lot of the really expensive, kind of bomby cards are gold. They're dragons or whatever. And ultimate price is not going to kill those, but it's going to kill a good enough percentage of the creatures that you are going to be super happy to have an ultimate price sitting in your pile.
Well, they're not dragons or whatever. They're all dragons.
Actually, yeah.
But yes, the price you pay is that you can't kill, of the top 10 creatures in the set, you can't kill a bunch of them. And
right.
that is a price. I mean, that is not 0. But when you're paying 2 mana to kill almost everything, it doesn't kill face down creatures. That's another thing to note.
Right.
But when you're paying 2 mana to kill almost anything, you're happy. And this card is kind of the pinnacle of efficiency. It's been a long time since we got effects like this at Common. I don't expect to see those anytime soon either. And I think as a result, I think this is just a solid B+.
Yeah, I gave it a B+ also. It's just a card that it fits the bill for a B perfectly. Virulent Plague is 2 and a black for an enchantment. And it's an uncommon, and it's a little bit niche here, Luis. It's creature tokens get -2/-2. And since it's an enchantment, it just stays out and keeps doing that.
Yeah, I think that that this is the kind of card that is a plant for construction. It's not really a card for limited. And I don't think you're gonna find matchups where you want this almost ever. My guess is that this is an F. And maybe 1 out of 150 drafts you run into a matchup where your opponent has enough tokens, but it's not even so much token making that this is a common case to board in.
Yeah, no, it's an F. Vulturous Aven is 3 and a black for a 2/3 with flying. Okay. And it's got exploit, and when it exploits a creature, ooh, yes, you draw 2 cards and lose 2 life.
Yeah, it casts Night's Whisper when you exploit a creature.
I'm in.
No, this card is fantastic. It's a 4-mana 2/3 flyer, which did perform very well in the last format, and I expect will still perform fairly well. And it lets you cash in one of your creatures for 2 cards and 2 life. That's a fine deal.
That's a fine deal.
Because you're fine casting either half of this. I mean, this is not that much worse than Bitter Revelation if you just cast it and sacrifice itself. And it's not much worse than Alabaster Kieran if you just cast it and don't sacrifice anything. So having the option between those 2 cards and getting both if you have a weak creature to sacrifice, this card I think is a B-.
Yeah, I'm going to actually just put it right at B. Wow, this is impressive. This card's a common.
This is again, we're getting dangerously close to Muldrifter here.
Yeah. Wow, 2/3 flying. That is excellent. Last black card, Wandering Tomb Shell. Our poor Tower Shell has seen better days. It's 3 and a black for a 1/6. It's a zombie turtle at common with a rather large block of flavor text.
Yes. I like this a lot worse than Ancient Carp or a lot less because the difference between 1 and 2 power is much, much bigger than the difference between 5 and 6 toughness. This seems like a card maybe you board in, maybe you play if you're really desperate, but it seems like a D-.
Yeah. I should, D to D-. D-. I like D- for that. I was going to give it an F, but I actually can't. There's definitely defensive decks that'll play this. And like you mentioned earlier, I thought that the Rotting Mastodon was a lot worse when I first saw it than it ended up being. All right, so that's going to do it for black. Lots of good black cards too. The set looks really good so far. High quality cards all over the place, but let's keep moving and go into red. Atarka Ifrit is our first red card. It's 3 and a red for a 5/1 Ifrit Shaman at common. It's got Megamorph for just 3 mana, and when it's turned face up, it deals 1 damage to a creature or player. I've learned over my years of playing limited now, Luis, that to not underestimate that ability. It's not huge, right? Like, pinging one thing once isn't amazing. But gosh, I always seem to be able to find a way to get a card or a good effect out of that, at least more often than it feels like I will when I first see it.
Yeah, this gets one of their X1s. It makes it so your 2/2 trades for a 3/3 or your 4/4 trades for a 5/5. And this card's a 6/2 when you flip it up. Those are pretty good stats. 6/2 trades for a lot of cards, but you get to flip this at a time when you either get through unblocked or you're fighting a 5/5. So
wow, that's just huge.
I have trouble seeing you not getting value out of this. It's hard to get a bad deal for this. And worst comes to worst, you just play it as a 3-mana 2/2 and trade it off. So
yeah. Do you ever see yourself casting it for just its mana cost?
No, I very rarely think you're going to cast this.
I can't imagine a spot where
if you're on 4 mana and they have a 4/4 in play that is attacking you next turn, I could see playing this.
Yeah.
But that's about it. Regardless, I think this card is a C+.
Yeah, this stuff, I'm really impressed by the fact that it has 6 power and can flip up on the next turn after you cast it. That is a beating. So yeah, I like C+ for Atarka Ifrit. Atarka Pummeler, not really a big fan of the decoration on his weapon there, but the card's kind of cool. It's 4 and a red for a 4/5 Ogre Warrior at uncommon. And it's got Formidable. So again, Formidable is a new mechanic that cares whether the combined power of all your creatures is 8 or more. So this is an activated ability for a Tarka Pummeler. You can pay 3 red, so 5 mana, and each creature you control can't be blocked this turn except by 2 or more creatures. You can only activate this if creatures you control have a total power of 8 or greater. First off, a 4/5 for 4 and a red. That's solid, right? That's okay.
Yeah, you're not unhappy to play that.
Yeah. And then it's got this random, you can pay 5 mana to make your creatures harder to block, which is pretty powerful too. The thing is, I really like that this comes on a creature that A, beats down pretty hard on its own, and B, takes up half of your formidable anyway. Like, you could easily curve into a Tarka Pummeler and have formidable setup because of it. I could see that easily, right? Like, you could just go like morph or, megamorph Pummeler. And then when you untap, you've got the 8 power, and you can just start, if the board looks right, you can just start dumping the 5 mana in here and just crunching in there with your team. If you wait a turn or two to start flipping up a couple of megamorphs, it feels like the Pummeler is going to draw a heck of a lot of attention, or else your opponent's going to find themselves dead pretty quickly. Yeah,
and it's the kind of ability that works when you want it to work. When you don't have formidable, you're less likely to want the ability anyway. So this feels like all upside. I think this card is.
Is it a B- for you? Like, is it?
I think this card is a B-. You don't want to take a ton of expensive cards early, but this is the kind of card you want to play on turn 5. This is what you want in your 5-drop slot. So.
I like it too. I'm actually just going to give it a B. Like, I think it passes the vanilla test, and I think its ability is going to be relevant often enough that it's going to draw quite a bit of attention. Draconic Roar is 1 and a red for an instant and uncommon, and it says as an additional cost to cast it, you may reveal a dragon card from your hand. You guys have seen this before. It deals 3 damage to target creature. So that's the base. You know how you were talking earlier, Luis, about the black one that was an edict effect that forced your opponent to sacrifice a creature. This one does 3 damage at instant speed for 1 and a red. So hello, friend.
This is a lightning strike.
It's lightning strike, which is, very good. And if you reveal the dragon card or control a dragon as you cast it, it deals 3 damage to that creature's controller as well. Now, we use a term called gravy on the show, right? Where you've got something that's really good, and then you put something that's kind of awesome just as an extra. And that's what this is, right? Like, I don't care if I have a dragon or not. I'm going to play Draconic Roar every single time, no matter what, just for 1 and a red instant does 3 damage to a creature. But it's pretty insane if you manage to get the dragon too. Like, that's 6 damage total for 2 mana. So yeah, I'm a fan of this card though.
Yeah, it's, I think, just a very solid B. It's an efficient 2-mana removal spell at instant, and sometimes you get a little bit of upside.
Yeah, I like B for Draconic Rare. What about the next one?
Dragon Fodder. It's a reprint, but very appropriate in this set. It's 1 and a red sorcery. Put 2 1/1 red goblin creatures into play. It's a common. This is a card that you will play in your blue, black red or blue red decks to enable exploit shenanigans.
For sure.
It's a card that also combines with various, pump your team effects like Warflare, for example, from Fate Reforged, because, there's still a bit of a token theme going on. It's not a card that necessarily stands on its own, though. It's fine. It's never going to be bad. You can always put this in your deck and just have it as a 2-drop and it'd be okay. But if you don't have ways to use the tokens, your tokens can't attack into their 2 or 3 drops because they're just going to have 2/2s in play. So
right. And that's the problem, is that it's in red, where traditionally you'd rather be attacking. And if you play Dragon Fodder, it's a fine blocker. It blocks similarly to a 2/2 for 2, but it does not attack in the same way. So unless you can take advantage of the fact that you have the tokens, like you said, for exploit or sacrifice purposes, or if you have some type of spells that, want multiple creatures on the battlefield, like, remember, Trumpet Blast or those type of effects, you can do that. But otherwise, it's actually a bit worse than a 2/2 for 2.
Yeah,
so you're going to need to keep your eye out for ways to take advantage. Agreed.
This is the kind of card that rewards you for building around it, but the power level is there if you do. So my guess is that this is a C- because it's not the end of the world if you play this as a defensive card.
Right. C- seems fine. Yeah, and I think that there are going to be enough ways to take advantage of it. Next is Dragonlord's Servant, which has the most offensive artwork possible on it. It's 1 and a red for a 1/3 Goblin Shaman and uncommon, and it says dragon spells you cast cost 1 colorless less to cast. Is this like some EDH card, commander card, or is this something you see yourself ever playing in limited, Luis?
If I have 3 powerful dragons, or even 2 really good ones and 1 like medium one.
Yeah, like one of the uncommon ones, and maybe you got lucky and got a couple of rares or something.
Right. This card does not seem terrible because it is a 1/3 blocker, which, I don't love, but in a deck that wants to cast dragons, like if you have a Tarka in your deck, 7-drop Dragon Lord that dominates the board when she comes down, then Dragonlord Servant does, serve a place. It does, in fact, let you block early and then play your dragon turn earlier. That being said, you're not going to play this very often. My guess is it's just a straight up D, and then every now and then you'll call it up to the big leagues if you're hungry.
Yeah, I gave it a D-, mainly for choice of dinner. Hardened Berserker is 2 and a red for a 3/2 human berserker at common. Whenever it attacks, the next spell you cast this turn, costs 1 colorless less to cast. That is weird and kind of cool.
Yeah, I think this card's awesome. I really like that this is very red feeling mana ramp. It's it's temporary, it's only for 1 turn, it's only for 1 spell, and you have to trigger it by attacking. But it does ramp you. You play this on turn 3 and you can play a 5-drop on turn 4. And it's a 3-mana 3/2, which is perfectly fine.
This card seems great.
I think it is great. Your opponent has incentive to block it because otherwise you're going to keep getting discounts. So you're trading early, and then late game, 3/2 is definitely a live card. It's by no means dead. So I think this card's great. I would be happy to play this card. Even if you're, playing a 3-drop plus like on turn 4, you get to play a 3-drop and a 2-drop. It's like that's great. So
it's really cool that you get to play it, attack with it. They're going to feel compelled to block with their face down creature, and you still get value by playing something one turn ahead of time.
Yeah. So I think this card's a C+. It's not doing anything amazing, but I think it's just a very solid card.
I think so too. Hardened Berserker, C+. I'm a fan. What's the next one?
It's Impact Tremors. It's an enchantment for 1 and a red at common. Kind of weird card for common. When a creature enters the battlefield under your control, Impact Tremors deals 1 damage to each opponent. This card, it's got a clue in its name. It is low impact.
Yes.
It's the kind of card that people see and they're like, wow, this card could do 10 damage. Of course it's great. But it's the kind of card I see and think, wow, this is a mulligan. So
yes.
You have to be doing something very strange before I want this card in my deck.
Yeah, you need 10 Dragon Fodders.
Can you imagine drawing this card on turn 7?
Oh, God.
It just sounds like the worst thing I can ever imagine.
I just shuddered when you said it. Yeah, it's terrible.
I think this card is an F, and I think if you never put it in your deck, you're making less of a mistake than if you try to play it.
Yeah, I got an F for Impact Tremors also. I like where it's going, but as far as like it makes your brain start thinking about building around it, but probably do yourself a favor and stop that thought process.
So up next, we've got Kindled Fury. Mm-hmm. It's a reprint, actually. It's a 1 red mana for an instant. Target creature gets +1/+0 and gains first strike until end of turn.
I remember this card being surprisingly playable. I remember looking at it and thinking, doesn't have a huge impact. And while that is true, being only 1 single red mana, it does allow your creatures to win combat a lot of times when they wouldn't. That said, I don't remember ever, committing a high pick to this card or being particularly excited about it.
No, I think it is slightly better than the last time it showed up, though, because this format looks like it's a little bit more streamlined in terms of what's getting played on turns 3 and 4, namely face-down creatures. And if that's the case, and a common play is to attack, a 2/2 into a 2/2 on turn 4, yeah, I like Kindled Fury in that sense. But, it's not a high pick. My guess is it's like a D+, it's maybe a C-, but probably closer to like a D+, where it's like the second string combat tricks, and combat tricks are already in a classification that you can't have too many of.
Yeah, I agree. I gave it a D+ for the same reasons that you said. I think it's a card that'll occasionally make your main deck, but you're not like super stoked on it. What's next? We have a
Kolaghan Aspirant. So 1 and a red for a 2/1 human warrior being important. Whenever Kolaghan Aspirant becomes blocked by a creature, it deals 1 damage to that creature.
Oh, okay. There was a card similar to this in the past.
Yeah, this is the kind of card which I actually kind of disagree on philosophical grounds against making, because it's just a kind of unpleasant trick when your opponent's like, all right, block it with my 2/1. You're like, okay, your guy dies.
Right.
Block it with my 3/3. It's like, okay, well, ping your creature. So it's kind of an invisible on the board trick that I think the game's better off not doing. But that being said, the card is fine. The power level is certainly not too high or too low. It's just medium.
Typhoid rats quiver in the sight of a Kolagon aspirant.
Yes, it walks right over Typhoid rats. It's not that different from a normal 2/1 though. It trades for a 2/2 still. That being the operative,
right.
exchange. So,
yeah, and that is huge in this type of set. So, what do you give it? Like a C?
Probably like a C minus. You're not always going to want a 2/1. When you do, it serves the purpose.
Okay. What about Kolagon Forerunners?
It's 2 in a red for a human berserker with trample, and it's got dash of 2 in a red, and it's a star 3. So its power is equal to the number of creatures you control.
Okay, so and that's flexible. So it's not just when it hits the battlefield. It's like whatever
it's
that
static,
is.
Yeah, it continually checks, and it's always going to be at least a 1/3 because it's going to count itself.
Okay, and it's got trample.
I think this card is powerful.
That's interesting.
It's not that hard to make it a 3/3. If you just have 2 other creatures in play, it's a 3/3.
Right.
And at 3/3, it's 3/3 trample. It's got dash. That's reasonable, but
that's good. A 3/3 trample for 3.
Well, you're not going to cast it on turn 3, is that? But actually, if you play a 2-drop, play this on 3, and the next turn play a creature and attack, yeah, that is strong already.
Yeah.
But I can imagine, dashing this out when your opponent doesn't know about it, and it's like a 7/3 or a 6/3.
Oh yeah. Now, remember we were talking about dragon fodder a few minutes ago?
Yeah, this is a reason to play that.
Yeah.
So, I think
this card seems strong.
I think Kolagon Forerunners is a C+. It requires you to build around it. You really just need to have a lot of creatures and ways to make multiple creatures. But once you put in that work, the card delivers.
Yeah, I'm actually going to go B- on it. I think that the floor of this card is generally going to be a 2/3 for 3 mana, which I think is not too bad with dash. And then I think that the upside is going to be really high.
Yeah, actually, you might be right. It might be that the upside's high enough that you're good just calling it a B-.
Huh. What about Kolagon Stormsinger?
This one is a little less strong, but still very playable. It's a 1 red for a 1/1 haste, so the same caveat: don't cast it as a 1 red 1/1 haste if you can avoid it. Mm-hmm. But it's got Megamorph of a red, so you can play it, pay 1 to flip it up, and you have a 2/2 haste for 3 in a red. But also, when you flip it up, target creature gains haste until end of turn. So, kind of the idea with this card is you play it face down, maybe you hit once or twice, whatever. At some point, you play your 5-drop on turn 6, and then you flip the Stormsinger, and then you just smash with both. So it's kind of like a build your own the 2/1 the Soulbond haste Lightning Mauler. It's kind of like a build your own Lightning Mauler from a couple sets ago.
This seems like it's good enough to be C play for sure.
Yeah,
like you said, though, do try to avoid the turn 1.
Yeah, if you Raging Goblin them on turn 1, then we did not tell you to do that, so we take no responsibility for what happens afterwards.
But I think I might know. So where do we have this? Like at a solid C, right in the middle, or? I
think it's a solid C. Even in decks that aren't super aggressive, this is still just a Megamorph you can run out and interact with with your opponent's stuff the first couple turns, and yeah, you can make your 4/4 dragon get haste. That seems pretty good to me.
Yeah, I like it. Lightning Berserker.
Lightning Berserker
feels like a card that's already been printed, but I guess it hasn't.
No, this has not. The name sounds like something that's already been printed.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. This is a card where I think its constructed implications are much greater than its limited implications, because it's 1 red for a 1/1 human berserker, and you can pay 1 red to give it +1/+0 to end of turn. So it has fire breathing.
Okay.
It also has dash of 1 red.
Wow.
So
red. So red, like you can just dash it out for a red.
Yeah. So certainly a powerful card in a deck that has all mountains and is a beatdown deck. In limited, this is not quite as powerful because your opponent's just going to have a creature in play, and any creature trades with this, and you have to pay a couple mana to make that happen. And they'll just throw their worst creature in front of this. So, and you're also not going to have 7 mountains in play most of the time. You're going to have 3. So
that is interesting, but there is some upside there, right?
There's a little bit of upside. I'm not seeing it add up to something that I'm really excited to play, though.
No, I think you're right. So I think that it's easy to look at the upside, but forget that dumping a bunch of mana for fire breathing is rarely going to be a long-term game plan that's going to win you the game, right? And I like the thing I really like about Lightning Berserker is that it's not dead late in the game, right? You know, your 1-drops tend to be pretty darn bad once you get up to turn 6, 7, 8, you know, even 10, 12, you know, when you really get deep into a game, they get worse. And this one's actually okay. Like if you can play it and if you've got, let's say you have 4 mountains total, you know, now you can actually trade it up for something pretty significant. If you're looking to block, or if they're a little light on creatures, you can run it in and trade it with their worst one, you know, pretty much every time. But none of these things are particularly exciting, right? And, you know, playing it on turn 1 and if your plan is to just dump a bunch of red mana into it, I don't think that's really going to get you where you need to go. So yeah, I'm not super stoked on it, but it's got a couple of, you know, good marks on it.
It does. I think people are going to overestimate it because this does look like a constructed playable, and because the upside looks like it's there.
Yeah,
I think this card's a D though. I don't think I'm going to play it very often.
Okay, I'll give it a D plus. I'll be a little bullish on it. Lose Calm. That's a weird name. 3 and a red for a sorcery. It says gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap that creature. It gains haste until end of turn, and you knew there was something else. Can't be blocked this turn except by 2 or more creatures.
So this is this set's, you know, version of Threaten. Threaten is just this base effect. Then we generally see it with a little upside, though. I guess Active Treason got printed, which is just the same thing. So this upside is real. You know, paying an extra mana to make it so their creature's hard to block isn't bad. The one thing that's kind of funny, though, is that they generally don't want to block the creature you stole anyway. They'd much rather block your other creatures because they don't want to trade for the creature that's coming back to them.
Yeah, totally. They don't want to lose. Yeah, because they're going to get that guy back anyway.
So this advantage, I mean, it is better, but it is not necessarily something you always want. This is a super aggressive card. If you have a beatdown deck, then you don't mind playing it. It's a little expensive to try to set up exploit shenanigans. I mean, that is powerful, but you're talking something like 7 to 8 mana at this point.
At least, yeah. No, that's very, very expensive.
So my guess is that this is probably like a D plus, where some beatdown decks are going to want it, but no one else really will.
Yeah, I gave Loose Calm a D. I figure, yeah, you know, there's going to be some times where you'll play it, but on average, you probably won't. What is this? Magmatic Chasm. We go from a threaten to a falter here, Luis. It's 1 and a red for a sorcery, and it says creatures without flying, so everything on the ground, can't block this turn. And we call that a falter effect because the first card, you know, that had this effect of making things not be able to block until the end of the turn was called falter. So Magmatic Chasm, how good are falter effects these days?
That's kind of tough to tell because this card's either, you know, completely dead or very, very good and is the last spell cast because it just wins the game. I don't know how often boards are going to stall. My guess is that this is kind of like Lose Calm. It's the card that you want in some beatdown decks as a way to finish the game or punch some damage through, but a lot of decks just absolutely won't be interested. And some matchups even, it's just not very good. It's at its best when you're not playing against a ton of removal or flyers. So that's kind of a narrow scenario. I think this is closer to a D than a D plus, though it is going to be very valuable in the matchups it's good.
Yeah, I think the one thing to consider with it too is that, you know, it's one of these spells that doesn't get better the more you have. Like, your deck will probably want, well, either 0 or 1, maybe 2, but usually you'll just want 1. Like, if you get a hand that has 2 of them in there, you have to be pretty darn far ahead to make that really work. There's definitely a lot of times where the second one, you know, is taking the slot of the creature that you were going to use to get in for damage, and now all of a sudden you've got one less creature on the battlefield, and now your Magmatic Chasm just isn't getting you through for as much damage as you need to actually win. So something to keep in mind. I give it a D. Like, falter effects have never really been, I don't think, amazing. When they tack them onto other things, then they get quite good. Kalsisma Behemoth is 2 and a red for a 5/5.
I like that. That passes the vanilla test.
It does indeed. Gold star on the vanilla test, but it can't attack or block. Now, this is interesting. Unless you pay 2 colorless.
Well, that would be the death knell on some creatures because that's a pretty significant drawback. I think it might be worth it on the Behemoth.
5/5?
So imagine this. You play a 2-drop on turn 2 because you're playing Beatdown. Turn 3, you play this. Turn 4, you pay to attack with this and play another 2-drop. Sounds incredible to me.
That is kind of insane. You just attacked for 7 damage and you're threatening to attack for 9 the next turn.
And this does enough damage that even if you have to forego casting a spell, even if in that situation you didn't have a 2-drop, you hit him for 5, and the next time you hit him for 5 again, you don't need to cast very many spells. Your opponent has to do something.
Right, they really do, and they're not going to want to because this is a liability for you on the battlefield. God, this is one of the most interesting cards I've had in a while to evaluate, because I could see it going the other direction as well, where it's just like you play it, it does nothing for 3 turns because you're still developing your board, you know? But,
yeah, this is the kind of card you can also lose the game to very easily.
Right.
Because you make the choice to attack with it or not attack with it, and it was wrong. Because it's tricky to figure out when you want to spend the mana to do that versus develop your board.
Right. The good news is that if they do decide to block, I mean, your worst case has to be a trade, right? I suppose, you know, the thing you don't want to see is the new Drudge skeletons
yes,
sitting over there. But, you know, even if it's a death touch creature or whatever, you just shrug and say, okay, fine, pay 2, we can trade. And, you know, that's not the worst. That's not that bad. Where did you put Call Seisma Behemoth? I'm really curious because I don't know how to rate this thing.
I actually think it's a B. I think that.
Oh, wow.
I think that if you take this, you can draft it a low curve aggressive deck, and this is going to be the card you want to see in your opening hand just every game.
Super interesting. I was going to give it a C, but I'll admit that that's just because I can't quite, like, I need to play with this card before I get a real feel for it. Well, I could see what you're saying happen, though, for sure.
The other thing is, even if you don't draft around it, imagine just having this on the board on turn 6 or 7 where the drawback isn't that big and you've got a 5/5.
Yeah, it is impressive. 5/5. They really pushed it. Rending Volley is next. It's red for an instant and uncommon, and it says it can't be countered by spells or abilities, and it deals 4 damage to target, well, white or blue creature. So can we just immediately put this thing right back in the old sideboard slot?
Yep, right back in the sideboard, and also the sideboard for modern decks to kill Pester Might and Deceiver Exarch.
That's right. This next card, not going to be in too many sideboards.
Oh, no.
Roast is 1 and a red for a sorcery at uncommon. So sorcery, let's remember that, and then it's uncommon, so you're not going to see it too often. It deals 5 damage to target creature without flying.
This
Roast
card has
indeed.
It's an awesome name, and it's very powerful. It's a red spell for 2 mana that can kill a 5/5.
That's insane.
I can't remember the last time that was true.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that's great. Sorcery speed means you're going to be kind of reach out, kill it, attack, which is totally fine. You know, of course, instant would be better, blah, 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 but whatever. This is great.
It can't kill flyers. So the real question is this better than Draconic Roar? My guess is it's not better, but it's not much worse either. I think they deserve the same rating. I think this is a B. I don't think it's a B plus because sometimes it just won't be able to kill the flyer that's killing you.
Which is a dragon.
But it does kill just about everything else.
For 2 mana, that is just too good. You can kill some serious beef with a roast. I like it. Sabertooth Outrider is 3 and a red for a 4/2 human warrior with trample. So a 4/2 trample for 4 mana. Where are we at on that?
I don't like that very much.
Just trades too easy?
Yeah, your opponent can block it with a card that costs less mana than it and trade.
Okay, now what if I threw in First Strike?
If you threw in First Strike, thanks to its formidable trigger, which is when it attacks, if you have 8 power or greater total among creatures, it gains First Strike on a turn. Now we're talking a much better deal. Because,
that's business there.
First of all, this gets you halfway there by itself. Second of all, you're going to have a lot of games where you play this and you just wait 1 extra turn and then you attack as a 4/2 First Strike trample, and that's a card that's hard to deal with.
Very difficult to interact with in combat. Its toughness effectively doesn't matter at that point, and the 4 power is very high. First Strike means that it's going to mow down most of the things that try to block it.
This card also interacts very well with combat tricks. I mean, can you imagine casting a Coat with Venom on this and making it trample death trap?
Jeez. So that way you only have to do 1 to each blocker. All the rest goes through. You get in for 5 damage. That's fantastic.
Or Kindled Fury, making it a 5/2 First Strike.
Yes.
Or Butcher's Glee and making it a 7/2 lifelink. Like, all these things sound very good to me. So I think the Outrider, it naturally solves its own problem, and it combos well with a lot of other cards.
Yeah, this seems really solid. I like the card. Now, if you don't get to Formidable, Your worst case still isn't too bad, right? Like you can attack in and maybe they block with a morph or something and you get in for a couple and it trades. Like that's not that bad either, right?
Not at all. And a 4/2 is a good blocker. High power, low toughness creatures block surprisingly well because you get to trade up. So I think all that combined makes this a C+.
I'm in. C+ for Sabretooth Outrider. Sarkon's Rage is 4 and a red for an instant at common. It deals 5 damage to a creature or player. If you control no dragons, it deals 2 damage to you. It punishes you for not having dragons.
What I really want to know more than anything else is how many draws we're going to see. Because if your opponent's at 5 or less and you're at 2 and you cast this, the game's a draw. So
that's funny.
It's a common. So, and this situation's not that hard to set up. There's just got to be way more draws in tournaments now, right?
Yeah.
That's just going to happen?
That's super funny. Yeah. Now, how good is this thing, though? This card seems great. It's 5 mana, which is admittedly expensive, but 5 damage to a creature or player at instant speed?
Yeah, this card's very playable.
Wow.
It can kill almost anything, including your opponent. It's a good way to finish off your opponent. Plus, it's got Sarkon with 2 dragon heads coming out of his hands that are breathing fire.
That is sweet.
But the 2 damage is not irrelevant, and in a tight race, I mean, that's going to matter very often. Don't go out of your way to play dragons. Just play dragons if you have dragons, and be thankful for that. So, right. I don't think you cut this card. It does get worse in multiples because it's a 5-drop and because the damage adds up.
Right, that's something to consider for sure. So the big question is, does it bump into the B- range for you, or are you kind of keeping it in the C+ category?
My guess is that it's a C+ more than a B-.
It is expensive.
Yeah.
I'm going to go B- on it. I still think that like the flexibility of hitting your opponent for a bunch or killing just almost anything is worth that extra bump.
And the second dragon head is really what sold you.
Yeah. Yes, it is. Sarkon's Triumph is 2 and a red for an instant and uncommon. It says search your library for a dragon creature card, reveal it, put it into your hand, and then shuffle. Well,
so the main problem I have with this card is it's not called Draconic Tutor. Like that's just insane.
Which apparently was its playtest name.
Well, of course it was its playtest name. That's what this card is. It's a demonic tutor for dragons.
It is. Yeah, that is disappointing. So, scenario, I've got a sweet dragon, right? I first picked
that's lucky, but go on.
Yes, some great dragon in maybe the previous pack. And then, pick 7 rolls around and there's a Sarkon's Triumph floating around. How incentivized am I to take the Triumph?
I wouldn't take it over, a good playable, but I would pick it up if it was close to free, which it probably will be. Most people are not going to want this card.
Mm-hmm.
The real question is when do you play this? And I think my bar for playing it is, first of all, I have to have minimum 2 targets. Having just 1 target and drawing the target plus the Triumph sounds like a disaster.
Yeah, it's miserable.
So I'd want to, in order to want to waste my time paying 3 mana to draw a card, I would want at least one of those targets to be very, very good. I'm talking about Dragon Lord or, Red Regent level good.
Okay.
So
we're not talking the uncommon dragons.
No. I could have any number of uncommon dragons and I wouldn't play this. In fact, the more I have, the less I want to play this.
Okay.
So if you have 1 dragon that's a bomb and 1 dragon that's reasonable, hopefully you have 3 total. That would be the ideal, scenarios, 3 or more. But if you have 1 dragon that's a bomb and 1 that's just decent, then, this card is reasonable to play if you need another card.
Okay.
That doesn't sound too exciting.
Not a high rating though, right? Like that is not.
It's not an exciting card.
Yeah.
So I think the card is a D, and it will make your deck sometimes.
Yeah, I'll go D-. Just don't like cards like that. Scream Reach Brawler is 2 and a red for a 2/3 with dash, 1 and a red. It's a common.
It's a little defensive for a dash creature.
It is a little, isn't it?
It's got a good dash cost, but my dash decks don't really want 2/3s, and I also don't want my dash decks, so.
There's a lot of dash so far in red.
Yeah, and we're going to take a look, later at Warbringer, which are one of our preview cards that's helps justify the dash decks a little bit. But I still would rather not play Scream Reach Brawler. I think this is a D. I think if you have a dedicated dash deck where you just want as many creatures that say dash on them as possible, this gets a little better. But even then, it's just not that exciting.
No, it's not. I give it a D also. Seismic Rupture is next. It's 2 and a red for a sorcery at uncommon, and it says it deals 2 damage to each creature without flying.
Whether this card is, mediocre, good, or great is kind of determined by what the format looks like and what the average deck looks like. It's hard to tell just by looking at the cards, but it's hard for me to imagine that this card is anything less than decent. Just because it's not that hard to set up a board where you just kill 2 of your opponent's creatures.
Yeah, and even there's going to be times where you just take a 1-for-1 with it, where your opponent goes morph, go, you go land, seismic rupture, kill your morph. Right?
There's nothing wrong with doing that.
Yeah, that's going to pop up sometimes too. I agree, and the upside could be huge. Like if your deck is particularly well positioned to not get hit by it. Now, the fact that it's red, and we have seen a decent amount of low toughness red creatures, means that maybe there's going to be some decks where you definitely don't want to play it. But for the most part, yeah, this card seems like it's going to have its home, and there's going to be sometimes when it's a complete blowout too. Not hitting flyers is brutal though.
It is. It's not hard to construct a deck that doesn't get punished by this, in which case you can assume it's going to be better for you than your opponent. I think this card is just a C, though. I think in some matchups it's going to be fantastic, but in some it's going to be quite mediocre.
Yeah, I was going to give it a C minus.
Yeah.
Not a huge fan. Sprinting War Brute. He's ready to rumble. What does he do?
Well, he runs pretty fast for a big guy. He's a 4 in a red for a 5/4 Ogre Berserker.
Oh, he is big.
And attacks each turn of Fable, and has dash 3 in a red. I think this card's solid. It's not the 5. It's not as good of a 5-drop as the Pummeler, but you do want some number of 5-drops. You want something to spend your mana on, and a 5/4 is not bad, especially given that it'll have haste some amount of the time when you dash it out.
That seems fine. Seems solid.
Yeah,
that's a big hit, right? Like dashing for 4, like late in the game when you've kind of been setting it up, and then bang, they've got to deal with 5 more power coming at their face. Like that's actually
it's a big chunk of life. It's one of the cards I want to block with. Use Sabertooth Outrider to block because the Outrider trades for this neatly. But
yes, how often do you think you're going to just?
I think you
just run it out there.
I think you cast this most of the time if you draw it before turn 6 or 7.
Okay.
The later it gets, obviously, the more likely you are to dash. That's just how dash tends to work. The dash cost is expensive enough here that I'd rather not be locked into dashing a bunch of times. One thing to note, though, is if your opponent's at 10 or less life, they're often going to want to trade for this the first time they can.
Yes.
So in which case, dashing out is better.
Yeah, it is better. Okay. So what are we thinking? Like a solid C for this? Maybe even a C+?
My guess is it's probably like a C. It is a 5-drop. You don't want tons of them.
All right. What about Stormcrag Elemental?
Now we're talking. Stormcrag Elemental's 5 in a red for a 5/5 trample, which nothing wrong with those stats.
Yeah, it's fine.
And it has Megamorph for 4 and 2
Oh,
red.
yeah. Oh, I'm in.
So this is exactly the archetypal Megamorph card that it's fine to cast, it's good to Megamorph, and it's good to cast on turn 3. Just all those things put together. A 6/6 trample is sizable, so getting to cheat one out early is nice. I think Stormcrag Elemental is a C+.
I like it as C+. Is also again going back to the flexibility, right? It's just you just can't ignore that flexibility.
Yeah.
Stormwing Dragon is 5 and a red for an uncommon. So here's the red version of these that we've been seeing.
Yeah.
It's a 6 mana for a 3/3 flying, and this one has First Strike, Megamorph for 7, 5 red, and it has that same clause as the others, where when you turn it face up, you put a +1/+1 counter on each other dragon creature you control, and of course it gets one too. First Strike. So that's the question, right? So far we've had Hexproof and Death Touch. This one has First Strike.
Yeah, again, not in love with First Strike. It's not as necessary on a flyer because they don't get blocked all that often. And it's not so huge that you're really going to be blocking, their creatures and having First Strike matter. So it's on par with all the other ones that we've seen so far.
They're just okay, right? I
think they're just all C's, yeah.
Yeah, C pluses. I mean, remember, they do have Megamorph. We got to give them credit, but I'll give it a C+. I think the card's fine. The 7 to flip up is pretty expensive, though.
Yeah, it's funny because it feels like a lot of the morphs in Cons of Tarkir were kind of pushed. Willy Loxodon is very good. Glacial Stalker is very solid. And it feels like this whole cycle is just one more expensive than you'd be excited to play, which is interesting. I'm curious why that ended up being that way.
Summit Prowler's back, Luis.
Summit Prowler is back, and
he never went anywhere. He's just like, what time shift?
But he's got a couple of friends in the background.
Yeah, they're looking at him longingly.
Or maybe not friends.
Yeah. So interestingly, Summit Prowler. Remember, that's the 2 red Yeti for that's a 4/3. We don't have Ferocious anymore, so that we don't get that to put that on the table, though he does make up half of Formidable on his own, which is pretty nice. And, Summit Prowler and its ilk has been, perfectly reasonable 4-drops for quite a while. 4/3 is something that I think that you're usually willing to play, and you're maybe perhaps not often excited to play, though.
I think this card got significantly better.
Oh, really?
In this set. I think this card is a card you're excited to play now. You're now much more likely going to have a mana base that's 9 mountains.
Totally.
Or 10 mountains if you have some of these. And a 4-mana 4/3 is efficient enough that it is worth going out of your way to play it. So I think this card got upgraded to like a C+, where before it was, closer to like a C-.
Okay. I still have it at C, but that is interesting. Tail Slash is 2 and a red for an instant at common, and it says target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control.
So
this has a lot going on.
Well, it's an unfair fight is what it is. It's basically a fight card, except they don't get to punch you back.
Right. What was the card that did that?
Well, there's Soul's Fire in Shards of Alara. That could target anyone, though.
That could target anything, but there was one recently that did that too. Anyway, I can't remember what it was, but that's huge, right?
Yeah, this card is very solid. It's not hard for this card to deal 2 damage, and it's not particularly hard for it to deal 3 or 4 damage either. So
no, especially in red.
Yeah, it does open you up to your opponent having a removal spell in response. So there's some amount of risk there, but it's about as safe as it can get other than that. So I think this card's a C+.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a B-. I think Tail Slash is going to be one of those cards that's going to kind of creep up on people. There seem to be a lot of high-powered creatures in red already, and 3 mana instant speed removal that's going to, good percentage of the time kill something. I think it's going to pull its weight. Tormenting Voice is back, so that's 1 in a red. Sorcery is an additional cost to cast it. Discard a card, and you draw 2 cards. We're not triggering prowess anymore with this, or I shouldn't say
as
that.
Often,
not as often is what I should say. Yeah. But the card ended up pulling its weight surprisingly well, though I suppose it's, ultimately it was still just like a C-, in the previous set, and it probably still will be here.
I think it's a little bit better than a C-. I was generally happy playing this card, but yeah, if you're beating down, it's not really where you want to be.
Yeah, it's in red.
Yeah, C to C- seems fine. You'll know when you want this, and that's when you just don't have as much to do in the early turns, or have the use for prowess type triggers later.
Yeah, I used to play it in decks with relatively low mana curves because this would help hedge against flooding later in the game.
That's one of the things it does.
Twin Bolt is what this sounds good to me. It's 1 in a red for an instant, and it deals 2 damage divided as you choose among 1 or 2 target creatures and or players.
So it's Forked Bolt, which is just the same exact card, except that only costs 1 red, but it's a sorcery.
Yes. So they added a colorless and made it an instant. Forked Bolt was good in its format. I'm assuming Twin Bolt is going to be quite good in this format. The most likely thing you're going to see is, you're going to kill a morph or something like that, a 2 toughness thing with Twin Bolt and just get your 1-for-1 out of it, which is perfectly reasonable. And then there's going to be those times when you're playing against the Flyers deck or whatever, and you actually get to kill 2 creatures and you're going to feel superhuman. Yeah,
that is a little bit ambitious, but you're not paying any cost to get that opportunity, because you would play this if it was 1 in a red, deal 2 damage. So
totally.
You might as well get the free little rider there. Yeah, this card's, I think, like textbook C+. It's not so powerful that I'd give it a B-, but it is an instant that can kill things, and I don't know, that tends to be C+ range.
Yeah, I like it. I might even go a little further. I do wish it could kill a little more. I guess C+ is fine. Vandalize. What does this thing do?
It's 4 in a red, sorcery. Choose 1 or both. Destroy target artifact. Destroy target land. And it's got the third choice, which is leave this in your sideboard.
They didn't print that one on there.
I would select the third choice. The problem with this is that if they don't have an artifact, you really can't be running around paying 5 mana to Stone Rain, destroy one of their lands. So That's clearly unplayable. Most decks are not going to have artifacts. And even the decks that do, you won't even want to spend 5 mana to kill it necessarily. Though it is a 2-for-1. If you're targeting an artifact, you can always target a land as well. So I would side this in against someone who had like multiple monuments, for example, but if I just see 1 monument, I'm not necessarily siding this in.
No. Is it an F? I guess not. It's probably a D-, huh?
Well, it's It's a sideboard card.
Is it a sideboard card? Okay.
Yeah, I would never main deck it, and sometimes I'll side it in, but not all that likely.
Okay. Let's take a look at Volcanic Rush. It's 4 and a red for an instant at common, and it says attacking creatures get +2/+0 and gain trample until end of turn.
So this is Trumpet Blast from Cons, except you paid an additional 2 red mana to give all your creatures trample.
Oh, 2 colorless, yeah.
Or 2 colorless.
Is that a thing? Trample actually, that does actually seem like kind of a thing.
It changes the card a reasonable amount, because now instead of just being like, hey, combo this with a bunch of tokens, it's like, well, combo this with a bunch of decent sized creatures.
Yeah, now all of a sudden the 5/4s and 3/3s even that we've been looking at, the Summit Prowlers of this set all of a sudden become massively lethal targets, especially because one thing that we did see, quite a bit when you were anticipating a card like that, or maybe another comparison would be like a Rush of Battle, a sorcery where you knew already, was you saw chump blocks, right? I mean, you just said, okay, well, I got to survive this turn, so I'm going to try to mitigate my losses as much as possible by chump blocking with my smallest creatures. And Volcanic Rush, while it does charge you for it, kind of laughs at that strategy. It just says, yeah, no, that's not going to get it done.
Yeah, I think this card is similar to Trumpet Blast in that it's a D, it's situational, but similar to Trumpet Blast, it can just win you games very easily.
Yeah,
so
totally.
I'm going to give it a D. I'm not going to prioritize it, but sometimes it will end up in my deck.
Yeah, I'm going to go D as well. It is 5 as well. It's pretty pricey. That isn't a huge effect just because it's like those cards aren't curve cards anyway. You're not like, you almost never Trumpet Blast on turn 3, but still having extra mana is never bad. Warbringer, you mentioned it a minute ago, Luis. What does it do?
It's 3 and a red for a 3/3 Orc Berserker. It's an uncommon. It says dash costs you pay cost 2 colorless less, and has the helpful reminder text that this only works as long as the creature's on the battlefield.
Right.
Which, again, I assume is because people did get confused by that.
Right.
And it has dash itself, so it costs 2 and a red to dash. So the dream with this card is to play in a deck with a bunch of dash creatures, and then on turn 5, dash this out, dash a heel cutter out, and dash some other good dash card out. Like maybe a Reckless Imp or something like that.
Sure.
Yeah, that seems like
that's pretty dreamy.
So yeah, somewhat ambitious dream, but you can probably get a Warbringer 4th or 5th pick without that much difficulty. And once you do, you draft a bunch of dash creatures, and they all kind of work together as an aggressive shell. And
I guess I want to know what the downside is.
The
Like
downside
if I
is,
move in on the dash deck, am I really giving up that much by playing a Warbringer anyway?
well, the downside is that Warbringer and a lot of the other dash creatures are not that aggressively costed.
Yeah, 3/3 for 4 mana here doesn't exactly impress.
No, Warbringer by itself is kind of sad. I mean, it's an Alesha's Vanguard, which is not a card I like to play. But Warbringer with even just one other dash creature, that starts getting you somewhere. So I think the cost of taking this isn't that high, but the cost of not getting there, if you draw this and no other dash creatures, it's not very impressive.
It's pretty bad, yeah. And it's not terrible, but it is pretty bad. Where do you want to put Warbringer? These ones are always tough to put a value on because in the right deck, it could be your best card.
Right.
But in the wrong deck, it could be a fringe playable / would prefer to have it just in the sideboard.
My guess is that this averages out to somewhere like a C, because it's not a disaster if you just have to play this by itself.
Sure.
It is again a 4-mana 3/3. So I think this is a C, and in some decks it'll perform better than that, and some decks it'll be worse than that.
Yeah, that's what I think too. All right, that's going to do it for red. We are plowing right through the colors here, moving on to green. Airy Bowmasters is the first green card, and it's solid. It's a 2 green for a 3/4 Hound Archer with Reach and Megamorph. The Megamorph cost in this case is 5 and a green.
This is one of the rare creatures that you want to cast it face up a lot more than you want to play it face down.
That is interesting. Yeah. It gives you the flexibility, but you really, a 3/4 Reach for 4 is very appealing.
3/4 Reach for 4 is a very, very good rate. It's good defensively and good offensively. You can just attack them with a 3/4, and that's pretty good value.
Yeah.
And then if you don't have a 3-drop, sometimes you do play this as your 3, and then later in that game, if you have the time and mana, then you can Megamorph and get a 4/5.
It's going to be interesting to see how it plays against creatures with flying as well. If you get to that 6th mana and pass the turn back with a couple of morphs face down, they're really going to have to think twice before just jamming in there with their 3/3 flyer or whatever.
For sure. I think this card does enough good things on, regardless of how you play it, that I'm comfortable giving it a B-.
Yeah, I'm in B- as well. It's not exciting at really any stage. It's not like, wow, but it's like so rock solid that I think it does earn that B- spot. Einok Artillerist is 2 and a green for a 4/1. Feels like a red card got lost here.
It does, yeah.
It's a common, and it says it has reach as long as it has a +1/+1 counter on it. But that's it. It doesn't have Megamorph. There's no activated ability. It's just an Einok. It's just a dog with a bow.
Yeah, this card is strangely aggressive.
Very weird.
Despite saying it has reach. I mean, the combo, of course, is to give it bolstered instant speed because it's only got 1 toughness, and then block with it. But then you're still trading because it's not like this is going to survive very often.
Right. How do you feel about just the 4 power on the 3 mana?
3 mana for a 4/1 is a very playable card.
It is, right?
Goreswine did its job.
Yeah.
Ferocious isn't around anymore, which makes it a tiny bit less exciting. But
yes, it does.
I still think this is a C-.
I was going to give it a C. It's got a little bit of upside. The reach part is weird, right? Like, let's just that is strange. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It's kind of like, well, how am I going to do that? Why am I going to do that? Even then, if I get a +1/+1 counter on it, it's a 5/2. Now it's like going to block and just trade with something. Like, it still doesn't really break the card where you're like, you really want to work to get the counter on. It's just sort of like random gravy.
Yeah, the card text is a lie.
Exactly. Einok Survivalist is next. Hound Shaman and uncommon for 1 and a green. It's a 2/1. And it's got Megamorph, but its Megamorph is super cheap. It's 1 and a green. And when it's turned face up, destroy target artifact or an enchantment an opponent controls.
It's funny that if you Megamorph this card, it ends up being a Nantuko Vigilante, which is one of the original morphs that flip up to kill things.
Do you think they were thinking about that when they made it?
Oh, for sure. The people working on this, they know all those cards clearly. A lot of them made those cards.
Yeah, they made some of them. Yeah,
they love doing cute stuff like that, and I think it's awesome too.
I think that's really cool too.
So this card's very good because it's a 2 mana 2/1, so it's fine to play on turn 2. It's fine to Megamorph it, and it gives you a way to play artifact and enchantment kill without really costing you any main deck percentage points. And that's something I like having. This can kill, an odd siege or a passivism or a reduce in stature at essentially no cost and at 2-for-1. So I'm always playing this card, and I'm taking it fairly high. I think it's probably a B-. Maybe a C. Yeah.
It's weird because it's hard to give it a B- just because the excitement level isn't necessarily there. But this thing really, it gives you serious random upside of 2-for-1 your opponent. And it doesn't really fall flat on any of the categories. Sure, a 2/1 for 2 isn't exciting. And you know what? A 3/2 when you Megamorph it isn't really that exciting either, which I think probably keeps it down into the C+ range.
Yeah, C+ sounds a little better. But
yeah, but man, when you get to turn it face up for this cheap and blow up their, spoiler alert, their pacifism or whatever, that's a big deal.
It is.
Okay. Atarka Beastbreaker is 1 and a green for a 2/2. So a little bit more what we're used to out of green. Human warrior at common, and it's got formidable. So again, if you control creatures with power, totaling power 8 or greater, you can pay 4 and a green. So 5 mana, and Atarka Beastbreaker gets +4/+4 until end of turn. Thing gets huge. And not that it'll come up often, but you can do that as many times as you can pay for it.
It's true. If you have 10 mana, you can go nuts.
Yeah. This is kind of the classic bear with upside, Luis, right? It's 2 mana for a 2/2, which is generally a playable card in limited that you're not embarrassed about. But if the game stalls out or goes a little later where, you've got a couple of good creatures, but maybe not a great attack, all of a sudden Atarka Beastbreaker becomes this thing that they kind of have to deal with. It's a 6/6, on demand if you've got formidable and 5 mana available. I wouldn't call that wildly efficient. Right? That's not great. But look, you're getting a bear. You're getting a 2/2 for 2 that you're not embarrassed to play in the first place. And then, on top of it, you just will find yourself in a spot where it outperforms what a normal bear would do anyway.
Yeah, he is definitely more than your average bear. I think that this is succeeding in what you really want your 2-drops to succeed in, which is they're good on turn 2 and they're good on turn 8.
Yeah, that's the key.
And as such, I'm happy to play this card. I think it's a C+.
I think so too. Circle of Elders. What does that one do?
It's 2 and 2 green, so 4 mana for a 2/4 vigilance, and it has formidable of tap, add 3 colorless to your mana pool. So
wow,
it's a 4 mana 2/4 vigilance, which is fine. It's not exciting, but it's not bad. And then once your board is pretty developed, this starts like turbo ramping you. It's a nice little combo with the Beastbreaker, actually.
Oh yeah, it is, isn't it?
So I think this card is certainly playable if you need more 4-drops and if the double green's not a problem. But I don't see the mana ability being spectacular. It's fine. It's definitely better than not having it because sometimes it'll come up. But I'm not really like playing this card because I think it's going to ramp me to 9 mana or anything like that.
No.
So I think this is like a C-.
I got it at C-.
Yeah, the stats are not quite there to really, really make me appeal.
Now, what if I took away a green mana and all the text from it and called it Colossedon Yearling?
And that is coincidentally our next card. I don't know if you knew that. But
no, I maybe looked ahead a little. Yeah, so Colossedon Yearling's 2 and a green for a 2/4.
That's a solid card.
That's solid, right?
You love your 2/3s for 3. You're first picking them, you just said. So
God.
I'm going to hold out for the 2/3s, the 2/4s for 3.
Oh, okay,
so
I see.
I think this card is a C. I'm happy to play it, but I'm not, excited to play it.
Yeah, that seems right, and it definitely delivers on rate, right? It passes a vanilla test just fine. Thank you very much. Conifer Strider is 3 and a green for a 5/1. Now this is a second green card that we've had already.
Maybe they're redefining what green does.
Yeah, it's interesting, and this one though. Has an ability that I find kind of funny on it. It's got hexproof.
So I guess the idea with Conifer Strider here is casting a bunch of auras on it and just going to town.
Yeah, or just blocking with it.
I'm not in love with this card. I know I'm going to lose to it because I'm going to have a deck with 5 removal spells and 3 card draw spells, and my opponent's going to play this. And I'm going to be like, whoops. But
you're going to just 20 you with this thing.
I think this is just like a D. You'll side it in maybe some matchups, but like if they have a bunch of 5 toughness creatures you want to block, or they're really creature light with a ton of removal, it just does not interact well with creatures in general. It's just always going to trade for a cheaper card. So
right. and
that's not the kind of card you want in your main deck.
Right, that's the key, right? The hexproof makes it look like it's better because it doesn't die as often, but the real way that this card dies is by getting into combat at any point.
Yeah, it has no evasion, so.
Right. I like it as a D. What does Display of Dominance do? And is that really what that guy's doing?
Yeah, I don't really know what's going on there. But Display of Dominance is 1 and a green, and it's an instant, and it says choose one. Destroy target blue or black non-creature permanent. Suspicious.
Weird.
Or permanents you control can't be the targets of blue or black spells your opponents control this turn. So,
my question, I want to just cut to the chase. Are we even sideboarding this in?
We are not.
It doesn't even kill a creature.
It does not kill a creature. It would, in fact, all it can do is, I guess it can kill Palace Siege. That's not terrible.
So you found your conditional.
Well, it can kill return or reduce in stature, and if they have a couple removal spells to go along with those cards, maybe. But yeah, in general, don't really take this and don't sideboard it in.
No, it just doesn't do enough. I'm going to give Display of Dominance an F. Actually, I just don't think I'm going to end up playing that card at any point.
I think F is a reasonable rating.
Dragon Scarred Bear, he's mad.
Poor Harold.
yeah. Harold had a real bad day at the office on this one. Fell off of his bike. 2 and a green for a 3/2 bear with Formidable. 1 and a green, regenerate him. So again, if you've got Formidable active, the 8 power thing, then you can pay 1 and a green to regenerate your 3/2. What do you think about just Dragon Scarred Bear as 2 and a green for a 3/2? Like, how does that sit on the vanilla test? It's trading a lot.
Yeah, I don't mind a 3 mana 3/2. It does trade, but it's also punches them hard enough that they have incentive to trade. So
yeah,
they don't get to just ignore it.
And then the regeneration seems quite strong on this thing.
Yeah, once the bear picks up his bicycle, he becomes unstoppable.
Yeah.
And because I assume that's what regeneration kind of implies. So I would always play this card. I think it's a C+ because it gets you 3/8 of the way towards Formidable, and once it becomes Formidable, then it becomes Formidable. It's a 3-power regenerator.
Yeah, I'm seeing no downside here. I'm on the same grade. Dromoka's Gift is 4 and a green for an instant, and it's an uncommon, and it's real simple. It's bolster 4. So remember, to bolster, you choose a creature with the least toughness among creatures you control, and in this case, you put 4 +1/+1 counters on it at instant speed. That's a lot of counters. Now, we had, what was that card called? The 2 and a green?
Cached Defenses.
Cached Defenses, thank you.
So I hated that card. I thought it was very close to just being straight unplayable.
Uh-huh.
But Dromoka's Gift is an instant, and at instant speed, I think that makes up for a ton of my dislike, because when you cast this card and you trade for 1 card of theirs, but then you end up with like a 7/7 in play, that sounds awesome to me.
That is huge. 4 +1/+1 counters is, it does not matter what those go on at this point, right? I mean, I think that's the thing to consider, is that it's like straight up on a 2/2, you've just made a 6/6. And if you have anything else, it's absolutely really, really difficult to deal with. Now, 5 mana is a lot, though. I mean, that is a ton
5 mana
of
is a lot, but you're getting 5 mana's worth out of this card.
Okay. Where do you have it?
I think it's a C.
Just C?
Yeah. I don't think it's much better than that. There are some matchups where it's going to be nearly unstoppable, but there are some matchups where you're going to pay 5, trade for a thing, and then they're just going to kill your creature. Or worst comes to worst, they'll kill it in response, and then, or they'll kill whatever got bolstered with, because they have like an ultimate price, and then you're just out of luck.
Yes. And you know what else? I mean, there's going to be funny things that are going to help you know that Dromoka's Gift is incoming, like the turn when your opponent attacks you with their Whisperer of the Wilds. Be careful. That thing's probably growing. I'm not going to block that guy.
Just don't block.
Yeah, just don't block it. Epic Confrontation, a.k.a. Dragon Punch. It's 1 and a green for a sorcery. Target creature you control gets +1/+2 until end of turn. It fights a creature you don't control.
This is a Savage Punch without all the work, with a slightly lower upside.
Yeah, but without all the work, right? That's a big deal.
The not having all the work is key. This card feels like the Green Doomblade.
This is better than Savage Punch, right?
On balance, I believe it is, yes. Because you can use it on your morph on turn 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's way better. I mean, you're almost getting full Savage Punch value. It's just you can't spread it around, because the creature you target with this is the one that's going to do the fighting.
Yeah.
Where the other one, you could have a creature that had power 4 or greater, target another creature to fight, and then enable an attack for your guy that didn't fight. And that's not going to be the case here, but still, I'm a fan.
Yeah, I have to give this card just a B.
Yeah, this card is great. I mean, this is almost just straight up Savage Punch without the nonsense. I like B for Epic Confrontation. Explosive Vegetation is a card that's been around for a while. It's 3 and a green for a sorcery at uncommon, and it says search your library for up to 2 basic lands, put them on the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. You looking to do some serious ramping? We have seen some very expensive Megamorph costs here.
Explosive Vegetation is the kind of value I'm looking for out of ramp. You're paying 4 mana, but you're getting a 2-for-1, and you're getting 2 turns of acceleration. I like Explosive Vegetation. I love drafting it back when it was an Onslaught, and I assume that I'm going to love drafting it here. I'm not saying it's a Windmill Slam pick, but if you can have some expensive cards, some Vegetations, you're well on your way to drafting a sweet deck.
Yeah, I think it's okay. The thing that I really want out of it is the fixing. Like, I want to get both. Right.
How many colors are you planning on playing?
Well, I'm planning on going a little deep if I'm playing my Explosive Vegetation.
I like the sound of that.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm kind of saying here, is that in my normal 2-color deck, I don't think Explosive Vegetation is going to make the cut very often for me, even if I have expensive stuff. But if I decide to go, peel away the layers and go a little deeper, I could see this card being played in my base green, 4-color, 3-color, whatever deck, 5-color. A little more often. I know I will explore that space at some point, though I have to say that on a draft-to-draft basis, I don't think this is one of the more powerful or desirable cards in the set. And I'd probably just give it a D. I don't think you're going to play it very often. But when you do, you'll probably know why, and it'll probably be pretty good.
Yeah, I believe, despite my predilections, that D is where it accurately should land.
That's the responsible grade. Glade Watcher, what does Glade Watcher do?
Glade Watcher is a 2-mana 3/3, so that sounds pretty good. But it's got Defender.
I'm unsold.
But it also has Formidable. So you can pay a green to let it attack as if it did not have Defender. I like this card because
I kind of like it.
it comes out early. It doesn't attack them, but it keeps them from attacking you. And then it starts, smashing once you've built up your forces.
And for not a lot of mana, I just agree.
Yeah. A mid-range deck is going to want cards like this, and they do kind of stack well. If you have 3 Glade Watchers out, you're getting busy. So,
this card is not great, but it actually does seem to have a place somewhere.
Yeah, I would watch out for these and probably pick up as many as I could if I knew I wasn't going super aggressive.
I mean, the cool part, right, is when you get the third one out and then just start.
Yep, that is the plan.
Rumbling. That said, I don't think it's great. I'd actually probably just give it a D+. I'm not excited enough about it. Maybe it is just a C-, actually. Yeah, I'm going to give it a C-. Again, I'm not excited about it, but I can see this making the cut often enough to be in the C range.
Yeah, I think it's a C-.
Yeah, I was going to say D+, but I'm like, you know what? It's not that bad. Guardian Shield Bearer. It is 1 and a green for a 2/1 human soldier at common, and it's got Megamorph for 3 and a green, and when you turn it face up, you put a +1/+1 counter on another target creature you control.
I like this card. It's a 2-mana 2/1, or you can flip it up and have it be a 3/2 that makes another creature bigger. All those options sound fine to me. Because it's getting its Megamorph counter. It's getting its Megamorph counter, and then it's also giving someone else a Megamorph counter. And it's a 3-mana 2/2, which is also fine. All these things are fairly good, and it's a nice little combat trick. This card feels like just a solid C to me.
Yeah, it does to me too, actually, now that you say it. Yeah, Guardian Shield Bearer, C. What about Herd Chaser Dragon?
Well, Herd Chaser Dragon is 5 and a green for a 3/3 flying trample. And like the other dragons, Megamorph 5 green, and then it makes all your other dragons ++1, and you turn it face up.
All right, so it's got Trample.
This is the one I like least.
Yeah, this is not exciting. Cycle. Yeah, not at all.
Trample is like another kind of evasion that is like kind of the last keyword you want on a creature that already has flying. So
yeah. Flample? Come on.
Flample, yes. I even though they're all pretty close to C's, this is like, if you think Hexproof and Death Touch are maybe C+, this is a C-.
Yeah, I think that relative to the others, it's a little worse. But again, man, I'm just thinking of I really think the Death Touch is the one so far that I'm really on board with. This one is the lowest of those, but it's still a Megamorph creature that can be fine and probably is a C-. Inspiring Call is an instant for 2 and a green, and it says draw a card for each creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it. Randomly, those creatures gain indestructible until end of turn.
I so far have not been impressed with all the cards that key off ++1 counters.
Same.
And
now you get a lot more of them in this set with Megamorph. It's built into all the colors.
All the Megamorph costs are so expensive.
Yeah, they are.
I'm really not inspired to build a deck around unmorphing things and then casting this card. So
me neither. I want to like it, but no. This just feels like it's asking so much. Yeah. Also, isn't the idea that if you've Megamorphed 2 creatures that you're sort of winning that game anyway?
Yeah, you don't need to build your own divination. It's very difficult to build and save your creatures, but they're also kind of big.
But they're also the biggest things on the battlefield.
Yeah, this card just has to be an F, right?
I guess so, yeah. It's just asking so much. I'm sad. I like cards like that can, kind of pull two different roles like that. But I'm going to give it an F too. I just don't see that actually coming together often enough. Maybe there's a certain sub-archetype that would work for it. But Lurking Erynx is 4 and a green for a 3/5 cat beast. And if you've got Formidable, you can pay 2 and a green, and target creature blocks Lurking Erynx this turn if able.
What is an Erynx?
I don't know.
It's like a lynx, but Erynx instead.
Also, I don't love the artwork.
Yeah,
in fact, I hate it. Look what he's doing.
Looks like he's hunting something, but
no, I think he already hunted something. I think Elmer might have found himself on a snowy day, and he ran into the wrong cat.
All I'm saying is Wizards is sending a message over which team you're supposed to be on, and Elmer has died 1,000 gruesome deaths in the artwork of this set.
Yes, he's already died. Another one. He's been served up as dinner. I am getting a little discouraged here.
This card's good though.
It's good, right? 3/5 for 5.
5-mana 3/5, which is solid, if not amazing, but it gets the ability to start hunting things down. That ability, though, does end up being worse than it looks.
Does it?
And the reason being that by the time this is active, by the time you have Formidable, it's You're not talking turn 6 here. You're probably talking turn 7 to 8 to beyond. Your opponent is going to know that this is coming. They're going to leave back, more creatures. So, this can go hunt a 3/3, but they'll also put a 2/2 on it.
Right. And then you're still just 1-for-1ing eventually at the end of the day.
Yeah. I mean, your combat tricks do get more utility, but overall, I think this is probably just a C. It's not. Yeah. This isn't some kind of repeatable kill spell like it looks like.
No, I mean you could find a board state that was amenable to that, right? Where you're like you've whittled down their creatures, they've had to block a couple, they've traded off, aggressively or whatever, and then you play this thing, play a creature that gets you up to formidable, and then start eating their creatures one at a time where they can't catch up unless they draw something huge. But that's a lot to go right. That's just, you also need formidable. You need to have the mana. Yeah, I think C is good for that card. Naturalize is back. Of course, it's 1 and a green for an instant, destroy target artifact or enchantment. Right into the old sideboard there. This card hasn't been main deckable in a few sets, and this set doesn't look any different.
Yeah, I've not seen a set where Naturalize wasn't a sideboard card, and this is no exception. So,
yep. So
right onto the sideboard.
What about Pinion Feast?
4 in a green instant, destroy target creature with flying, bolster 2. This sideboard looks like a sideboard card to me. It's just too expensive to play on a hope and a prayer that your opponent is gonna have a flying creature, and there aren't so many flying creatures that I feel like you want to main deck this.
Yeah, even the uncommon dragon cycle doesn't quite meet the requirement here. Yeah, if this card was better, maybe, but no, I put it in the sideboard too.
Do you think most people listen to the set review because if this card was better, I'd play it? Is that
press the advantage is next.
I actually would like to press the advantage. I feel like I'm still advantaged.
This artwork does not impress me.
This artwork looks like a slight just lower quality than some of the other ones.
It certainly does.
Weird.
Yeah, it's very weird. 2 GG for an instant at uncommon, and it says up to 2 target creatures each get +2/+2 and trample until end of turn.
This reminds me a lot of the card from Zendikar that was the Skyward Charge or whatever, which was 2 white, 2 target creatures get +2/+2 and flying this turn. This card's a beating. It's when your opponent's attacking you with 3 or 4 creatures and you're like, and you think that they have this card and you're trying to figure out how to not take lethal, you're probably not going to find a way.
Right. So what about the power level of it though? Like I can certainly come up with scenarios like you just did where it's like a card that's going to make it really difficult for your opponent to block and survive. And you could even get a 2-for-1 off of it or whatever. But when is it not as good?
It's not as good when you only have 1 creature in play because even though you can cast this, you're paying 4 mana for a kind of mediocre trick. And it's not as good when your opponent, knows about it because it costs so much mana that they can figure out when it's coming and maybe have a removal spell up.
Or even just take it. I mean, I suppose that would be a ton of extra damage though.
Yeah.
But they're taking a ton of extra damage either way.
This is a finisher more than a combat trick. I think don't put this in your deck because you need another giant growth. Put this in your deck because you want a way to end the game, though it does serve as a giant growth. So
that's interesting because Windborn Charge, the card you mentioned before, was also a finisher.
Yeah. This is more the sort of thing that an aggro deck wants to close out the game than a mid-range deck wants. Because a mid-range deck likes combat tricks well enough, but I don't think it wants Press the Advantage quite as much as the beatdown deck does.
Yeah, it feels like Press the Advantage is the type of card that we're going to see win some games, but the times when it's not winning games, it's going to be stuck in their opponent's hand, either because of needing to develop their board and not having enough mana to make it work, or just because they never found themselves in a position to really be able to attack for a win and they had to use it defensively or something like that. It's pretty clunky. I mean, 2 GG is a pretty tough mana cost. I'd give it a fairly low grade. I mean, it does have a high power level in the right scenario, but, I'm thinking like D+, C- for it.
I would probably give it like a C-. I think it's above a D, but not by a lot.
Okay. What about Revealing Wind?
I like the picture.
It's way better artwork. Harold getting busy.
Yeah, I assume that part that's obscured is actually a bicycle. He's just going really fast.
It doesn't come through the wormhole.
Yeah. He is booking it. But what it does, it's 2 and a green. It's an instant, and it prevents all combat damage that would be dealt this turn. So it's just straight up fog. But it also says you may look at each face-down creature that's attacking or blocking. So it's fog. And
a card fitting for a herald.
Oh yeah. What how best to just sit there not doing anything, have your opponent spend a bunch of time looking at all the morphs.
Right. No, that card is terrible.
Oh yeah, this card's very bad. The only reason I would bring it in is if there's some kind of big overrun effect, like the new Trumpet Blast that gives trample. But even then, this is just an F.
Yeah, it's just an F. Revealing Wind, F.
Well, how many morphs do they have to have before you want this?
0. Salt Road Ambushers is next. It's 3 and a green. Excuse me. For a 3/3 Hound Warrior at uncommon, and it says whenever another permanent you control is turned face up, if it's a creature, put 2 +1/+1 counters on it. Now it's also got Megamorph itself for 3 green. So now, but remember, its ability only affects other creatures. So if you Megamorph it, you're still just going to get the 1 +1/+1 counter on it. But man, it does feel like that would help close out the game. Now, my assumption is that once you start flipping up Megamorphs, you're kind of in a position to start winning the game anyway. But still, this, turning up, like, especially some of the cheaper morphs that we were talking about earlier, the unblockable Gadul guy, and, the ones that have a cheap Megamorph cost. Geez, this thing really puts a big punch on them.
It does. And it's 3 and a green for a 3/3, which is, you're not paying that much to play this, and you can Megamorph and make it a 4/4. You probably don't want this if you have 0 other Megamorphs in your deck, but that's not a very likely scenario.
Right.
So I think this card's C+ because it's an engine card that doesn't cost you a whole lot to play.
Yeah, I like it. I like that the downside's relatively low and the upside's decently high. I think C+ is right. Salt Road Quartermasters. I can already imagine the sealed deck building sheets getting screwed up from 2 green Salt Road cards next to each other. Anyway, 2 and a green for a 1/1. Ugh. It's an uncommon, so something good's happening here. When it enters a battlefield, it enters a battlefield with 2 +1/+1 counters on it. Holy smoke! So
I'd like you to retract your ugh. No.
Yeah, I will definitely do that. So now we're looking at a 3/3 for 3 mana. That's impressive, and it's counters too. We already have heard a couple of little things about counters, so that's kind of interesting. And then also you can pay 2 and a green to remove one of the counters and put a +1/+1 counter on a different creature. So you can remove one from Salt Road Quartermasters and put it somewhere else, it's basically just Dagatar, straight up.
Well, except it's a little bit smaller, and it also can't steal their counters.
You can't steal theirs. And you can't move them from one to another. Okay, fine.
That being said, it's still 3 mana for a 3/3.
Yeah, no, this card just seems excellent. It is not as good as Dagatar, but it is fantastic.
Which is still pretty high. So
yeah.
I think Solo Quartermasters is a B. It's a 3 mana 3/3 that messes up combat maths, and it's just always good. I
love it. I think that card's great. 3 mana 3/3s are a nice sweet spot too, especially in a format that's going to have a lot of 2/2s on turn 3. Yikes. Sandstep Scavenger found some dinner. It's 4 and a green for a 2/2. All right, I'm going to save my reaction. When it enters the battlefield, bolster 2.
I don't mind this card, but I'm not looking to play it really. I think this card's closer to a D+ than anything else, just because, yes, it's kind of like a 5 mana 4/4. I think on balance slightly better, but there's just a lot of expensive cards in the set, and I don't see there being that many incentives to have ++1 counters.
Okay, yeah. I mean, yeah, it just sucks because bolster sometimes doesn't go exactly where you want the counters to go. That's a lot of counters, but if you bolster a 1/1 and end up with a 2/2 Sandstep Scavenger, I can see that not being that great. I'd prefer it just to be a 4/4, for the most part. So yeah, I'm a little down on the Scavenger. I'd give it a D+. What does Scale Guard Sentinels do?
It beats your opponent very, very quickly. It's
so it's Dagatar?
Yeah, this one's essentially Dagatar. It's green for a 2/3, so it's an Elvish Warrior to start with, which is very solid.
Very solid.
And it, like many of the other cards, if you reveal a dragon when you cast it, or if you have one in play when you cast it, it gets a +1/+1 counter.
Wow.
So this is more of a constructed card than a limited card, but it's still very good in limited. It's a 2 mana 3/3, which if you build your mana base to support it is good. So we're talking probably 10 forests or so. Maybe 11 if you can swing it, but 10's still fine for this card. And if you have a couple dragons in your deck, sometimes you'll just play this as a 2-mana 3/4, and your opponent would just have pretty much no way to interact with it for multiple turns.
Yeah. The downside, of course, is that it's green.
Yeah, sometimes you won't be able to cast it till turn 4 because you just haven't drawn your second forest.
Yeah. So it's not all, fun and games with Scale Guard Sentinels, but geez, a solid starting body with a really nice little bit of upside there. The game that you play this thing on turn 2 as a 3/4, you'll have a lot of respect for Scale Guard Sentinels. I'm going to give it a C+. I even though it is solid with upside, that green kind of keeps it out of the B range for me, just because there's going to be too many times when you can't cast it when you want. And turn 2 is really, really great for this card. Going forward, it starts to dip pretty sharply.
Yeah, I think a C+ is a very valid rating. If you have somehow 2 of these and like 4 dragons in your deck, you're probably never going to lose, though.
Yeah. Segmented Crotic is next. It's a 5 and a green for a 6/5 insect, and it's got Megamorph for 7. So that's 6 and a green.
So this is what passes for Willy Loxodon these days. It's significantly worse, but still fairly solid. This is, I think, just a solid C. You unmorph it for 7 and it's a 7/6. That's good. You cast it for 6 and 6/5. That's good.
Yeah, it's good. I like it. I'd actually give it a C+. I just love these Megamorphs for their flexibility. Servant of the Scale is green for a 0/0. So let's read on.
No, I think we can already rate it. It's 1 green for a 0/0. It dies immediately. Just doesn't sound good at all.
It does teach you about state-based effects.
That's true.
So Servant of the Scale enters a battlefield with +1/+1 counter on it. So we're quite unimpressed by a 1/1 for 1 here. When it dies, put X +1/+1 counters on target creature you control, where X is the number of +1/+1 counters on Servant of the Scale.
So it has modular.
It has modular.
No,
right?
No.
Like the idea here is to try to combo off by bolstering a bunch onto it and then kind of having the counters float around, but that is a lot of work.
Yeah, this is not the kind of card you want to sink your time and effort into. It's not good by itself. 1 mana 1/1 that dies to a +1/+1 counter is not good. And it's not really worth spending time and effort to put counters on it because that's just not a good game plan. Either this gets bounced or they kill whatever gets the counters or they pacifism this. All these things can just go easily wrong. So I think this card's an F. I don't think you should play this card.
I do too. The upside just isn't there. Like, is that even its effect, even if, let's say you get it to 3 +1/+1 counters, that's not that great. Like, it's just not. No. Shape the Sands is next. It's green for an instant. It's a common, and it says target creature gets +0/+5 and gains reach until end of turn.
Much like Glint, this is the kind of combat trick that only saves creatures. It doesn't really make you win anything. It does let you ambush a flyer, kind of.
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, you have to have a creature big enough to fight it already.
Yeah.
Power-wise. I think this is a sideboard card. I think if my opponent had a bunch of roasts and other burn spells, I wouldn't mind siding this in.
Okay, yeah, that's a good point.
But I'm not going to main deck this card.
No way. Shape the Sands is out. I'll put it in the sideboard stand. And even then, I don't anticipate bringing it in very often. Sheltered Eyrie is 2 and a green for an enchantment aura. It enchants a land, and the land has tap, add 2 mana of any 1 color to your mana pool.
This card is not as good as I first thought when I was like, ooh, this makes the land add 3 mana. No, it makes the land add 2. That's replacing its normal tapping ability.
I see.
So that being the case, I'm not particularly excited to play this card.
No.
If you really want to try to enable a multicolor deck, I guess this is one way to do it, but I would rather not be in that spot. So I think this card's an F. I don't think you really want to be wasting your time on this.
I think so too. Sheltered Eyrie F. Sight of the Scale Lords. This artwork is savage.
It's got to be great.
It better be awesome. It's 4 and a green for an enchantment. It's an uncommon. It says at the beginning of combat on your turn, creatures you control with toughness 4 or greater get +2/+2 and gain vigilance until end of turn.
Okay, maybe a little less impressive.
It's terrible.
It is very bad because it's a 5 mana card that doesn't impact the board.
Nope.
Though it does work right away. It's beginning of combat, not beginning of turn. So that's nice at least. But it requires you to have a bunch of 4 toughness creatures, which that's not really a condition I want to be beholden to. So I think this card's an F. I can see siding it in a matchup maybe, but even then, this is kind of a sketchy card.
Sight of the Scale Lords, you disappoint me. Cool artwork, kind of a neat name. Does not seem like a good card. Ooh, this next one though. He's mad. You know, he heard what you said about him earlier, and he's mad. Stampeding Elkherd.
Actually, these last two cards, Elmer gets his revenge.
Actually, you're right. Elmer is very unhappy, and he brought friends. 3 GG for a 5/5 Elk. This is the Elmer for the set. It's got Formidable. Whenever it attacks, if the creatures you control have a total power 8 or greater, creatures you control gain trample until end of turn. So this one gets trample. All your other guys get trample. So if you've got a bunch of big beaters, but really, you know, the part that I'm looking at is just the 3 GG for 5/5. Like that's the thing that I'm focusing on here.
Yeah, this is a solid card. The cost and the stats are good. The Formidable is definitely a part of the card as well. It's not bad to get trample on a 5/5. All told, I think this is a C+ just because it's still a vanilla-ish creature for 5 mana.
Yeah.
So the cap is, you know, you can't be too good if you're unless you have some absurd stats like 3 mana 4/4.
Right.
But 5 mana 5/5 is still better than your average common for sure, and
very solid.
And I would give this a C+.
Yeah, I give it a C+ as well. I wanted to go to B-, but the
because
Formidable, yeah, because it was Elmer, but just isn't quite good enough. But I do like that it does dodge some of the removal spells that we've seen. The new Throttle, it dodges that. Deathwind, it's hard to actually kill it with, and in any reasonable time frame. It takes the whole thing. Anyway, I like Stampeding Elkherd. I think it's really solid. And as you said, this next one, Tread Upon, is also Elmer just, having enough. It's just he's been trampled and beaten down, and he's fighting back. 1 and a green instant at common, and it says target creature gets +2/+2 and gains trample until end of turn. That's nice. It's a nice little combat trick.
Yeah, 2 mana for +2/+2 and trample is perfectly fine. It's not exciting. It's not, oh man, I really want to play this card, but this is a way to kill your opponent and win most fights. So I think that is kind of the definition of a C.
Yeah, I think it's a solid C as well. It's just that combat trick, like you said, it's got a ceiling. We can't go too high on it. That's going to do it for green. All we have are the gold and colorless, and then the white to do, and then we'll be done.
Oh, so we're just going a straight rotation. We're not doing white before we do.
We can. Colors. Do you think we should do white before?
I think we should do all the colored cards.
Okay.
Or the monocolored cards first. Yeah.
Okay, cool. We'll do that. So that puts us back to white. That puts us at Artful Maneuver. And we talked about this card on the show. It's 1 and a white for an instant. At common, it says target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn, and it has rebound.
It's a nice little bit of value where basically the first time you cast it, you win a fight, and the second time you cast it, you get to attack with your 2/2 as a 4/4.
Yeah, and that seems worth two mana, right?
It does.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't think it's enough better than the other combat tricks to say it's a C+. Like for example, I like the black combat tricks more.
Yeah, me too.
Somehow
those back-to-back ones were great.
Yeah, some of black just got insane combat tricks in this set and good removal, so that's interesting. But Artful Maneuver is a solid C.
I think it is too. Even Sunstriker. So this is one of the Megamorph cards as well. And it's kind of an interesting one. It's 1 white for a Bird Warrior at uncommon. It's a 1/1 with flying and double strike.
You can see with the 2 swords. That's the double strike.
They almost always put 2 weapons in the hand of double strikers on the artwork. Megamorph, 4 and a white. So this really does highlight the difference, though, between, a 1/1 flying double strike and a 2/2 flying double strike. There is a huge gap there between those two cards.
Because double strike clearly makes you double whatever stats you're talking about. This starts as essentially a 2-power flyer in terms of how much damage it deals, and it megamorphs into a 4-power flyer.
Yeah, huge difference. So I'm going to be looking at Megamorph as often as I can with this. Now, the other thing to consider with Aven Sunstriker are cards like Artful Maneuver. Pumping up a double striker is a way to pile on just a ton of damage.
Yeah, if you can cast a +2 or +3 on this, you're doing 4 to 6 extra damage. I think Sunstriker is a C+. It's good to Megamorph. It's not as good to cast, but if you need to, you have that option, and it's not a bad card when you cast it. Just the rewards for Megamorphing it are so high.
Yeah,
and it's good with combat tricks.
Very good with combat tricks. Yeah, I think it's solid. I like it. Even Tactician is 4 and a white for a 2/3 flying bird soldier, and when it enters the battlefield, you bolster 1. Man, 2/3 flyer for 5 is not up to snuff here.
No, it's kind of like a 5-mana 3/4 flyer, except you're going to want to bolster this more often than you'll get to, because you'll play this with a 2/2 in play and really wish you could be bolstering this.
Yes. That's what I was thinking too, because a 3/4 flyer for 5, that is up to snuff. I'd play that.
Huh. This is a little, it's funny because bolster 1 on coming to play does often feel like the creature's just 1 bigger, but in this case, I think it is actually worse. So
yeah, I think so too.
I do think this is probably a C-. I'm not that unhappy to play it.
No, and you will get the counter on it some percentage of the time. I like C- for Aven Tactician. What about Battle Mastery? What does that one do?
It's 2 and a white. It's an aura, and the enchanted creature has double strike. This card, we've seen this card before. It is not good. In fact,
these aren't good.
Very bad. It only pays if you put it on a good creature. It doesn't pay you enough to make up for all the vulnerabilities that auras have, and people want to play this at way too high a rate. So just don't put this in your deck.
No. Have you ever heard the term eggs basket 1?
Yes.
Like you take your best creature and then you put this thing on it. It's like they wanted to kill it anyway, right? And I have heard the argument from people that say, well, I'll wait for my opponent to tap out. I'll put Battle Mastery on my creature, and then I'll get them for a whole bunch of damage. And the fact is that there are very few spells in Limited that reward you enough to be worth the card that just do damage. Think Lava Axe, something like that. Playing a card that just simply does damage to an opponent generally isn't worth it. So I think Battle Mastery is actually just garbage. Like I think it's like an F.
Yeah, I believe it is an F.
Like I think it's worse than any average card. Center Soul.
So 1 and a white instant. Target creature you control gains protection from the color of your choice until end of turn. So it's Feat of Resistance without the counter.
Okay.
But instead you get Rebound. Which
that
on balance
seems a little worse.
Is much worse, yes. Feat of Resistance was an awesome card though.
Mm-hmm.
And Center Soul is not bad. It saves any of your It saves any of your creatures and then lets you attack in past some blockers next turn. I don't think you're going to play this unless you care about the rebound. So unless you're quite aggressive or probably not even and have, prowess type triggers. It is more of a sideboard card than a main deck card for most decks though.
Yeah, it took me a little while to really embrace Feat. I remember thinking, this is probably one of the better combat tricks, but as we played that format more and more, it started going up and up my pick order until it was, quite high, in the top, 3 or something like that for that color. And I don't think Center Soul is going to crack that for me.
No, it's not.
Being purely
especially
reactive
if you're
is
used
rough.
to those cards.
Yeah,
it's not purely reactive. It does let you get in there if you really want.
Oh, you mean it can let you? Like if your opponent has all 1 color creatures, or all of her big creatures are 1 color or something like that.
Indeed, and like I said, if you have one of the prowess type triggers, it does trigger that twice.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to give it a D. Like this is not a card I want to main deck unless I have some real great bombs to protect.
I think it's like a D plus C minus.
Okay. That's fair. Champion of Erishin is 3 and a white for a 3/2 with lifelink. It's common.
And it's a hound.
It is a hound warrior. That could be interesting.
The warrior is the relevant part.
Yeah.
Yes.
Gosh, I like lifelink. That's fine.
It's funny, yeah. You like lifelink, so every time you hit with this, you feel like, I'm getting a little advantage. But it's also a 2 toughness creature that costs 4 mana.
Yeah.
Which we assume is trading for a 3 or a 2 drop. There's a lot of good 2 drops in this set. So
yes.
Unless you have ways to give this a boost with power and toughness.
How about Bolster? I mean, it is only 2 toughness.
Bolster's not bad. Unless you have ways to do that, I think this is slightly worse than the average card. I think this is like probably a D plus or C minus, probably a C minus. It is still a lifelink creature, yeah.
Yeah, I think that we should pay extra attention to the green and white bolster creatures that when they enter the battlefield, they just bolster some amount. Like this thing seems to be really good with those. I like that. Like where you're actually developing your board, but then you can make your Champion of Erishin, maybe a 4/5 or even, a 5/4 or something like that. Or not a 4/5. It can't be a 4/5. But yeah, anyway, I think the card's okay, but C minus is probably the right number for it. Dragon Hunter is white for a 2/1 human warrior at uncommon. It's got protection from dragons.
And it has reach when it's blocking dragons. It can block dragons as though it had reach.
I see. So it just holds dragons off. Now, the thing that jumps to my mind here is, well, there's two things. The first one is, how excited are we about a 2/1 for 1 mana? And the second thing is this like a sideboard card against somebody that has a bunch of dragons?
2/1s for 1, people tend to get a little more excited about them than they should, because that's a constructed level rate. But in limited, part of the reason it's not as good in limited is that often when you play a 2/1 for 1, you don't follow it up on turn 2. So it might as well have been a 2-drop. Mm-hmm. So you're not really getting the full benefit, and your opponent's just going to have creatures that trade with it.
That's right.
But a 2/1 for 1 is still fine. The protection from dragons part is interesting. On average, that's not going to come up in each game. But when it does come up, it does hold off a dragon. That is relevant.
I mean, would you bring it in if your opponent showed you, let's say, 2 of the uncommon dragons plus like some rare?
As long as it wasn't the broken green trample one, then yes. I think that it's worth it, especially since often you're going to want to play a 1-mana 2/1.
Okay. Like in an aggressive warrior-based deck or something like that.
Yeah, I think this is a C. I think you're going to play it a lot of the time. Just because it's a 2/1. I mean, if you're the kind of deck that wants that, some decks don't want 2/1s, but if you're a deck that wants 2/1s, then a 1-mana 1 is better than a 2-mana 1.
Okay. Well, I'm going to give it a C-. I don't think I want a 2/1 that often, but if this set does end up being a little more aggressive than the previous, then it'll go up a bit. Dragon's Eye Sentry is same cost white, but this one is a 1/3 with Defender and First Strike. It's a common.
I don't understand this card. It's not a card I want to play, and it's not a card I'm particularly interested in sideboarding in unless my opponent is just on 7 or 8 2/1s in their deck. So I think it's just enough.
I think it's this card seems bad. It's also got an awkwardly high toughness for bolster purposes.
Well, that's good. So you can't bolster it.
I guess you don't want to just because it can't ever attack anyway. Yeah, no, I don't like Dragon's Eye Sentry. I'm out. I'm going to give it an F too. Dromica Captain is 2 and a white for a 1/1 first strike. And whenever it attacks, you bolster 1. Now that's interesting. So you battle with it and ostensibly, well, in fact, for sure, you can put a +1/+1 counter on it right away, which is great, right? I mean, you can attack into a Megamorph face down and get through it no matter what because it's got first strike. And then if you just get to keep attacking with it, it's just going to grow bigger and bigger.
Yeah, this is a pretty good value creature. My main problem is that in the mid to late game, you're just going to be locked out of attacking with this.
Because your other creatures are going to pick up the counters?
Well, mostly just like a 2/2 first strike just can't attack into the average board on turn 6.
Well, you mean like you if you just play it, or
you attack with this as a 1? Like if you draw this on turn 5 and you play it, you can't attack with it on turn 6 because a 2/2 is just not going to be good enough.
Right. It just
like
never gets to attack.
Yeah, they're just going to have a 3/3 or a 2/3 in play. I mean, if you're playing against Marshall, he's going to have multiple 2/3s in play.
I'll probably have a 5/7 by then.
That's true. And the payoff when you draw it on turn 3 is good, but it's not so high that I want to risk drawing it on turn 7 or 8. So I think it's like a C-. I don't think it's great, but I don't think it's unplayable.
Yeah, I think this is a classic card for best case scenario mentality, where you see yourself playing it on turn 3 and attacking and start bolstering it and your other creatures, and it can get out of control. But like you said, if you put it on the quadrant theory, in the late stages of the game and in a board stall, it actually suffers really badly because it just won't be able to attack. Sad. It has a lot of upside. I think that there's going to be games where it can get out of control, but I think the average case scenario for this is a bit less than that. C-. Dromica Dunecaster. What does that one do?
It's 1 white for a 0/2. So again, we're starting off strong. Yep. And it has the ability of 1 and a white tap target creature without flying. So it's a common. It's a tapper. Tappers have tended to be good, but I like this a lot less than I like most tappers because first of all, it costs 2 to activate instead of 0 or 1. Mm-hmm. And 2 to activate is getting significant. Like you can't just use this, casually when you actually have spells to play. And it doesn't tap flyers. And one of the big parts about tappers is it's supposed to lock down the creature that's killing you. And this often won't be able to. Yeah,
especially in this set, right? We've talked about the dragons and all the flying cards. Yeah. Wow, that's sad. The card looks really good at first blush, but when you break it down to the 2 mana and the flyers thing, it actually takes massive hits, I would say.
Yeah, I would probably not start with this in my main deck, is my guess. I think it's a D+. You can certainly side it in if you're playing against a bunch of Marsh Hulks or what have you, but in general, this doesn't seem efficient enough or powerful enough.
Thought you said my name. C-. I don't know. It's still a tapper. It's still powerful. Like, just because we're used to like tappers that have free reign over the world and can just do whatever they want for cheap, I still think that this is going to have a place. You know, you play against a green deck that isn't running again the broken green dragon. You can keep down their ground force pretty well. What about Dromica Warrior?
This is a straight up 1 and a white for a 3/1 human warrior. No text, at least no text that impacts the game.
Okay.
2 mana 3/1. I like that.
I'm in.
There are a couple ping effects in the set, so there are times when you'll want to board this out. But this is aggressive decks want 3 power creatures for 2 mana. I think this is just a C.
Another bolster target, right? This thing can always be your bolster target. I like it at a C for Dromica Warrior.
Yep.
Not an exciting card. Not much to say about it. Echoes of the Kin Tree is 1 and a white for an uncommon enchantment, and this one's pretty interesting. It just sits there, and you can pay 2 and a white to bolster 1.
This has been so far the most controversial card, from when I rated them earlier, and I think, it's interesting. First of all, we underrated Mastery of the Unseen by a lot.
Right.
I mean, that card ended up just being one of the best cards in the set.
Right.
But I'm again going to go back and say that I don't think this card is that great.
You don't think this one's that great?
Yeah, I think we may have been wrong on Mastery, but Echoes of the Kin Tree does not feel great to me.
It doesn't feel great to me either. What's the argument for Echoes of the Kin Tree? Just because it gives you this sort of inevitability, or
it's a repeatable effect, and so clearly, given a long enough game, this will take over.
Yeah,
but it's so different. This is ping 3 mana for a +1/+1 counter that's not even always going where you want it to go.
Yeah,
I don't know if this card's even playable in a lot of the decks that you draft.
Yeah, because the thing about Mastery of the Unseen that wasn't as obvious, at least to me when we did the review, was the life gain aspect, right? That how much that actually added up, and how quickly it did, and how it worked so well with what you were trying to do anyway. I'd like to make the game go long. I'm gaining a bunch of life. That those two things worked well together. This doesn't have that dimension, right? Like, imagine you're behind. You're just behind on board. You're getting beaten down. Is your plan really to start dumping your mana into bolstering 1?
Yeah, that just doesn't sound like a good plan.
It's not going to save you.
And imagine if you that is your plan, and then your opponent has a bounce spell or a kill spell
or any removal spell ever. Yeah, I don't know. Echoes of the Kin Tree, I like it. I think this is a cool card. I like the idea of shielding up. Right, just putting down a big board of a bunch of creatures, and then way late in the game playing in Echoes of the Kin Tree and start just going to town, because it will earn you the victory eventually on a relatively stalled out board. But I don't live in the dream world where I always get to stalled out boards when I want them. I get behind in games, and Echoes of the Kin Tree is misery when you're behind. This card is really bad in that scenario. Yeah, I'm not a fan of it.
It has more merit in sealed. I could see it in sealed being a little more interesting.
Yeah, for sure.
But I think this is probably like a D+.
Yeah, it's like a D or a D+. I respect repeatable scenarios, but I also respect the fact that people play decks that are proactive and will go after me and can. I mean, dude, I paid 5 mana to get 1 bolster 1, which, like you mentioned, isn't even necessarily going exactly where I want it to.
Yep.
I'm out. Yeah, I think it's just like a D.
Agreed.
Enduring Victory is 4 and a white for an instant. Destroy target attacking or blocking creature. Bolster 1. Now we're bolstering 1.
I don't know if the extra mana on top of, I guess it's funny. We get Throttle going from 5 mana to 4 mana, and we get, Smite the Monstrous and Kill Shot going back up to 5. So
that's funny.
It's the ebb and the flow.
Yep.
If there are enough cards that cost, a decent amount of mana that you can leave your mana up for, I mean, this is a kill spell. This does kill your opponent's creature.
Yeah, it does.
It doesn't do it at a particularly efficient rate or at the timing you want, but you get a little bit of bonus out of the bolster. I think this card's like a C-.
Yeah, I have it at C. Look, this is a big set, or this is a set with a lot of big creatures, and you need to get things dead sometimes. And that's just a fact of life, in current level modern. So a card like Enduring Victory, it fits that throttle role that we talked about earlier. Maybe even it's closer to like a Rite of the Serpent. Like, sometimes you just got to play these cards to get things out of the way. And Enduring Victory is not even the worst case. It's still an instant. It gets to hit attacking or blocking, and you get a bolster 1 out of the deal just thrown in as kind of a little value. I think it's fine. I think it's a C.
Yeah, C. I guess I can land on C.
Fate Forgotten is 2 and a white for an instant at common, and it says exile target artifact or enchantment.
Yeah, it's just the white naturalized, and it's going to end up in the exact same spot.
Yep. So that's a sideboard card. Glaring Aegis is white mana for an enchantment, enchants a creature. And when it enters the battlefield, you tap target creature an opponent controls. The enchanted creature, though, gets +1/+3.
So
weird.
I think I'm going to like this card more than you do, because my initial inclination was to think that this card wasn't good. But then I thought about it more, and, I could see this being an actually very effective beatdown card.
Explain.
So you play a 2/2, they play a 2/2.
Mm-hmm.
You attack, maybe they trade, maybe they don't. You play another creature. At some point, you're going to play this, tap their biggest blocker, and hit with 2 creatures. And you have like a 3/5 or a 4/6 now, all for only 1 mana. I think that the fact that it removes a blocker and makes a creature very hard to deal with makes this a playable aggressive card. It's not an amazing card, and control decks certainly don't want it, but this reminds me of other enchantments that we've seen that sometimes actually can get the job done. Like Dragon Scales in Onslaught was a long time ago, but +1/+2 in Vigilance. Like, some of these cards actually do what you want them to do. And I think Glaring Aegis is enough of an aggressive play that you'll be surprised that how much damage it can deal.
Okay. Yeah, I'll keep my eye out for it. I mean, you are correct. Like, my initial reaction is that this is just not the type of card that I want to be playing. It doesn't have a big enough effect.
Oh, it's certainly not the type of card I want to be playing.
No, I mean that you shouldn't be playing. Like, yeah. I should have said it that way. You're right.
I guess I'm not ready to say that. That's what I'm saying. Is that
yeah? And I think go ahead.
If you're attacking and then you can just set up a turn where you play this, it's kind of like Hammer Hands. Hammer Hands ended up being a very playable card.
That is true.
In aggressive decks in M15, and Glaring Aegis is kind of like that. Instead of giving a creature haste, it taps one of their creatures. And +1/+3 is actually a very reasonable bonus.
That is a big bonus. Yeah. So where did you grade it though? Like, because I would give this card a D.
I think it's probably like a D+/C-.
Okay, yeah. So we do have it on different groups because I'm still not sold on it as having enough effect to be worth an entire card. Like, it slots into like a perfect beatdown curve pretty well, but beyond that, again, like if you're behind, this is okay. Like, it maybe makes your creature block a little better, but that's probably not worth a card on its own. I'm not sure it's going to help you get through a parity situation. It does seem good in developing and winning. Yeah, I'm not sold on it. I'd give it like a D or a D-. I'm going to have to lose to it a few times before I turn around on that one. Yeah,
and we'll see if that ends up being the case. I just think the card, I think it seems better to me than it looks. And maybe it's not, but we'll see.
That's fair. Graceblade Artisan is 2 and a white for a 2/3 human monk at uncommon, and it gets +2/+2 for each aura attached to it.
Well, this card I don't like, even though it combos with my favorite card, Glaring Aegis.
Yeah.
It's a 2-mana or 3-mana 2/3, which is fine, but I don't really want to go into a match with the plan of putting a bunch of auras on something.
Right. See, that's the problem. This thing is like, it's like the bad drug dealer on the corner. It's like it's rewarding you for doing the wrong things, right? Like, it's like, hey kid, go do this for me here. I hate cards like this that encourage you to do things that are recklessly high variance, right? Like, because maybe a newer player picks up Graceblade Artisan, is like sweet, and starts piling stuff on, and then their opponent kills their creature and they get completely decimated, and it's like, but Graceblade Artisan told me to do it, and it's like that. I don't like designs like that. Although I know that there is a subset of the Magic population that just loves doing the big battle cruiser thing, and this thing is a fine target for that, so fair enough. But no, I don't like the card at all. I would give it a D. It's still a playable creature, and if you have a couple of random auras, maybe you get a little bonus, but I'm not going to build around it.
Agreed.
Great Teacher's Decree is 3 and a white. For a sorcery, creatures you control get +2/+1 until end of turn, and it's got rebound. This one's an uncommon. Yeah,
I'm surprised at how many of these kind of effects are getting printed these days.
No kidding. Every set has like 3.
Yeah, Rush of Battle into Warflare into this.
And now we've got Warflare still, plus the green one, and then the red one we saw? Wow.
Yeah. This card has some interesting twists to it. It happens twice, so if it's good the first time, there's a good chance it's good the second time as well. It also means your opponent just knows they're going to have to start chump blocking because the same thing's happening next turn. I think that this card If you're the sort of deck that wants this effect, this is a very good version of it because it's just 2 turns in a row.
No kidding. That is so much extra damage with tokens or with flyers or evasive creatures.
Yeah, it is a sorcery, so you're not going to like ambush them. But if you have 3 creatures out and you play this and you smash them, then they take a bunch of damage. The next turn you do it again. Sounds awesome.
It does sound awesome. I don't think that this card has anything particularly hidden or tricky great about it, but it is raw power. That card is powerful. If you're the type of deck that can put out either evasive creatures, 2 to 3 of them, or a lot of bodies, right? You just make a bunch of tokens or something along those lines. I think Great Teacher's Decree is going to be a great finisher for your deck. The card's powerful. It just represents so much damage.
Yeah. It seems great in the decks that want it. Those aren't all decks.
No, that is not all
Though
decks.
the power level here is high enough that I'm comfortable giving this a C. I think you're going to play it often enough.
Too.
And when you do play it, it's going to be really good.
I think so too. The downside, of course, being that if you play it and your opponent has trades, if they can trade off, then you can kind of blank. They can effectively blank the second half of Great Teacher's Decree. But sometimes that's going to happen, and you're going to be okay with that too. That happened occasionally with the pump spells from the previous set. Herald of Dromica is 1 and a white for a 2/2 vigilance at common. It's also a warrior, human warrior, and other warrior creatures you control have vigilance. Wow, that's a common?
Yeah, so it's kind of weird common. On the other hand, vigilance is not the most powerful of abilities.
On your 2/2?
Yeah, so
not bad.
If you want a 2/2, then this is a 2/2. This is not a warrior engine by any stretch, just because giving vigilance doesn't matter. So don't see this and be like, yep, got to take warriors. I mean, this will end up in a deck with a bunch of warriors because those are the decks that want 2-drops. Just don't go nuts, thinking that this is some kind of a lord, because it's not really a lord.
No, I like the card though. I think it's a C+.
2-mana 2/2 with vigilance. I think that's a C+ is a fine rating for that.
Yeah. Lightwalker is 1 and a white for a 2/1 human warrior, and it's got flying as long as it has a +1/+1 counter on it. And we talked about this a minute ago with Bolster. This is a 1 toughness creature, so if you're bolstering, this can be your target. That's pretty cool.
I think that people do look at this card and get a little bit too best case scenario mentality on it, just because, yes, it is a 3/2 flyer when you have a counter on it, but I'm not going to put bad cards that give counters into my deck to make this work. What I want to know is, does Lightwalker qualify as a bad card for you, assuming it doesn't have the whole flying +1/+1 counter thing going on? No, I mean, the decks that want 2-mana 2/1s will still just play this, even if you have 0-1 combos.
Yeah.
It's not a card that you should build around. It's a card that if it comes together naturally, it is very powerful.
Okay. So your point is, don't play bad cards just to try to get a counter on it. But if you're playing creatures that say blah, 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 bolster 1, then go for it.
Yeah, because you're not paying a huge cost by putting this in your deck.
No, I like the card. I think it's fine. Yeah, I'd give it a C though. It's not exciting.
Yeah, I think it's a C-, maybe a C. No, C is probably fine. A C because it incidentally will gain flying sometimes.
We have seen quite a bit of bolster 1 floating around. Yeah. Misthoof Kirin is the next one. It's 2 and a white for a 2/1 flying vigilance, which is pretty good.
It's a good start.
Yeah. And it's got Megamorph, and the Megamorph cost is very cheap. It's 1 and a white.
Yeah, I like this as, the modal 3-mana 2/1 flyer if you have a busy curve, or a 3/2 flyer if you want to spend a little more time megamorphing, or just a face down 2/2. I mean, this is the kind of card I want in my deck. I think this is a C+. This is one of the better megamorphs.
I agree. Misthoof Kirin's a C+ in my deck. Ultimate flexibility, flying. The vigilance isn't super important, like you mentioned before, but the flying's great, and then the flexibility to really kind of craft your curve out around where you want to go. I love it. Orator of Ojutai is 1 and a white for an 0/4. Now it says, as an additional cost to cast Orator of Ojutai, you may reveal a dragon card from your hand. When it enters the battlefield, if you did reveal a dragon, or if you control one as you cast it, you draw a card. It's also got flying, and it's also got defender.
So this is a
weird card, man. 1 and a white for an 0/4 flying defender is strange.
Yeah, it's a flying wall of omens. But if you have a dragon,
if you have a dragon in your hand or on the board,
that's a key part, because you wouldn't put a 2-mana 0/4 flying card into your deck.
No.
So,
but if it drew you a card, you would put lot of those into your deck.
Yeah, if it drew you a card, you'd always play the card.
Right.
So the question is, when do you play this card? And I think if you have 0 dragons, you don't play this unless you sideboard it in against a bunch of 2 and 3 power flyers. If you have like 3 to 4 dragons, this card starts becoming interesting. If you have 1 or 2, I don't think it's worth it.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm coming down on it too. Honestly, I was hoping this card would be a little better. It's a little disappointing that you
it starts out kind of exciting, and then
as it sits, I would give it a quite a low grade. I don't think you're going to have those dragon decks, super often. I would just give it probably a D, maybe even a D minus. Like, I want to live the dream, man. I love to play the card that did that, but not only do you need these dragons in your deck, you also still have to have drawn and played, or at least drawn the dragon when you draw your Orator of Ojutai. And even then, it's not mind breaking, right? Like, an 0/4 flying wall that draws you a card is a card you'd play a lot if it was always there, but it still doesn't, it's not like it dominates the board or something, right? It's like the payoff is cute, but not exactly amazing. Yeah, I'd give it like a D minus. I'm sad.
I think I just give it a D just because I wouldn't mind having it to sideboard in against aggressive decks. But yes, okay. It is not anything you should go out of your way to try to enable or pick.
All right. Now, this next card is something that you should go out of your way to pick.
Yeah.
It's pacifism.
It's a classic. It's 1 and a white enchantment aura. Enchanted creature cannot attack or block.
I'm surprised they brought it back, man. I've been talking about it on the show with you that, I've kind of been tracking this limited removal and how the cost and effectiveness has gone. And when people started tweeting at me that they brought pacifism back, I kind of thought they meant that they printed something that was like pacifism, but not actual. And they were like, no, it's really pacifism. I'm like, holy crap. Like, this is one of the premier removal spells we've had for limited. It's just a fantastic card. And I think part of the reason why they did it is things like exploit.
Exploit is what makes this card a little more balanced. I mean, It's not unbalanced to print pacifism. The card has shown up in plenty of, perfectly balanced limited formats. Mm-hmm. It's vulnerable to balance, enchantment removal, that sort of thing. But exploit makes it a lot more interesting because now it has a much bigger drawback than it normally does, because now you throw pacifism on one of their guys and then they can all of a sudden just exploit it away, and you lost out there. Yeah.
That said, whatever. This is first pickable grade A quality removal here in most scenarios, and I don't expect it to be super different here. I would expect it to be a little bit more marginalized than it has been in the past, just because I don't think that they want card removal spells this powerful around anymore, unless there's some downside to it. So I'm kind of waiting to see, besides exploit, what else we see. But that said, I think pacifism is absolutely fantastic, and I would actually give it an A minus.
I think it's a B plus. I think the downsides of pacifism add up to making it slightly less than an A minus card, because it's still a 2. I think it's equivalent to like Roast, for example.
Okay, that's fair.
It's a sorcery speed thing that kills almost anything. It's better than Roast.
This kills dragons.
This kills dragons. It is
like
better
Roast
than Roast.
has a major downside in this set where the pacifism doesn't. So
I don't think it's like a letter grade better, I guess is a better way of saying it.
Fair enough.
So,
okay.
But
so you're on B plus and I'm on A minus, is that right?
Yeah, I'm not going to be unhappy ever taking pacifism.
Yeah, very first pickable. Resupply. All right, so this is
it's
Is it Sphinx's Revelation?
It's the new Sphinx's Revelation. It's a white and 5 for an instant. You gain 6 life and draw a card. So,
I mean,
one of the cards I liked back in Champions of Kamigawa was Dosan's Oldest Chant is 4 and a green for this at sorcery speed.
Okay.
And so Tim Ayton, who now works at Wizards, said he wanted to call Resupply Dosan's newest chant. But yes,
that's great.
Resupply is not the card you want in most of your decks. It's a card I think I could see playing as a kind of way to make sure you don't get burned out by a random removal spell or unblockable card in a control deck. But it's not a card you want in most decks or really want to go out of your way at all for. So I think it's a D, even though it has some applications.
Yeah, I'd give it a D minus. I don't expect to play Resupply often. Sandcrafter Mage is 2 and a white for a 2/2 human wizard, and when it enters a battlefield, bolster 1. So again, we've got another random playable bolster 1, effect here. These are really starting to pop up a lot. I think that 2/1 that can get flying is starting to look a little bit more appealing just because of cards like Sandcrafter Mage, which is whatever. It's not an exciting card, but I do assume that we'll see these cards pop up in people's decks fairly often.
Yeah, I think Sandcrafter Mage is kind of just a classic good card. It's a solid C probably not C plus. It's a solid C because a lot of the times you will get to cast as a 3-mana 3/3 though. I don't know. That makes me think it's a C+.
That is interesting. No, that
I
is
think the
true.
fact that if it's in your opening hand, it's a 3-mana 3/3. I think this is a C plus. Yeah.
I think you're actually right because you can just decide, right? Like, well,
yeah.
I won't play my 2/2 or whatever, or even if I do, even if you go bear into this, it's still a 3/3.
Bear into this is good. 2/1 into this is less good because you don't want a 3/2 and a 2/2. You'd rather have a 2/1 and a 3/3.
Yeah, absolutely. No, this guy seems good. I like this guy. C plus. Sandstorm Charger is 4 and a white for a 3/4 beast, and it's got Megamorph for 4 and a white also.
This is kind of like a hybrid between War Behemoth and Glacial Stalker.
Yes, it is.
I like it though. I think this is C. You're not going to ever go wrong putting this in your deck.
No, it just that flexibility speaks really loudly, and I like it for a 6. For a C, excuse me. Scale Blessing is 3 and a white for an instant at uncommon, and it says bolster 1, then put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it. So it bolsters 1, and then it doubles that one at least, and then maybe even kind of has you go off, and it is an instant.
So if you have no other counters in your deck, this is bolster 2. This is 3 and a white bolster 2 for instant speed, which is not great, but not unplayable. I mean, Dragon Scale Boon was similar to this card.
Okay.
But if you have even just a couple other +1/+1 counter effects, this could potentially be, kind of like an incremental growth.
I'm definitely seeing a bolster deck appear here, right? There's enough incidental bolster on actual creatures that you put in your deck that makes me think, okay, fine, we're actually going to have counters floating around. Bolster, as it showed up before, was more on kind of some spells, and those spells weren't really enticing. But now, we've got creatures that are just, you're playing your Sandcrafter Mages, and they come in, and you're just sort of bolstering around. And I wonder if Scale Blessing, in that type of deck, ends up being like a pretty decent playable. Because outside of it, it's pretty mediocre.
Yeah, I don't really believe in the bolster deck yet, but I'll have to see.
Okay. I'm starting to see critical mass. Like I don't need to see much more.
The cards are here. I just don't know if they're good.
I see. Okay.
It's more that I think it's kind of like the Dash deck. It's clearly the cards are set up for that, and we'll have to determine how good it is. But both the Dash and the bolster cards actually are slightly underrated, so you have to be getting something by playing all of them together.
Okay. That'll be interesting. But that said, Scale Blessing looks like a D to me. It's not a card I'd be really excited to play in my deck on its own, and unless I'm abusing it, I'm more happy just leaving it in the board.
Agreed. I think it is a D.
Shield Hide Dragon. So we have now reached the white version, and it's got lifelink. So again, just to run through it, it's 5 and a white, 3/3 flying, lifelink, Megamorph, 5 white, and when it flips up, you get to put a +1/+1 counter on each other dragon creature you control. So where does lifelink rate for you? That's pretty good, right?
I like lifelink the most out of all of these because a 4/4 lifelink is just the biggest beating.
That is hard to race.
And so this is really paying you if you spend the time and energy to make it big. So I like all of them because they can be played face down, but I like this one most of all. So I think this one is a C plus. They're still not breaking into the Bs, but this is a card you do want in your deck.
I agree. I think this is the best one too. I think the black one's the second best one. But that for the reason that I like the black one, which is that when you're behind and you play it, it lets you block really well, or at least block well enough to trade. The Shield Hide Dragon here lets you block well also. Where if you've ever even been ahead in a race pretty significantly, and they play a 4/4 lifelink, it is very difficult to profitably attack into it. They can, gain the life before they die, eat one of your creatures, and claw their way back in. So I like it. Silk Wrap. What is this nonsense?
It's the opposite of Suppression Field, essentially. It's a 1 and a white enchantment, and then when it enters the battlefield, exile target creature with converted mana cost 3 or less an opponent controls until Silk Wrap leaves the battlefield. So you play this, and you exile something that costs 3 or less. So it's like, again, like a Suspension Field, but much, much worse.
Much worse.
This hits small creatures. It hits face down creatures, but it only hits small creatures.
Is that because their converted mana cost is 0?
Yes, the converted mana cost on the battlefield is 0.
Okay, so it does hit those.
It does hit those, but if they flip one up, you're out of luck, and it's not. This isn't killing dragons anytime soon. So
no, yeah, this seems not amazing.
Yeah, it's sorcery speed, and this is kind of like defeat. So I think it's a playable card, but it's not much more than that. I think it's just a C.
Yeah, I think it's a C also for Silk Wrap. Next is Strong Arm Monk. It's 4 and a white for a 3/3 human monk, and whenever you cast a non-creature spell, creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. Huh. So it gives everybody prowess?
Yeah, it's team prowess. Your whole team has prowess.
That does seem powerful in a token-type strategy.
It does, and
haven't seen a lot of tokens.
It's kind of hard to balance wanting to play this, a bunch of other creatures, and a bunch of non-creature spells.
Yeah, because look, let's be honest, a 5-mana 3/3 does not cut it in an aggressive style deck. So you're really going to need to take advantage of its static ability there or its triggered ability, and try to pump up your team. But we haven't seen many tokens yet.
There's
almost done.
Yeah, basically just dragon fodder.
Yeah, without the ability to play cards like, well, now hold on a minute. We do get to play Sandstep Outcast and those type of cards.
That's true.
Just not as many of them.
Yeah.
No, it could be good. I'm interested now. The ability to pump your whole team is big. Yeah.
I mean, you would want one other creature or two other creatures, but if you have this and 2 other creatures, it's very powerful. So
he gets the bonus too, right?
You do. He does. You don't need token making to make that happen.
No, totally. No, you totally don't. That's interesting. Especially, I can easily imagine setting up a game where you play Strong Arm Monk with the intent of playing 2 non-creature spells in one turn at some point, right? And really getting a huge hit in there and making life quite difficult for your opponent too, right? They've got
seems like a pretty strong play.
Yeah. You attack with your Strong Arm Monk and they're going to block with their 4/4, but if you happen to have the 2 combat tricks or just 2 anythings, you get to just blow them out. Quite scary, actually. Interesting. Yeah. But the conditional nature of it keeps it from being, a really high grade for me. I would give it like a C.
I think it's a C. I think when you want it in your deck, it's going to be better than that.
Agree.
But this balances out the times when you don't want it in your deck.
Okay. Next is Student of Ojutai, and it is 3 and a white for a 2/4 human monk at common, and it says, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you gain 2 life.
I like this. This is what
shields. They are up.
It's even got shields on the picture. This is what's going to keep me alive. For my Jin slide, my Skywise teachings.
Oh yeah, there you go.
It's a good defensive card, and paying 4 mana for a 2/4 is not terrible.
It's not good.
No, it's not. It's not good, but it's not terrible, like you're playing this just for the trigger.
You're right.
So I think this is like probably a D+, but it's like all the cards I like, it's just not, it gets a low grade unless you have the exact perfect deck.
Which is what you try to draft every time. I like D+ for it. I'm also interested in the card. I think it's not bad. Surge of Righteousness is 1 and a white for an instant, and it says destroy target black or red creature that's attacking or blocking, and you gain 2 life. So, it seems like a very powerful sideboard card, but it is ultimately just that. It's a sideboard card.
Yeah, it's a good sideboard card. It's one of the cycle that, I guess, except for the green one, we're all quite good.
Yes,
but it is a sideboard card. So don't main deck this card, but be happy to pick it up.
Our last white card is Territorial Rock. It's the lesser version of our old friend Wingmate Rock. It's 1 and a white for a 1/3 with flying.
Not super exciting.
That is pretty boring, actually.
It can do the trick, though. It can.
Which trick is that?
Block 2 drops.
Okay.
It's not a very good trick.
That. It can do that, sure.
One of the things I don't like about this is a lot of the common flyers have 3+ power, because the Kirin, the 3/1 blue one with Megamorph is going to be a 4/2 a lot of the time, which has Interceptor. So given that, what does this match up well against? Especially since if you play this on 2, they're just going to morph their Kirin or their Interceptor and make it so it just punches past this. So
yeah, totally. The other thing that's sad about it is the bolster stuff often isn't going to work for it on curve, because it's got that kind of high toughness thing going on.
Yeah, I think that you're not going to want to start this. I think it's like a D, and sometimes you'll play it, and sometimes you'll sideboard it in, but you're not really looking to run the card.
Okay. Yeah, I think so too. It just doesn't have enough impact. All right, that's white. Let's move on to the gold cards. We are in the final stretch, the gold and the colorless, I should say. So Cunning Breeze Dancer is our first gold card, and there's not that many of gold cards, by the way.
Yeah, we've got a cycle of 5 dragons that in the 5 clans.
That's right. And so this is the blue-white, so the Ojutai one, and you're going to see similarities with them. So it's 4 blue-white, and it's a 4/4. The next one is 4 green-white, and it's a 4/4, and they all have flying. So that part's all the same. The question is just, what's the ability that they have? This one says, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Cunning Breeze Dancer gets +2/+2 until end of turn.
So it's double prowess.
Yes. Double prowess on a 4/4 flyer for 6. It's okay.
So the baseline for all of these is fine. 6 mana 4/4 flyer is not embarrassing by any stretch. So no. I think that even if the abilities don't all excite you a ton, if you're these 2 colors, you're going to play a 6 mana 4/4 flyer. Not 100% of the time, but you're going to play it, I would say 90% of the time.
Okay, yeah. You're going to have a specific reason not
you have to have an aggressive deck. I mean, some aggressive decks don't want, kind of vanilla 4/4 flyers for 6.
Totally.
But I'm assuming you're always going to play the baseline flyer, which makes them all somewhere in the like C to C- range without the ability. Okay. And abilities like this one are good. I like Cunning Breeze Dancer's ability. Okay. In this color combination, this is just going to attack for 6 a lot of the time.
Yeah, it certainly is.
So I think this is a C+. I
do too. I'm not willing to go, like, its base stats don't put it in the B range for me, but this thing's going to kick butt. I mean, it's going to end the game quick. Enduring Scale Lord is the next one. This is the Dromica one, so it's 4 green-white. Same thing, 4/4 flyer. But it says, whenever 1 or more +1/+1 counters are placed on another creature you control, when you bolster, you may put a +1/+1 counter on Enduring Scale Lord.
So the best part about this is if you have 2 of them, you can go infinite. All you have to do is trigger 1, and then they sit there triggering each other.
No way.
Yeah, you just go off.
Oh, that's cool.
So that's the dream. My goal is now to try and do that.
That is awesome. I want to see this.
So maybe I should save that for constructed resources.
This is why you're on this show. So this ability, I don't think is as good as the Breeze Dancers. No. Yeah, it'll come up less often probably.
Every now and then you'll pick up some counters, but you're not going to go out of your way to do that. So if you need a 6-drop, you'll play this. And it is in a color combination that doesn't get that many flyers. Green, traditionally pretty light on them. So it's kind of a sweet combo with the Megamorph Dragons, right? It can really go off. You have like 3 or 4 dragons in play, and then you...
Yeah. I mean, so the problem is... well, not the problem, but one thing to keep in mind is that it's whenever a creature gets any number of counters, this thing gets 1 counter.
Yeah.
If you put 3 counters on something, it's not going to get 3. It's just going to get 1. Yeah, I think Enduring Scale Lord is probably like a C, right? It's like a fine curve topper that has a little upside to it that's not super impressive.
Yep, it's not more than that, but it's not less than that either.
Ruthless Death Fang. This is the Salumgar version. So for blue-black. And it says, whenever you sacrifice a creature, hint, whenever you exploit, target opponent sacrifices a creature. Holy crap.
I like this one.
That's mean.
I don't think it knocks itself up to a B+ or a B because it's a 6 mana card and then you have to untap and play more cards to combo.
Right.
But you're going to make them sacrifice a creature every now and then. You're going to have a deck with, 4 or 5 exploit cards, 3 or 4 exploit cards. Sometimes you're just going to play this and have one in your hand, and that's just good value because you're already getting a 6 mana 4/4 flyer.
So I think this is anyone?
Yeah, that card may have gotten better.
Probably not.
Probably not. I think this is a C+ though.
Yeah, me too. I like it. Ruthless Death Fang, C+. Savage Ventma. So this is the Atarka version. And it says, whenever Savage Ventma attacks, add red, green to your mana pool. Until end of turn, this mana doesn't empty from your mana pool as steps and phases end.
This is closer to a C than anything else because...
maybe even C-. This ability effectively does nothing in most scenarios, right?
It doesn't do nothing, but it's not there necessary. Once you've cast a 6-drop and untapped, how often do you need 12 mana?
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
It just doesn't really get you... I mean, unless you have a great mana sink, then I like it. But
yeah, I guess you can play this and then next turn attack and play 2 more of them.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden you're going to find yourself with like 18 mana floating around.
Yeah, and then you just win.
And then you just won, yeah. But this one is to me the least impressive so far, as it doesn't actually affect the board, either itself or your opponent, and it kind of gives you something you already have in limited, at least, which is just a bunch of mana. Not that it's bad, like, having more mana isn't bad, but oftentimes you're just not going to have anywhere to spend, more than 6 or 7 mana in a turn anyway. I'd give it a C-.
Yeah, C- is probably fine.
Swift Warkite. Now we're in the Kolagon side of things. And this one's got a lot of text.
This is the most complicated by far.
It is. When Swift Warkite enters the battlefield, you may put a creature card with converted mana cost 3 or less from your hand or graveyard onto the battlefield. That creature gains haste. Return it to your hand at the beginning of the next end step.
So this dashes out a 3-drop from anywhere, from your hand or your graveyard.
Yes.
And ideally your graveyard, because that's +1 cards.
Because you get to draw it effectively at the end of turn.
Right. I think this card, this is the dragon here with potentially the highest upside, except maybe the Breeze Dancer. Breeze Dancer, you can actually just kill them very quickly. But Warkite, if you can build a deck that's got a lot of cheap creatures in it, this is a great card to cast on 6. It draws you a card.
It's effectively a Gravedigger.
Yeah, and you get an attack out of it before that happens. So,
but you can also not attack, right?
Yeah, you don't have to attack.
If you don't have a good attack, you can just say, right, okay, I bring this thing back from my graveyard to the battlefield and then end my turn, and then I just bounce it back to my hand where, maybe you can find a better use for it or whatever.
Right. I do think that this card's a C+, though, because all you have to do is just put a bunch of 2 and 3 drops in your deck, and then the card's very good.
I think so, too. Swift Warkite also, artwork is fantastic.
Oh, yeah, the artwork's amazing.
All right, next is colorless cards, and we're going to kind of breeze through these because there's a full cycle that's going to take 5 of them up, and we're going to talk about those all at once. But first, we've got Ancestral Statue. It's 4 colorless mana for a 3/4 golem. Obviously, I'm sold on that. That is a fantastic vanilla card, a vanilla test passer. But it says when it enters the battlefield, return a non-land permanent you control to its owner's hand.
I'm less in love with this. If you don't build around this in some way, then you're just talking about a card that's stealing 3 mana or 2 mana from you when you play it. And right. I don't like that.
Now, if you play it only by itself, then you're forced to return itself, right?
Yeah, it's not like Ugin's Construct
right,
where you can get around it.
Yeah.
What this is good for is re-triggering enter the battlefield effects and fighting cards like Passivism and Reducing Stature.
Definitely. I think this would actually be probably best as a sideboard card, right? I feel like that the tempo loss is too big to bear normally. And but if you do feel cards like the one, if you do see a bunch of cards like the one you mentioned, then I'd feel okay about bringing in an Ancestral Statue.
Yep. I like it as a way to fight those enchantments. I don't think it's that realistic to build a deck with a bunch of enter the battlefield effects and this.
No.
But, it's additional value, something worth thinking about.
Yeah, I'd give it a D. Look, the reality here is that this is a downside. The thing in the box, while you can try to make it into an upside, and sometimes you'll achieve that, on a game in and game out basis, Ancestral Statue has a downside in its text box, and you have to work around that, and that's just going to make it a lot harder to play in the main deck than a regular card.
Agreed. I think that it's a D.
Okay, so next we've got Atarka Monument. I want to talk about all these at once because they're all the same. So these are 3 colorless uncommon artifacts that tap for 2 different colors. Atarka taps for green and red, Silumgar taps for black and blue, etc. And they also all have an activated ability. You can pay 6 mana, so 4 green red for Atarka, 4 black blue for Silumgar, etc. To turn it into it says Atarka Monument becomes a 4/4 red and green dragon artifact creature with flying until the end of turn. Now, each clan, each dragon has its own.
And they're exactly the same.
And they're all the same. You might think, oh, well, maybe Dromoka's a 5/5 and the other one's a 9. No. They're all just 4/4 flying dragons until end of turn. So the question is, in a 2-color set, how excited are we about a mana rock, as we call them, that can accelerate and fix our mana for colorless, but on turn 3, a pretty busy turn for these decks, and then can become a kind of a finisher late in the game. Like, how good are these things?
I like these a lot more than I liked the banners because I'd much rather pay 6 and get a 4/4 than pay 3 and sacrifice to draw a card. So I think
even if you have to pay 6 repeatedly.
Yes.
Okay.
I think that ability is much stronger. That being said, I'm not really looking to play these in decks that don't have, 7 drops.
The thing I don't get is that they're 2 colors, but this is ostensibly a 2-color format. So we don't really need the fixing. Unless you're splashing or something like that.
We don't need it, but between, Evolving Wilds and the lands in Fate Reforged and these, you could play 3 colors if you wanted to.
Okay. That's fair. So maybe that'll pop up more often than I think.
Yeah, I think this is a, quote unquote 2-color format, but you'll end up seeing more 3-color decks than you would in most 2-color formats.
Okay. What grade are you going to go for on these? Like I have these at kind of in the middle. I have them at like the C-, D+ range. I don't assume that I'm going to play these when I draft them, and I don't assume that I'm going to have to spend high picks on them, but they seem decent. Like you said, like the 4, turning it into a 4/4 dragon with flying late in the game is a really nice mana sink. I mean, that can be a good blocker, a good attacker. You can even use it in tricky spots like, if they're trying to make you sacrifice something on board, you can tap out to, turn this thing into the thing that you sacrifice or whatever. It does enable your late game in a pretty reasonable way.
My guess is closer to a D+ than a C-, but we'll see how it ends up happening. I think you play these a little less than half the time.
Okay. Yeah, I would say my guess is I'm going to play these 20% of the time or something. My gut just says that these are going to fall to the wayside. But if the dragon part ends up being really good, like it's something that happens a lot, then I'd see that number go up a lot. All right, next is Custodian of the Trove. It's 3 colorless mana for a 2/5 Defender Golem at common, and it enters the battlefield tapped.
I'm not in love with this card. I like blocking, but I don't want my blockers to come to play tapped, and unlike other creatures that come to play tapped, it's not like you get to attack next turn.
No, you don't.
You just get to start blocking. So
no, yeah, the Defender is the big deal breaker here with Custodian of the Trove. I mean, a 2/5 for 3 colorless, that's good. You're getting a really nice rate on 3 colorless mana with that. But yeah, the Defender just makes it so rough. And if its whole job is to block and it can't block the turn you play it, like you're starting to really fall behind kind of quickly.
Yeah, I think this is probably like a D, where you would sideboard it in some matchups where they really have trouble with the 2/5, but it's not a card you're excited to play.
Yeah, I'm definitely not. I'd give it the same. Dragonloft Idol is 4 colorless mana for a 3/3 gargoyle at uncommon. And as long as you control a dragon, it gets +1/+1 and has flying and trample. I love these win more dragon and mechanics.
Yeah.
As long as you are already winning the game, you will start to win the game even more.
Yeah, I would rather not be playing this card.
Me
and
too.
If you have enough dragons, then you probably don't need to. So
yeah, this is a tough card to design because a 4-mana 3/3 is not exciting, but you can't really push it much more at colorless, without really starting to make the card a little too strong on its own. And then I'm just not the type of player to ever say, well, I'll always have a dragon. I just don't plan on my big bomby dragon sticking around. If they do, I'll win the game with them, and that's great. But otherwise, Dragonloft Idol's not the type of card I plan on playing. I'd actually just give it an F. Like I don't, even if I had dragons, I don't know if this is the card that I want anyway.
I don't think it's an F. I think it's a D. Sometimes you'll need more creatures, and getting to smash for 4 in the air with the turn you play a dragon is not horrible.
No, it's great. I mean, if you activate it, the thing's awesome. Maybe there's just more dragons around than I'm giving credit for, but I just right now I'm just looking at it like that's cool, but I probably just won't end up playing it. Gate Smasher. Smasher of Gates. What does this thing do?
Quite the flavorful card. It's a 3-cost equipment. You can only attach to a creature with toughness 4 or greater. The equipped creature gets +3/+0 and has trample, and it costs 3 to equip.
That's pretty sweet.
It is sweet. The thing is, I wouldn't like this card all that much, even if it didn't have the toughness 4 or greater clause. Mm-hmm. And that heavily restricts what it can go on.
Oh, yeah, forget it.
Card just seems like an F to me.
No, it's terrible. Really terrible. Like, the equip cost of 3 is already pretty steep. And then you add that to the fact that there's a bunch of creatures in your deck that you just can't put it on. I mean, how many creatures do you have that meet that qualifier in a normal deck? 4 or 3, 5 maybe? I'm out on Gate Smasher.
Yeah, it seems horrendous.
Keeper of the Lens is a colorless for a 1/2. You may look at it's a golem. You may look at face down creatures you don't control. So at any time.
And as you can tell from the art, this is very clearly the golem that's holding the lens of clarity.
Yeah, he got lost staring at it.
And as unplayable as the lens of clarity was, this is also unplayable.
Also unplayable, unfortunately.
Do not put this in your deck. It's an F plus only because I like the art connection.
Yeah, no, that's really funny. Okay, next is Scion of Ugin. And what is this? Just a colorless creature, but not an artifact?
So this isn't an artifact, so it threw me for a loop here because I'm using the magic site, which has them sorted differently. But yes, Scion of Ugin is a 6-mana, 4/4 flying dragon spirit. That is not an artifact.
That's colorless like an Eldrazi is.
Or an Ugin the Spirit Dragon.
Or an Ugin the Spirit Dragon. Wow, this is interesting. So it meets the qualification for being a dragon. So, the whole revealing and, all that stuff, it fits. It's a respectable body at 4/4 flying for 6. We've talked about that. It has no other upside, though. The other ones all have random upside that you get, or they're megamorphs or whatever. And then this one just straight up doesn't. Does that, drop it down enough for you so that you don't plan on playing this, or is it still on your radar?
It doesn't have any mana requirements, but that's not that big of a deal. Those other dragons aren't too hard to cast. This is worse than those, but this is still a C-. It's still playable. Actually, it might just be a C. You're going to play a 6-mana 4/4 flying a lot of the time.
You think so? There's competition at this.
There is, but I think that all the megamorphs are a little weaker than the morphs from previous sets.
Okay, because they're more expensive to flip up.
So I think that makes you a little more likely to want a random 6-drop.
Okay.
But
I'm gonna
you're not excited about it.
Yeah, I'm going to assume I'm not playing it. I'm going to give it a D and figure that this isn't the type of card that I'm going to want to play, but occasionally will make the deck. I might be wrong about that, but that's where I'm going to start on it. Right. Spider Silk Net is back. That one was in Zendikar. So it's a 0-cost equipment to cast it. It costs 2 to equip. Not too bad. But the creature gets plus 0, +2, and reach. It just doesn't do enough unless you really, really need to, block flyers.
I cited this in before when I was playing Zendikar, but I would never main deck it, and I think the same is true here. This is pretty close to an F, where you're not going to side it in unless they just have a bunch of flyers and you have no other way to deal with them, but it's not even a great way to do that.
Right. Yeah, I'm not a fan. I think calling it a sideboard card might be the best. It's like F/sideboard card.
Yeah.
Stormrider Rig is 2 colorless mana for an equipment that costs 2 colorless to equip. The creature gets +1/+1. Okay. And whenever a creature enters a battlefield under you control, you can attach Stormrider Rig to it and for free. Does this have enough impact? Like 2 colors to cast, 2 colors to equip, +1/+1, is that enough?
2 to cast, 2 to move is just not good. Mm-hmm. And the fact that it equips for free on all your creatures now is, I don't think great. I don't think that's enough to make up for just a low power level. So right. I don't see myself playing this. I think this is an F.
Okay. And this is just an impact thing, right? I mean, you have to just do more. Tapestry of the Ages is an artifact that costs 4 colorless, and you can pay 2 colorless and tap it to draw a card, which I'm definitely in on. But it does say activate this ability only if you've cast a non-creature spell this turn. Ugh. Remember JMD Tome? I
do. It's
this
JMD
is
Tome.
A little worse, but
so this is Skywise teachings, except instead of a djinn, you get to draw a card. But that makes it much worse because when you're already casting spells, you don't necessarily want to draw more cards. You want to put something into play. You already fell behind by casting this card and paying mana into the card. So, as much as I like Skywise teachings, I still didn't give it a great grade, and I think this is worse.
Yeah, this is bad. This just seems really like I would actually just give this an F. You might come up with some crazy deck where you can build around it, but I think that on a draft in and draft out basis, you're not going to be playing Tapestry of the Ages ever.
I don't know if ever.
Did I hurt your feelings?
No, I'm just contemplating what the odds are that you can draft the deck with this and a bunch of cheap removal spells. That's not 0%, so I don't think
that's true. We did get cheaper removal spells this set.
Yeah, we actually have 2-mana removal spells now. Playing this on 4, then playing 2-mana removal spells the next 2 turns and using this sounds like a good plan. It still seems unlikely, so I still think this is a D, but it's not an F.
Okay, I'll go D-. You talked me out of it. There's enough cheap stuff floating around. Vial of Dragonfire is our last artifact. And this is sort of the other half of what card was it that could search this thing up? That blue
renowned
weaponsmith. Yeah. So Vial of Dragonfire is 2 colorless mana for an artifact. And this is actually a really interesting card. You can pay 2 colorless, tap it, and sack it to deal 2 damage to a target creature. That's it, to do damage to target creature. You know, that's interesting to me. That gives, clunky, very clunky, but direct damage ability to any color. Right? Like you don't have to be red anymore to be able to fire this thing off. And, I can see some curves where you play this on turn 2 in lieu of a creature. You just maybe didn't have a 2-drop creature in your hand and then kind of curve out normally and pick off something with Vial of Dragonfire down the line a little bit.
I like that the combo this half is a lot better than the previous combo.
Yeah, it's way better.
Heartseeker Bow is not a very playable card, or Heartpiercer Bow, and this card's very playable.
I think so, right? Like it's not efficient, right?
It's not efficient.
You're ultimately playing 4 mana on sort of the installment plan.
2 and 2 is much less than 4 because you can play this on 2 if you don't have another drop. You can play this on 5 if you have a 3-drop. So you're saving mana every now and then, and a shock is a shock. Sometimes you just have to kill a creature.
Yeah. I have a hard time figuring that I'm going to dedicate high picks to this card, though, because it is so clunky.
Oh, certainly not.
Does it fall in the C range for you? Like, is this a card that you think is going to make the cut most of the time for people that have it in their pile? Or is it one that's like, I needed something, so I put it in and more of a D plus type card?
Looks like a D+/C- to me.
Yeah, it's right in that range, right? I'm gonna fall on the D+ side because I always fall on that side because I'm skeptical, and also just because there's no great way to really abuse this or anything. It's kind of is what it is. It's often going to be an on-board trick where your opponent can anticipate it or whatever. It's just not an amazing card, but it certainly seems playable. At least in a pinch.
Yep.
All right, one more card, Luis.
Indeed.
It is Evolving Wilds. It's our only land at the common and uncommon slot, and it's been printed a bunch of times now, but if you haven't seen it before, you can tap. It doesn't add mana itself, but you can tap it and sacrifice it to search up a basic land card and put that onto the battlefield, tapped and then shuffle. So it's mana fixing at a pretty low premium as well. Having the land enter the battlefield tapped, in most decks, you can work it around so that doesn't really affect your development. There are times where it'll sting you, but for the most part, it's an acceptable downside. And, I play these Evolving Wilds in even just my 2-color decks just to ensure that I get both of my colors in the right quantities and time.
Yeah, I think Evolving Wilds is a fine card. I would generally play it a 2-color deck. If you have a lot of cheap cards and you're worried about having too many come to play tap lands, maybe you only play like 1 max, but it's not a high priority though. You don't need to draft it early because you're often going to be at 2 colors. So yeah,
I think that's the main thing to keep in mind with it. But I think it's fine. I give it a C. Like it's hard to really get too excited about it. But like in a 2-color deck, it's not a necessity, but it's a nice thing to have. And I dedicate a medium draft pick to it, for example, and probably never cut it from my seal deck.
Yeah, that sounds like a C to me.
All right, that's going to do it, man. We did it. We got through the Dragons of Tarkir commons and uncommon set review show, and we are hopefully still in one piece. Set looks sweet, right?
It does. I'm really excited to draft this.
I am too. And I'm kind of excited to, I love the 3-color stuff, but I think it's nice to go back to the 2-color and kind of, splash around a little and get back to, air quotes, a normal draft set. I think it's going to be really fun though. And I am curious to see if some of those strategies that we outlined today end up being a real thing or if they're kind of just sort of something that happens, like the bolster
We'll
deck. Certainly
investigate if they're traps or not.
Indeed. All right. Before we sign off here though, I do want to remind you that ChannelFireball brings you limited resources every week. They're the sponsor of the show. And make sure you check out GrandPrixVegas.com to get those pre-reg raffles going. The sooner you do it, the more chances you have to win some really ridiculous prizes. And of course, make sure you just do it so that you can come to the GP in Vegas. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. I can't wait for that. And of course, you can go on there and order up your new Dragons of Tarkir boosters and packs and stuff so that you can maybe, have a draft party at your house, invite your friends over and get some snacks and do yourself a little drafting with the new format. I know that's what I'm going to be doing, at least at my local shop, if not with some of my friends. So highly recommend it. Check out ChannelFireball.com. And that's going to do it for the show this week. We certainly appreciate you guys hanging out with us for what ends up being a pretty darn long show, but we really want to make sure that we cover everything so that you're prepared for your pre-release, your release, and your subsequent draft and sealed events as you go forward into this brave new format. If you want to find me on Twitter, you can do so. I am Marshall_LR. Luis is also on Twitter. And we were on Twitter a lot today, for example. We love answering questions and saying hi to our listeners. He is LSV. Very easy to remember if you want to find him on Twitter there. And of course, you can find everything else related to the show at lrcast.com. A great place to find everything that we talk about, all the shows, the blog, the Crack-A-Packs, everything is over there. You can also find the show at ChannelFireball.com if that's easier for you too. So, as always, thanks so much for hanging out with us, and we'll talk to you guys next week.
And for a sign-off, doing the set review made me realize how much Magic slang we use and how many terms we use that kind of harken back to older cards. A lot of the cards that I'm about to talk about here are from Alpha, the first set. And I feel like it's interesting going through them and trying to see what exactly we mean when we say something like Time Walk. So Time Walk from Alpha, 1 and a blue, take another turn after this one. So
I give that an A.
That is an A. Is a solid A. When we say Time Walk, we basically mean any effect that either not literally lets you take an extra turn, because there are cards like that. You know, we just saw Temporal Trespass, but more like you spend 5 mana to equip a creature and then they kill that creature. You got Time Walked because your turn got wasted. Your opponent kind of got to take 2 turns. Another super common use is Wrath, because Wrath of God, 2 white, destroy all creatures. They cannot be regenerated. It doesn't get simpler than that, and Wrath now really just means any sweeper. So when, and I do this when I'm writing, I do this when I'm talking on the podcast, it's just ingrained in my vocabulary at this point, where when you get Wrath, it means all your creatures got killed. When your opponent has a Wrath, it means they have a sweeper. So we actually talked about one of these cards today, Falter. So that would be a magmatic charger from the new set, which is all creatures without flying can't block this turn. So Falter was the original version in Urza's Saga. It was actually an instant, which is kind of weird.
Inexplicably an instant, yes.
Very, very weird design. But when we say Falter, that was the first effect of that kind, and that just means all creatures without flying can't block, though it also generally just means creatures can't block. Falter effects are like cards that prevent your opponent from blocking. So another one is, of course, Doomblade, which originally was Terror, and we didn't see those for a while, but now with Ultimate Price, maybe we've got a Doomblade again.
It does feel like that.
Yeah, another classic one, and this is Marshall's favorite, is Manowar. It was originally in Visions. It was 2 and a blue for a 2/2, and when it came into play, it bounced a creature. Now, of course, we have to pay 5 mana for that, but it does get flying. So Manowars, I think Wizards learned their lesson about printing them at 3 and 4 mana. I think with Mistraven and Manowar itself, I don't think we're going to see that again. So I think even Surveyors are kind of where it's going to be at. But
you're breaking my heart a little.
I know it's your favorite card, but part of the reason you like Mistraven so much is how powerful it was, especially in a set that was kind of low power level. So
I know I felt a little guilty, because it's my favorite type of card, but that card was also just stupid good. So yeah, I agree.
And lastly, and this is one that doesn't actually work very well in this set, is usually when we just talk about kind of big rare flyers, we say dragons.
Yes.
But given that we're actually in a set full of dragons, literally dozens of dragons, we can't really just say dragon anymore. So we kind of have to explain what we mean there. But those are just some of the very common lingo, which is not only useful if you're listening to us here, because even though we try to explain everything, sometimes we will just say Wrath or Time Walk. But when you talk to other Magic players at tournaments or at the local game shot or anywhere, it's not, we aren't the only ones who say this. So this is your exposure to kind of why people say Time Walk and Wrath all the time.
Yeah. And, I want to add one point to it, which is that I love that stuff. I realize that it creates a little bit of a barrier to entry, but it also makes up some of the sort of cultural fabric that we have as Magic players, that we all know what we mean when we say that stuff. Once you learn it, I remember not knowing that stuff when I came back to the game and learning it as I went. And I thought it was kind of fun, to pick up and start to get what people were saying when they were doing it. It's just sort of a time and a place thing, right? If we're teaching people on the show, we can't expect them to just know those things. If I'm in the booth or you're in the booth at the Pro Tour, we can't expect people to just know all those things automatically. But I don't think that means that we shouldn't use them. I think they're really fun.
I think and because these are things that so many people in the Magic community use, I think it is good idea for us to kind of ease people into them, and that's kind of why I'm talking about it right now. Is I want people to know what the joy of using Time Walk to refer to your car getting a flat tire. So.
Yeah, see, that's the best. It's when you put it into the real world. Next time you come back from the grocery store, with a couple of boxes of cereal, you say you got a 2-for-1.
Yeah, exactly. I mean. At work all the time, my coworkers, because a lot of us are Magic players, use these terms for completely things that have nothing to do with Magic. So that is the value you get. But that would be that is going to do it for today. I think it's an appropriate sign off given the set review, and we'll be back next week with more set reviewing. This time, all the rares and mythics.